Welcome to week 6, and what a week that will be. So that will be one of the most special weeks we will do, because as you already can see, it's not too much with trading. We will have, of course, a little bit of trading in there as well, but mostly this week is dedicated to building a trading plan, a basic trading plan, right? And psychology. We will dig in a lot, like literally hours of hours into psychology of how to master your mind. Actually, let's start right away. Actually, first, of course, introduction. You're already in there, like just a quick introduction video that you made it to week 6. Then what's going to happen in there? So first, we will start off with the basic trading plan of what to technically do, how to do it, and all the different steps of what you should pick and prepare in order to treat trading like a proper business and not like a hobby, because again, everyone wants to get paid like a business. That's why you have to treat it like a business as well. Then we will stick straight into the Awakening Master Guide, which will literally show you how technically your mind works, of how to master it overall, right? And what's technically the awakening of the mind. It's a little bit of psychology combined with spirituality. So that's a very interesting topic, and a lot of principles of life in general included into there. Then we will also dig into the natural law expressions and how that's important to your trading, and how, again, these natural laws that work universal in every aspect of life, in normal life, in business life, and of course also in trading. So we will show you exactly of how they work, what those are, and how you can utilize them for your trading and how you can benefit from them. Then master your mind overall, right? That will show you, of course, as the topic says, how to master your mind, the chronological order of these natural laws, then some normal keys to learn every skill, which in your case is of course trading, right? But you can use it for whatever. And how to stop also procrastination, which is a very big barrier for most people in here, right? And we give you a lot of examples or like experiments of how the mind works and how you can also utilize it for your trading and level up your game. Like overall, you will learn a lot of stuff, how the mind technically works and how you can use it for your trading to step not only one step further, but literally completely change the way you think. And of course, everything starts with your thoughts, and then everything else can change after that. So that can be a true transformation week for you personally and can have the biggest impact, period. Okay, so if you treat it properly, be open-minded, and again, really intake this information of week 6. It's insane stuff that you will never ever find somewhere else. Like seriously. Again, it's not like this basic trading psychology shit, like, oh, don't overtrade, again, blah blah blah. Again, that's normal. That's obviously in the basic trading plan, but that's common sense, kind of, right? We still always let you know this common stuffs as well. But then topic 3, topic 4, topic 5, and topic 7 is like nothing you will find out there, period. Okay, it's literally goes very deep into psychology and very deep into spirituality overall as well. Okay, but first we also dig into topic 6, which will be chart or artwork, right? Where Cam and Zuckerberg goes over a few chart examples, so you have still a few trading examples as well. And then finally, topic 7, the tree of life and trading. And that's where things will hit or shit will hit the fan big time, because you will dig into all the pathways you can take overall to get to success. If it's like whatever your business life, your personal life, or in your case, most important, probably the trading aspect of life, because every trading journey for everyone is different. Everyone has his own strengths, his own weaknesses, his own obstacles to overcome, and not everyone will go the same pathway overall. So there will be 21 different pathways someone can take, and we will show you all of them, and you just have to identify on what pathway you are on currently, and what's the next best step for you to go and what you will experience in those pathways. So literally we can predict your future. Maybe that sounds crazy, but it's literally the way it will happen. Okay, so it's the life and overall, like that spirituality. If you're in a specific stage in your life, there's a few things that will happen and you can literally forecast them if you're on this pathway. There's nothing you can do about it. You just have to identify where you're on this pathway and then can steer and prepare your life literally to go in the right direction. That's some crazy powerful shit. You will love it. And then of course we give you a quick summary, also a trading checklist overall, like what you should have done by now, a very detailed checklist actually of all the things you have done by now and what you should do going into the future. Okay, so quick and easy stuff, not too many tasks to do there, right? But just a lot of input to take. So that again can be your true transformation week. So intake it properly and enjoy the hell out of that, because that's a crazy unique week right there for you. Enjoy. So what we're going to do is we have to do some little theory before we ending the day off. Also, we have like a little surprise at the end. So it will be fun. And of course, you will getting some tools at the end as well. Some, because theory can be, of course, a little bit draining, but then we will end it off pretty good. We'll show you some beautiful examples. But before we do that, we have to do some theory again, because again, we said we wanted to provide you more than just like normal trading. We also want to guide you a little bit in forming habits, show you some practice, real life stuff, what you need to do. And we can call it the art of trading, pretty much. There's the art of war for Sun Tzu, by the way, and there's the art of trading, right? Of course. So what we can do, we can take the same approach, but we're obviously not going to war against, not really, maybe on trading wise. But that's why we're creating this, starting pretty much the art of trading. And we can say those who fail to plan pretty much plan to fail. So that's why we need to know what we do, because so far you have so much information. But guess what? Without a plan, that's nothing. You need to actually make a proper plan and approach the markets in a ordered way and with a trading strategy. Not only like random chart approaches like, oh, let me look at charts right now, whatever. No, you need a proper plan, and we can show you how to approach that. First and foremost, we need to know our Mona Lisa setups, aka our cup trades, aka our higher time frame confirmed trades, timing confirmed trades, pretty much basic stuff, like as you know already, the different approaches, and we'll always refer them to Mona Lisa setups. And of course, we covered a few last week as well, where you have the so-called Mona Lisa setups, and that's the ones you will always need to focus on. And again, if market isn't clean at some point, you don't need to trade. Wait for a day which is cleaner. There will be a bunch. Never force a trade. Okay, but before we starting off showing you like a more little Mona Lisa trades, we have to put our thinking head out, because we need to do some theory before that. Okay, so be prepared. We need to do some theory. Building a proper trading plan now. It's so much that needs to go into that, because first of all, we need to prepare for war. Of course, we need to make some preparation, and we need to know our craft. We have to need a solid strategy. We showed you our strategy, of course. It is obviously solid, but now you need to plan it properly. We'll show you what the technical approaches is, of what being in balance means, obviously weaknesses and strengths. We show you how to use the movements the right way. Then we show you the art of the variations, then how to be patient, then some classifications, situational approaches, and finally becoming a sword master. And last but not least is use of spies. preparation is key. Please again, follow the steps and actually apply it, because it's so important. As we told you multiple times already, you need to make a proper approach to these markets, and you need to do this. You need to create habits, you need to create routines, you need to create a habit of actually approaching the markets, because only then you will see the big success. And if you ask any trader there is, which is on a specific level, you need to have a structured plan. You need to show up every day and start the right preparations and building habits. Okay, so pretty much build yourself a routine around success and have a dedicated time you will trade. Again, we have a multiple or international audience in here, or student base. And again, not everyone has the same time available to, first of all, yourself, and then on time zone in terms of when you can look at the charts. So you need to make sure first when you are actually able to trade. For example, is if let me find a random example. Maybe take Nicholas. He's from Australia, so he needs to find out which time frames he is able to look at charts, because otherwise, like if you're randomly approaching the charts anyway, it doesn't work like that. So you need to understand first at which, okay, London Open, perfect, so perfect deal for you. Or if, for example, London session is the best session for you, then guess what? You're starting to pick London Cup trades and starting to backtest the shit out of them. You will not really care about, let's say, London close that much, because again, your session, your ideal session would be London Open. Then choose and pick the London Cup trade. And again, if you only can trade New York session, not a problem. Choose the New York Cup trade and backtest the shit out of those and study price action during this movements and time, right? So pretty much how it looks like this. Don't get caught by surprise. You should not be like, oh no, oh, I won't want to get it. No. So pretty much proper preparation. Look at charts first, right? And then use the checklist we provided. We already gave you one. We will give you even more. So before engaging, look for potential point of interest on higher time frame. This will always be your first approach. Always start with the higher time frame and then move your time frames lower and lower and lower. Okay, but always start with the higher time frames first to see the bigger picture, to not get caught. Let's say again, if you're looking only at the intraday section and are getting a retail heaven in here, you should not be surprised by that, because you understand, oh shit, the higher time frame, this was a major inducement in here. Of course, this cycle in here does not need to go lower in here because you have a major inducement to the left. So of course, you can expect this easily with just looking at higher time frames and building up the bigger picture. So know where you are, and related to timing, that comes into place when you look at intraday plays. So now you have a bigger understanding of the higher time frames. And now, of course, you need to understand, oh shit, am I not New York Open? What do I expect next? A false move and then New York trap time after. What do I expect next? Break of structure. Where's my buildup? Where's my inducement? Where's my mitigation? Step by step, and use timing again for your advantage. Okay? Then what do we have next? Identify the lit cycle. Never make stuff up. Is it not clean? Just don't look at it. Never try to make stuff up. There's not pretty days as well. That happens. Never force a trade. You don't need to trade 5 times a day. If it's not clean, just stay away. Easy like that. Never make stuff up. Never ever make stuff up. Okay? Then what do we have next? Let the market come to you. That is being patient. Never chase the market. Never ever. If you see a clean trade and you have your proper ideal entry opportunities like the approach 1, 2, 3, and 4, if it doesn't present, guess what? It is what it is. You will not catch them all. Again, we're not playing Pokemon here. So use the lits for steps and cycle to identify areas of interest. As we said, for example, if you don't know if this point of interest will work, just don't randomly approach it. But guess what? Monitor price, and if you have, oh shit, build up, okay, inducement, okay, now look at timing if that makes sense as well. Maybe it's Magic British Minutes, maybe it's London Open, maybe it is New York trap time, whatsoever. But out of a sudden, this point of interest will 100% be a possibility. And if you're still not sure, not a problem. Wait for either mitigation here or breakout structure, then mitigation, or let, awesome, or later, whatever, EDM in here. Awesome. But you're never making shit up. Okay, never ever making shit up ever again. Okay, but write down your step-by-step formula. write it down and actually look at your freaking notes and say, oh shit, step 1, step 2, step 3, whatever. And we have like 15 steps. Okay, you know them already. But prepare it on your personal case. Okay, and focus on the right direction. Identify the traps and trade away from that. As we had before, huge equal lows, whatever. Guess what? This point in here is not a breakup structure. It is a trap. Trading into the smart money trap, and then you will break because you're trading away of the bigger picture. Trade away from these inducements all the time, okay? Don't get confused with inducements and breakup structures. Okay? Practice it. Finally, trade opportunity. Do not force a trade. We talked about it multiple times so far. And also, if stop loss is too big, as you already know, we have really tight entries. It's okay to not take a trade if you think, oh shit, I have like a whatever 9 pip stop loss. Shit, that's too big. I will not take it. Completely fine. Don't force it, okay? And also know your target before you even consider the trade. Because guess what? If I have a 5 pip stop loss, which is relatively big, but then at least I need a 50 pip move in order to get a 1 to 10. I need to know that before I take the trade. Because let's whatever, I have a build up in here. There's my mitigation zone, but the next target zone would be here. Why the hell would I take this trade if it's a 1-to-1 risk reward? Doesn't make sense. So know your target also before you take the trade. That's why you're not getting caught by surprise. And then all of a sudden market reverses on you and you're all like, oh, what the fuck? Right? So plan and prepare. Know your setups. Again, pick your personal preferred setup. We have a bunch. And backtest the shit out of it. Know your confluences. We gave you all the confluences. And so far we have a lot. Right? 18 on it is. 18 confluences. That's not a lot. Not less confluences. It's fucking hell a lot of confluences. Then know your entry, stop loss, NTP. And know your exit rules as well. When you scratch out, when you put break even, always depending on your personal style. Of course, knowing your craft. We are what we repeatedly do. So excellence, right? So then it's not an act, but an habit. You need to understand that. And if you're really like this guy and just sitting here, whatever, and think like, oh yeah, oh, I don't do anything. Oh, it's easy. Guess what? That's not gonna work. I can promise you that. We can't show you the pretty much the best keys in the whole world. If you're sitting like that guy and whatever, look at the wall and it's like, oh, okay, what to eat tomorrow? That's not gonna work. What do you expect? You need to obviously put it in, okay? So knowing your craft, use your resources. We show you pretty much everything at this stage, okay? There's what much can we do? We show you the exact build-up, sometimes to the absolute minute, and then even we give you the entry helper to confirm it once even more. And show you the overall daily plays of all the different variations. So there's not much more you can have, like ever. Like what was above that? What? Should we call you on your phone and say like, hey dude, wake up, whatever. There's a setup right there, take it. No, we show you everything you need to know. It's up to you at this stage to actually put in the work and don't sit on your ass and do nothing, right? And trust the process. What we have done, we've done for a lot of people already. And it works pretty good. So guess what? Trust the freaking process. If you do it for years and years and years, guess what? It works pretty good. So just stick to it and show what we do. And stick to the step-by-step formulas. And very important as well, build confidence first. Don't try to rush it on Monday now and like, oh shit, that's my trade. No, build confidence first. Backtest first. Mark up first. Get familiar with the trading setups before you even try it live. What's the point of going on Monday and try to trade the shit out of it? Why? Build confidence first and get used to it. Backtest it hundreds of times first in hindsight, then in replay mode, and then you can start working into live markets, but build confidence first. Because again, you will hesitate and be scared to taking trades whatsoever if you're not confident. So you need to build that first. And it all starts with practice. Solidify the strategy. Because a strategy without a process, guess what? It's a wish list. So if you want to become a millionaire by next year, whatever, or even this year, not a problem, but don't make it a wish list. Make it a process. Guess what? Because what we give you is literally this. You just need to play it the right way and you will go through the strategy like this. Okay, not a problem. But what is it? Solidify the strategy. Never make a random trade ever. We give you all pretty much the guidelines you need so far. And that's where you never have an excuse again to make a random trade. If you are, whatever, London session in here, inducement low, and out of a sudden you take a trade in here, like what? Why in the hell are you taking a buy in here? Like why? That doesn't even make sense, right? Why would you take that here? Look for a trade in here or here. Why would you look in here, right? So never make a trade randomly again, ever. You have to know when to trade and when not to trade as well. As we said before, you have your huge zones like this, decisional area, extreme area. If you're in the middle in here, whatever, on a lower time frame, maybe your extreme is all the way up here, why would you look for random reversal in here? Don't do it. Know when to not trade. Even if this is a perfect London cycle in here, if your area is all above here, why would the market randomly return on here? It will not. It will turn into a retail heaven maybe. So know when to not to trade and looking at the bigger picture. Then, of course, follow timing inducements, as we said it to you probably 5,000 times during this whole bootcamp already. And if you know the market and know yourself, you don't need to fear the results of 100 trades. And understand and study market behavior in your main, again, time areas. If you trade London, study London. Don't fucking care about New York. You're wasting your time if you study New York, if you're only a London trader, vice versa. If you know for fact you will not trade London because your time zone doesn't allow it to you, then don't backtest London. You will waste your time. Okay, stick to New York, but we show you obviously a lot of New York trades as well, and stick to those. Because again, if you know yourself, but not the market, let's say you're okay, I know my personal style, but I don't know the market. For every winning trade, you will also suffer defeat. Why is that? Just because you know yourself and getting a winning trade, but not understanding the market, why you won it properly, you will also suffer defeat. That brings us to retail traders. They think they know themselves and their strategy with the trend lines and shit, right? But for every win they're actually getting a defeat because they don't understand the market properly. So understand your wins and losses and move further with that one. Okay? What do we have next? If you know neither the market or yourself, you will lose every single battle. That's crystal clear, isn't that? Obviously, if you don't know yourself and know the market, you're shattered, right? So guess what? You need to understand the market and yourself. Tactical approach. A strategy without tactics is the slowest route to victory. A tactics without strategy is the noise before defeat. So again, even if you're back testing and putting in some work and it looks like this, whatever, like this guy, don't aimlessly do something for the sake of it, right? If you just whatever backtest, as you said, testing London trade, but you only can trade New York, you're wasting your time. So be like this guy and say like, no, go the straight road, right? Easy. Just backtest what makes sense to you and stick to the approaches you prefer. Because again, if you're backtesting whatever all these extreme orders and want to understand all the limit approaches to the pip, whatever mitigations of 1 hour time frames to the left, but you know already you will never try to use them, why you backtest them in the first place? Don't do something just for the sake of it. You don't need to understand everything. You just need to understand what should make work for you. And again, if you like breakup structures, then backtest the shit out of that. But then just be fine with missing whatever, this mitigation in here, and then mark it off. Just be fine with it. But understand both, but backtest only this if you prefer this one. Not a problem, okay? But don't aimlessly do something just for the sake of it. What's our tactical approach though? First of all, we start with the agility. Be able to adjust quickly. As you showed it multiple times now at this point, you need to understand price action and don't be afraid to change your bias. For example, again, let's even say, okay, you have your London Asia session here, you have your thing like here, and now you're looking for a reversal trade. Awesome, works good. But at some point, maybe you tap in here. Oh shit, isn't that maybe an Asia bounce or something? Maybe look at the higher time frames often, then it's like, oh shit, whatever, I have a major inducement here. Oh shit, maybe I should not take a sell in here, but take the buy instead. Adjust quickly and obviously combine it with different things, okay? And notice when you make a mistake. It's not a problem. Everyone makes mistakes. So understanding the market is fluid. Anything can happen, right? If you get randomly stopped out, whatever, with a news came out of nowhere, okay, but it makes sense. Okay, it was news whatsoever. But then again, at least understand what's going on. And if you're getting stopped out, that's the most important thing. If you're getting stopped out, then understand at least what the hell happened. Because probably there's a very good reason of why you either should not have taken the trade, or if you took it, like what would be a scratch out rule, or if it's directly into stop, then just ask us and ask like, what the hell did I do wrong here? And of course we have here, right? Then acceptance is of course accept losses. It's 100% part of the game. You will actually 100% get a loss at some point. Just understand what went wrong, or if you did anything wrong, okay, but what is the reason behind it? What's maybe the higher time approach? But obviously there will always be a reason, and we can figure it out. And of course, that's why we're here where we are, right? So understand these 3 factors. Then being in balance. If you treat trading like a hobby, again, I said it multiple times, it will pay you like a hobby. And if you treat it like a business, it will pay you very soon like a business. And again, maybe like this, okay? So it all takes strong will and determination. It's all mindset based, okay? So balance is key. Be in balance. What does it mean? Okay, so being in balance. Evaluate mindset. Treat trading as a business. Take your trading seriously, right? If you whatever, trading whatever just for fun and whatever, what do you expect? Again, it doesn't get you anywhere. If you don't take it seriously and not treating a small account like you would treat a whatever millions account, take it seriously and build natural, very wealthy and healthy habits, right? And trading is either direct action or indirect action. Use this to elevate your behavior, right? Either if you're taking a decision or not a decision, it works either way. Okay, to understand that. Strengths and weaknesses. Difficulties are meant to rouse, not discourage. The human spirit is to grow strong by conflict, right? So guess what? The more we practice, the better it becomes. Abuse the market when it's most weak, kick it down, as if it's head leg day, right? So of course, always take advantage of that. Look at the strengths and weaknesses at the market. So be first to battle. That's why we're starting with the higher time frames, to be not surprised when price reacts there, because we are first to battle. We know the zone of point of interest before price even goes there, right? If Asia is here and London opens now, of course, we're not surprised the price steps into here and then maybe reacts of here, because we understand this zone first before price even goes here. So we are first to battle. Again, think like it's like actually going to war. The army who waits for the enemy will be always stronger, which the army that needs to go to the other army and is all exhausted because they have to carry the whole weights and whatever, the whole swords and whatever, shields. Of course, they will be tired before the battle even started. But the ones who are waiting for them, they're all fresh and just even bored because they need to wait. But they have energy and can obviously easily have the advantage or be like that, right? And again, never be surprised. That's why we're marking out these zones earlier. Why? Prepare again. Be prepared. Knowing these weaknesses areas. What's your liquidity zones? What's your inducements? And where's your buildups? That's literally the weaknesses of the market, because that shows you actually what they will gonna do. That's the market weaknesses. And it's right in your face. And combined with timing, structure, and the entry helper, that's a bulletproof vest. Just take advantage of it. But know the weaknesses of the market. And mark out minor and medium in zones before, again, price even reacts there, and understand, okay, that was a minor and medium inducement. Awesome. I understand that price will react from there. Okay. And again, you have multiple scenarios. Don't only have one scenario. Again, it's awesome that you have like a major inducement here and the next zone is in here. That's awesome. But what can happen here if there's Asia? What can happen? It can happen a retail heaven. So understand that. Awesome. It can happen London knockout. Awesome. Perfect. I understand that. What can happen as well? It can happen perfect cycle. Okay. I understand that. What can happen as well? Oh. What can happen as well? Asia whipsaw. Okay. That's all they got. That's all they got. You just need to figure out what play they're doing, discover it early, and there you go. Play the play. Okay, play it. And then focus. Focus on main points of weaknesses. Again, just figure out where's this build-up, inducement, mitigation. That cycle all the time. It's repetition, 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 repetition. There is no more. Again, combined structure, timing. That's it. You don't need more than that. Just focus on that. Right? The strengths and weaknesses about yourself now. Now you know the market weaknesses, but guess what? Self-awareness and homework. And don't have to share. You don't need to show the homework. You don't do, first of all, you all guys meaning whatever. If you give you tasks and stuff to do you think you do it for us? Or do you actually think you do it for yourself to practice? You don't even need to share it to us. But if you share it to us, of course, we can correct you. That's why we're having this homework section. Right? But then again, that's how finding out where you struggle. And again, if you show us markups, we understand, okay, you understand this and this concept wrong. Okay, and then we can look into it. And know your strengths and weaknesses for yourself, What's your strength and what's your weaknesses? If you're completely impatient and know, oh shit, I have so much FOMO, and oh my god, I want to chase the market all the time, then that's your weakness. If you can't concentrate whatever, for whatever reason, because you drink too much coffee and shit like that, that's your weakness. But also know your strengths. Oh, I'm pretty good at holding trades. Awesome, then you should look at higher times more to look for swing trades. Oh, I'm pretty bad at holding trades. Awesome. So look at intraday trades only and close them out when it makes sense on an intraday basis. Awesome. But at least know your own strengths and weaknesses. And again, money is the illusion. Don't focus ever on money. Just if you take a 1% trade on whatever, let's just call it a 100K account, it doesn't matter, right? Why the hell you can have money and like, oh my god, I'm up 3K. Oh my god. So 1 to 3 trade, man. Like what the hell? Right? Okay, so accept your making mistakes as well, and don't revenge it ever, right? And do a SWOT analysis. What the hell is that? Of course, strengths, weaknesses, treats, opportunities. Make this for yourself. Very, very important. Understand yourself. What's your strengths, right? First of all, what pattern, whatever pattern, you can call it whatever you want, right? Setup, copy trade, whatever.
what do you want to pick? What does look best for you? Is it the London cup trade? Is it New York cup trade? Is it magic manipulations? Is it the let? Is it the EDM? Is it the extreme? Is it the break of structure? What is it? I don't know what works best for you. Just need to find out what will be your strength. What timing am I most active? If you have 5 children and 3 wives, you need to still figure out when you are looking at the markets, okay? And make this a habit. Show up the same times, and then you can study market behavior, whatever, magic manipulation minutes too. It's a window. We even give you the time aspects and show you setups based on that. But you need to figure it out yourself, right? And do a work better alone or with others. Because if you're lone wolf, nobody, whatever forces you to engage with the community. Obviously, it would be better for you, but if you don't like it, you don't need to it. And again, what's your weaknesses? Where can you improve, right? What pattern don't pick? If you don't like New York, again, not a problem. Don't look at it. Then again, threats. What market conditions are out of my control? Again, you should understand news events. You should look at whatever, FOMC, NFP, whatever. And again, don't just stay away from it. It's just gambling at this point. You don't look at it, even if it completely fires. And again, just know what is out of your control, right? And is there an external factor that make me miss timing trades? Again, if you have a family and 3 wives, that's external factors. You be aware of that and just need to know that. Am I stuck with one broker? Is my broker reliable? Again, if you're in the US, you have a little bit struggles finding the right broker. But again, at least you understand it. And then you need to find proper solutions. And again, as we talked in day 1, I think it was, if you have struggles finding the right broker, we can talk about it in the chats. And we did before. And again, there's multiple ways to get the right broker to you with multiple approaches. Okay. Finally, opportunities. What can I get out of trading when I am successful? Know what you will get out of that. And again, it will be way more. Just ask Josh or whatever, any one of us, what is possible when you get that shit done. Right? And how can I leverage my group to gain the most out of my trading education? Because guess what? Out of season 1, we had like the most active groups, and then we had like Luca groups. But guess what? Who got the biggest results? It, of course, was the most active people in the groups. That's normal. That's a normal law. The more put in, the better your outcome will be. So try to be active as possible. And you will see that the results will come by time. But again, if you don't do anything, expect that, right? Where can I improve, and what more knowledge can I gain from my mentors if I work hard? Again, we have belt systems for a reason. And of course, we want to work with people on an even higher grade later. So the moment you improve, of course, there's more. So be aware of that. And you have movements. Trade like water. Flow with the market. Don't go against it. If you understand both your strengths and efficiency and those of your enemy, you can realistically compare the two and predict the likelihood of victory during conflicts. Why trade like water? Because humans like water. Look at that guy. See? That's how you need to be. So guess what? Movements. Don't overtrade. Know your physical and mental limits. Again, if you only can focus on whatever, being patient for an hour, then no, okay, I only have an hour to trade. But if you can sit on charts for all day long, that's awesome too, but at least know it first, right? And once you're not focused anymore, don't trade and step away, but know that before. If you realize, oh shit, I'm getting unfocused, yeah, get away, because you will make mistakes if you're not focused anymore. And find your own weaknesses and work on them. Again, find out what you're not good at it and work on them. And then let us know. We can help you with that. Confident with the craft. Work on your mindset as well. Mindset, of course, most important thing ever. We had like a section where we worked on mindset, where we shared like a few things in terms of knowledge, like books, mindset, self-development, all that stuff. It's all in Discord later. Like there's so good audio books and whatever. Start with the mindset as well. It's not only your trading you should develop your own self. That's how you're putting all this work in to not only bring you further on the trading side, but also in life general, right? It's universal things, of course. And don't focus on the money. Once again, huge distraction. The moment you focus on the money, you will not get the money. Get not distracted by that shit, okay? Art of variations. Don't be like retail Johnnies, right? Whatever, retail Johnnies, they have no idea what's going on, right? So guess what? It's the same, but different. Just drink water like this again, see? With emotions. Perfect. See? Take a deep sip. Did he even drink? I don't know. Who cares? But just be like that, right? Movements. Circumstances. Sometimes call for different tactics and different approaches. Trending or ranges market. Again, if you see and identify a retail heaven, why would you pick a reversal trade here, here, here? If you know higher time frames, your zone is up here, and there's nothing like a major inducement here. Why would you pick a random reversal here and here and whatever? Don't do it. Trade EDM trades in line with the trend if that's your identify circumstance. But at least be aware of that and then adjust to trade in line with it. Okay, and never ever pick a reversal trade. Never try to be, oh, that's the high. Oh, that's the high. Oh, that's the high. Oh, that's the high. Never do that ever. Ever, ever, never. That's why you have so many confluences to never pick like a random reversal trade. There's 4 stages of mindsets you should avoid also. Again, that's what we discovered, by the way, whatever. So there's rumbos that will be reckless and impatient that will like, oh my God, that stuff is crazy. I will go Monday and fuck them up. Right? Again, don't be that guy. But also don't be like a scared bunny and be like, oh my God, does it work? I don't know. Like, oh my God, I will lose my money. No. And don't be like a Mad Max and be like, that's my limit order. And oh my God, that's a trap. And then I will take that. And oh my God, and just be mad at everything and range trading. And oh my God, no. And don't be a big ego chone like, I know everything and whatever. And have like, oh no, you can learn from me. Look at me. Oh my God, I'm amazing. Don't be that as well. And that's only the 4 stages to all. Right? And of course, never go back to this retail shit and be like that, like a smart Johnny, whatever, because Enigma will fuck you up hard, right? So guess what? You're better than that now and never go back. Once you're in there, there's no way back. So patiency. Again, we said it multiple times. You don't play Pokemon. You will never catch them all, never. So just wait and let the market come to you. Because again, be patient. Don't just click over the screen like that guy, right? He even punches the screen. Like, why does that help? You see, that guy has no idea what he's even doing. Like, what does the PC to do with his screen? Like, what the hell? Right? It's kicking your cat if your dog barks. Like, why? Okay. Anyways, be patient. Let the market come to you. We said it multiple times. Don't chase a trade. Don't enter early. Don't enter late. It's easy like that. Either the opportunity shows or no. But there's no reason to chase a trade. There's no reason to enter early. And there's no reason to enter late. If you miss it, it is what it is. Okay, just deal with it. If setup doesn't present, it is what it is. Don't make it up. If you expect the perfect whatever, if this is your zone, London perfect, and you expect this to be mitigated, oh, it stays short of it, okay, and then it off, okay. It is what it is. At least you understand and had a very good idea. Okay, it almost tapped the perfect, but it missed. So be it. Okay. Become a patient master, a new way of looking at the market. As you saw, what we do here, that is a new way of looking at the market. And once you master that shit, yeah, a lot of things will change. So be patient. Classifications. Don't seek fame or blame. That comes through our community. Again, like there's no point of classifications. Don't seek fame or blame. That comes through our community. Again, like there's no point of taking all these whatever fancy trades in here just because it looks amazing. If you have an Excel in here, what's the point? You don't need to impress anyone, and you don't need to whatever seek fame or blame. Like again, even if you say for whatever you engage with your group and be like, okay, maybe I take this trade in here. Do you think guys it's amazing? And then oh shit, it failed, but it directs from here. But don't fear blame, whatever. Nobody will blame you because you're here to practice. If you took this buy and here get stopped out, okay. But at least be open to it and don't. There's nobody in this whole community will make fun out of you if you take a wrong trade ever. Never this will gonna happen. Okay, that you're here to learn and to improve. So don't be afraid of anything. Okay, what is that? Watch the market closely and be patient. Again, we talked about that. And take your classifications. Identify your market conditions for the day. Again, do I expect like inducement low, high? What do I expect? Where's my next zone of liquidity? Where's my next zone of supply and demand? Like, where's my liquidity? Where's my build-up? Where's my traps? Where's my possible smart money trap? Where's my timing? When is London? When is New York? When is my magic manipulation minutes? What should happen here? Is that a let? Is that an EM? Know all that shit before. And again, stick with your cup trade. It's all a game of confluences. If confluences are high, trade. If confluences are low, don't trade. If confluences are not clear, guess what? The win is not clear. If you don't know your confluences, you will never win. So first you need to start, you understand the confluences, and then you line up with the possibilities. If you have, whatever, 18 confluences and you have 10 out of 18, that's not bad, but guess what? It's in the middle. You can take it, but it's not clear. But if you have 17 out of 18, awesome. Take it. Classifications. Identify the market conditions. This can include the amount of participants and the timing that causes the condition. Okay? And identify the stages of the market. Again, is it ranging? Will it be a Asia whipsaw? Will it be whatever, a trending market? Will it be a retail heaven? Will it be a variation 1 of the Asia range bounce? Whatever. Identify the cycles. Where am I? Identifying liquidity. Find which cycle are you, build up and do some mitigation. Where's my structure? Where's my high time frames? Where's my timing? And use organization. Again, write every shit down. Guess how we started out? Guess how I started out? I had thousands and thousands of printed out physical papers with physical charts on them. Thousands. Fucking folders. For years. For years. I wrote every shit down. Guess what? Do I think I pulled that whole curriculum of lit out of my ass? What? That's stuff from years and years and years. Think about that, okay? Game of confluence again. If confluences are high, trade. If confluences are low, don't trade. If confluences are not clear, win is not clear. If you don't know your confluences, win is never clear. Situational approaches. What's going on here? Position yourself for success, no matter what the situation is. No excuses, right? So guess what? Situational approaches, what does it mean? Easy stuff for you. Are you in UK? You will not need to trade Asia session. If you're in New York time zone, you don't need to trade Asia. If you're neutral time zone, you don't need to trade Asia. If you're whatever in a weird time window, we call it the desperate time windows, maybe you can trade Asia. Okay. But that's the only reason when you ever should trade Asia, ever. Okay. Then guess what? If you're in the UK, you should trade London session. If you're in New York, you should not trade London session because you need to get early up in the morning or stay late, whatever it is for you. Whatever. What is it, London session in US? Is it like 3 a.m. in the morning or whatever? I forgot. All right. There you go, 3 a.m. Thank you. All right. So again, that will be hard. So probably we should stick to New York session. All right. And that's how you use this thing to identify what technically cup trade should work best for you. And again, depending on your life situation, and easily you find it out yourself. If you have no problem getting up at 3 a.m. in the morning or staying up late to trade London Open, of course, you can do it, but at least figure it out first. And also know if it's 3 freaking a.m. and you're sitting in front of charts and like, oh my fucking God, I'm so tired, that's not going to work out as well. Right? But of course, yeah, London, if you can trade it, 100% trade London. London is where the fucking money is made. Ever. Period. Period. London is the money session. Okay? So that's how you show you so many examples of London. If you backtest everything, London is the money maker. Okay? But again, if you can't trade it, no problem. New York is not bad as well. But again, don't get into desperate mode and trade Asia session. If it doesn't matter, if you cannot get out of it, okay, you can trade it. But again, needs to be desperate. So again, stick to London, New York. The Sword Master. Right? Don't have a weak sword, aka training setup, you will be powerless. So guess what? Pick your weapon. Show you, whatever, crossbow, fucking sword, fucking two-handed sword, whatever, freaking ninja turtle, I don't know, nunchucks, I have no idea. But again, pick your weapon and practice the shit out of it. And that's, guess what? It's cup trades in combination with entry approaches. Pick it. You have it. Pick it. But then practice the shit out of it. Can be London cup trade approach number 2. Awesome. Stick to it. Practice until you get what? A master with it. And only if you master this setup and with this specific play, then you move further to the next one. But first, pick your ideal time window and pick your ideal entry opportunity. Break of structure, awesome. Mitigation, awesome. London Open, awesome. Extreme, awesome. Magic manipulation minute entry, okay, awesome. EDM trade, awesome. Stick to what works best for you and what seems clearest for you. We showed you every single opportunity there is. You just need to pick what it is for you and what works best for you. Right? So become a sword master. Use of spies. Learning is a lifelong process. Always be willing to learn. Your cup is never full, ever. That's why even Josh is here. Guess what? He still understands that you need to still learn more. Guess what? Your cup will never be full. Okay, that's why you really improve. Okay, and of course, learn among your more advanced teammates. So if you see someone in the group understands more than you or whatever, have really good traits, don't hesitate to ask him. They probably know more than you do. So take advantage of that, of course, in a non-hostile way. Of course, and use the spies. Never stop learning. Connect with others inside the community, which are more advanced than you. Learn from them or with them. You don't even need to learn from them, but also with them, of course. And build these learning groups and schedule weekly study and practice calls. Right? Just go on calls with your group. Exchange notes. talk ideas, whatever, back exchange, whatever. But just put in the work. And it's always better if you have a group around you and you're working together. Of course it is. That's not rocket science. And be careful of enemy spies. Because guess what? If someone gets note that you are a lit trader, so many people will message you like, oh my god, you're so amazing. Can you show me some secrets? Whatever. And then again, there's other people that will say whatever, I'm from this and this community. I know it better. I know inducements as well. I saw a leaked call from Raymago. 5 years. I'm the inducement master. Just be aware of those people as well. But there's always these two sides. Okay? And again, protect your newfound knowledge with your brothers and sisters. So again, if you see someone or whatever wanted to hurt us and shit, again, just let us know. Because there's so many fake accounts out of there. You probably know. Whatever, there's so many, man. That's insane. Like almost daily, there's popping up a new fake account. Like every single day, it's crazy. Okay. So, anyways, wow, that was a lot of ridiculous backtrain, and probably that's Nicholas right there. Like, oh my god, oh shit. Pop quiz. What sound does the market make when it induces, mitigates, and goes in the opposite direction? What's the sound of the market? There you go. 100 points for all of you. It's a tube. Of course it's a tube, right? What else? So, how many trade setups do we have so far? That's a tricky one. How many setups do we have so far? What can we trade? 69. Oh, shit. Man, you guys are good. You guys are good. There you go. 4. Cup trade. Extreme, limit, extreme mitigation, lat and EDM. Awesome. So, how many confluences have we formally spoke about? Oh shit. Oh man, you guys are crazy. Oh. You guys are good. Crazy. 18 in this. If Asia high, Asia low, they open. Weekly high, weekly low, Asia midline, liquidity by itself, which is a huge point. Then we have London open, we have London close, we have New York open, we have New York trap, we have magic manipulation minutes, we have a build-up, inducement mitigation, we have in DDMs, we have lets, we have cups, trades, the whole daily cycle variations, which by itself is completely insane. Then we know the break of structure confluence, we have higher time structure, POIs, that leads all into it, right? So take advantage of that. So with that being said, let me just skip a few things here, because we will not go into this one right here. Let me close that one if it lets me. There we go. And we have to do like time to put those Fury hats on again, because we have to do a little bit more Fury until we go into the fun stuff, okay? And I know. No, it's not fair. I know, but still we have to cover a little bit more. So what are habits? Habits are important, okay? So again, along pretty much, yeah, you need to form habits. Habits, technically, it takes 22 days to build a routine. Just be aware of that. And it takes 66 days to build the actual habit and behavior. So you see, only by this number, now my friend Google exactly, right? This probably wasn't helpful, right? But it's only important to understand you need to create these habits. Why? because you need to put a routine and habits. You need to make the same stuff over and over again, because humans are actually habit-driven, whatever, creatures, right? You do what everything you do in life is because of a habit, right? So we have to understand habits and create healthy and productive habits that serve you, but also negative habits. We need to discover what our negative habits are that work against you. Okay, so we dig into that a little bit quick here. So, first of all, a long, loose garment worn by a member of a religious order. That's fucking weird, is that? So you're saying this could be a habit? Like, what in the hell? Again, it's just a reference that it can be bad for you as well. So you are what you repeatedly do. When you need to understand how habits work, how they're formed and broken, and how you can use them to become the best version of yourself, that's huge, okay? So small adjustments can lead to a massive transformation. Probably all of you guys know about the compound effect. Again, if you're just improving 1% every single day for a year, I forgot what the outcome was. It was just insane, right? Small adjustments can lead to massive progress. Always remember that. So just 1% improvements every day for a year means you're 30 times better than after this year. So there you go. Imagine what that could mean to you. Only 1 year, you're being fucking 37 times better as you are right now. And probably, if you think about it, just by 2 weeks of knowledge, what in the hell? How much did your chart vision improve just by literally, it's actually only 1 week. Think about that. What in the hell? Maybe Daniel, maybe you can let us know. You had 16 years training experience, right, my man? Looking fresh, by the way. Where's my man, Daniel? Anyways, we'll chat him later. All right?
I'm here.
Oh, you're here. There he is.
There he is.
So just let us know, like, how's the 16 years of trading experience compared to, like, let's say 2 weeks of this? Did you learn something?
Absolutely. The cycles will probably make all the difference in the world, because knowing when to execute, the whole key has been when to execute. My chart vision for areas, probably with a lot of people in this boot camp will probably say the same. Identifying those, but the issue for me has been the execution of those. And I think the cycle, and then the extra confirmations with that and the inducements, I really believe it's life-changing in trading. So
definitely will be. And again, it's only the start. So yeah, appreciate that. Thank you for that.
Let me say it like this. I do want to use this example, because a lot of people, if you use examples, they can relate to it. Imagine learning how to swim and you've never been in the water before, and you've got a coach that tells you just to jump in and start waving your arms and legs. What do you think is going to happen? Probably going to drown. 95% of retail traders, there you go. But you get teachers like you, they put floaties on your arm, bring you in the shallow, and teach you the fundamentals of how to tread water and how to stay afloat first. And then they get into the advanced. By the end of the boot camp and working with other students, you become an Olympic swimmer. And you're no longer afraid of the water, because you understand, even though you have a healthy fear for the water, you understand how to stay afloat in the circumstance there. So that's kind of the way I quit.
I love that. That's beautiful. Thanks for that, Daniel. What does success mean? Again, everyone should have their own goals and should set their goals, right? Because a few people maybe, but Daniel's pretty much example here, perfect, right? And we can have obviously a little bit structure here as well, like whatever. Success. First of all, find out what success means to everyone here, right? But again, there's a few people who get confused by the process though. Success comes from process, and that leads to achievements, right? But few people, again, don't understand that. The problem is that most focus on this first, and forget about the more important aspect, which is, of course, the process, right? That's, you need to understand. Of course, everyone wants to success, but you need to focus, as Daniel said, you need to learn how to swim and not just want, I want the Lambo next week. No, stick to the process and the freaking Lambo will come, right? Of course. So we can't compare a successful trader to a not successful trader. They both have the same goal to make money. Of course they do. But the successful trader focuses on improvements, consistency, building habits, and money becomes a logical byproduct. Focus on the process and the achievement will come automatically. A non-successful trader, you just there to make $1 million by next weekend. That will not gonna work. But if you focus on the process again, guess what? Logical byproduct. Okay. Four steps or stages on building habits. The cue. That's out of the book, by the way, Atomic Habits. Okay. So if you just think, what is the cue? It's pretty much, I woke up, I am sleepy, right? So the trigger that makes you look for the reward. Whatever, if you're bored, you're looking at your phone. So the cue is pretty much what makes you looking for a reward. Okay, so if you're bored, a logical reaction for some people is to just look at the phone and scroll through Instagram. So that's the cue. You work, learn something while getting bored while doing it. Okay? So guess what? The craving is you want to feel awake. So if you're sleepy, that's the cue, you want to feel awake. So that's why you drink a coffee later. Right? If you're bored, you need to entertain yourself. That's the craving. You want to achieve like a logical outcome of that. Right? So guess what? The response is you make a coffee or you pick up your phone, scroll through Instagram. So first identify what makes you do that. Then again, understand what actually makes you do it, like in terms of like you want something, and then what's the response of that. And if you identify it even trading, this is very, very powerful because again, you're getting the reward after that. And again, if you're getting into this loop, it's horrible. Again, every time, just think about it, how many times that happens to you. Sitting there, you're just bored. What do? Taking out your phone, scrolling through Instagram. Do that hundreds and hundreds of times. And at some point, this will be an unbreakable habit because you did it hundreds and hundreds of times. And that happens with everything in life. If you have anything bad in your life, it becomes forced by the cue, the craving, the response, and the reward. Same thing with trading. If you're struggling for whatever reason, it's most likely because you're doing something wrong for a lot of time. You just need to figure out what that is and then break it. All right. So getting into the cycle and repeat it a few times forms then the habit of you taking out your phone again and check your social media once you're feeling bored. Sounds familiar, but let's build some healthy habits. So what we will do, the 4 laws of behavior changing. Make it obvious. Now we're digging into exactly, Daniel, dopamine hits. Instant gratification. That's all leads to it. Like, right? It's so easy to get this dopamine hits right nowadays. So when trading, we need to make it a logical approach. So guess how will we do it? First of all, we make it obvious. Then we need to make it attractive. Then we make it easy. And then we make it satisfying. So what do? We start making it obvious. So when you're doing now all the stuff we pretty much showed you, you need to start with the obvious stuff. Because if you go on Monday and want to trade like 1 to 15 trades, guess what? It will not gonna work. So you need to start with making it obvious for yourself. So start with hindsight trading. Look at the whole day when it played out like this and see like, okay, that's my build-up. That's my minor inducement. Okay. That's my retest of Asia high. Awesome. That's my new inducement. That's my smart money trap. That was my mitigation. That was my timing. Awesome. That's my breakout structure in here. I take the medication. Awesome. What do they do? Oh, they showed me the EDM here. Okay, that's New York. What do I look for? I make the reversal in here. Okay, that's my start of hindsight first. Look at the whole day and just see it after it happened already. That makes it very obvious for you. And identify all possible entry zones after they happened already. Again, seeing the overall picture first, right? And set a daily reminder and actually time window where you can backtest. Make it obvious for you. Again, if you get every day an alarm, oh fuck, it's whatever, 1 o'clock, I need to make some markups, that makes it obvious for you because again, you know, okay, that's my time. You're getting a reminder on that. And after later, if you're getting obviously into trading, you're setting alerts in the time windows. So if you know, okay, I'm a London trader, when do I need to show up in the markets? Like probably half an hour before London opens so you can mark up stuff. So it becomes obvious to you that you show up every single day. Exactly. Right? Guess what? Use habit stacking, marking up charts, then you do screenshots after that. That builds sequences of play out and save everything. So not only marking up charts randomly, no, you can stack it up. So you're marking up charts, but then you break it down on the edge and making little, like how's it called? Like cheat cards. No, what is it called in English? What is it called? Flashcards, I think it is, right? Whatever, start creating these. So you have like all the stuff to backtest. And then build a journal. Alex will make a call about that probably later. Building a journal and markups. Again, if you ask any one of us, we have hundreds and hundreds and thousands of examples. So guess what? How far you will gonna come if you had like, oh, I marked up 5 charts. Why do I understand it? Yeah, that's not enough, right? Schedule daily calls or weekly calls with your group and go over markups of finished days. The more, the better. There's nothing more to can do too much markups. No. Then make it attractive. Because if it's not attractive enough, you will lack motivation to engage. Right? So guess, know your goals, know your achievements, and know what you're getting out of it. Write down the achievements and goals you want to get out of mastering the lid and actually what you want to achieve in life and how it will change it. But make the journal a fun one. Remember, whatever, make it fun. Smart money concepts, like you see how we make the whole presentation like a fun thing, like the memes and shit like that. Guess why we do that? Because if it's like, okay, now we go to the next slide and watch this. What the hell? And that's how we have to approach trading the same way. Just make it fun and whatever. Just make it a whole good experience for you, and you will learn easier. Okay, have fun in the process and create habits. Habits. All right. Of course, if you know whatever, you can easily break habits by treating yourself. Say whatever your favorite freaking what is it series is, Love Island, whatsoever fucking hell. Then again, you only are allowed to watch freaking Love Island if you did 10 markups today. Guess what? You will probably mark up 10 charts, and then you can watch your freaking Love Island shit. Okay. Then make it easy. Remove friction. Everything what might make it difficult for you, you get rid of it. Again, for example, if an EDM trade confuses you for whatever reason, just get rid of it. You don't need to understand everything. If whatever non-break of structure trade confuses you, nobody forces you to trade a non-break of structure trade. If New York confuses you, get the hell out of away with that. If an Asia whipsaw confuses you, don't trade Asia whipsaws. Easy like that. There you go. Get rid of it. Once it becomes easy and you truly understand what happens in the markets, you will do it with way more passion. So if the moment you remove all the shit that doesn't make sense to you and focus on actually what makes sense to you, it will become easier for you. And use, again, the timing templates. No need to draw sessions and timings. Again, you don't need to calculate risk anymore, because we will even give you the proper risk management tool and all that stuff. It makes it all easy for you. Guess why we make these templates and all these tools for you? Because it makes it easy for you. We give you all these checklists, even gifted to them, so you just need to check them. You don't even need to write them yourself. Think about that. Use the entry helper. It makes it easy for you. Use timing. Makes it easy for you. Use the cycle. Makes it easy for you. And again, use the entry tool to make it even rounded process. Okay? Then set realistic goals. Not a millionaire by next weekend. No. Try to master everything in just 1 week. It will not work. Again, Set realistic goals first, and they will come. And focus on getting 1 cup trade a day. That's the best starting out you can do. Focusing on 1 cup trade, and don't try to trade every little shit. Focus on 1 cup trade a day. Okay? Keep track of your success. Sometimes look back and see how far you already went and how much you improved already. Again, even if you struggle maybe now of understanding everything, just again look back 3 weeks ago, what do you understand there? And now think back of what you understand already. That's insane. What a fucking improvement in like 1 week. What in the hell? Be proud of yourself of what you already understand so far, even if you don't understand everything. It's a process. Use printed out chart markups. Guess what? Our best students ask Sakba how many charts she printed out, and now look at her. She's one of the best traders there is. Like, it's insane. It doesn't come out of nowhere, right? It's crazy what you can achieve if you're putting in the work, right? And use friendly competition. That's how we have like these belts. You have like the ranking systems, whatever. Make it fun. Again, whatever. For example, Daniel, if you have Nicholas in your group, right, and Sean, I think it is, right? Again, make a friendly competition against yourself. Like, who's getting the freaking biggest rank or whatsoever? Like, it's fun, but make it a fun experience for all of you. Okay? Then, of course, the moment you become consistent with trading, guess what? It will be so satisfying for you. There you go, Daniel. Oh, shit. Oh, no. Nick kicking your bell. Oh, shit. Okay, I got that one wrong. Right? But of course, if you made it, the whole thing, the whole cycle is done anyways, because if you're actually understanding and you're getting money out of the markets, this whole thing is getting rid of it yourself, because guess what? The moment you're actually seeing that itself, you're done with the journey and you start making it satisfying every single day the moment you stand up. That's why I'm doing this shit with like patience in my scream all the time. Because I fucking love that shit. What do you think? Like, why would I even do that? I could talk about that shit like for another 15 hours today. Like, what in the hell? It's satisfying for me to just show it to others because I know how fucking amazing it is. And you need to get to that point, right? It's important. Figure out what your current bad habits are and how they keep you away from becoming the best version of yourself, right? And you need to get aware of these habits in order to change them. Because if you don't even know what your bad habits are, or pretty much what you keeps away from getting achievements, yeah, it will be hard to change that. So again, think of your cues and rewards to find out what these bad habits are, okay, and then get rid of them. Easy. Now, always keep in mind, this is a journey. It's a marathon and not a freaking sprint. It's not like who will catch us the first 1 to 10. No, it's like catching 1 to 10s, whatever, twice a week consistently. That's what it's all about. It's a freaking marathon. And show up every single day. Just make baby step improvements. We talked about it. If you can't fly, then run. If you can't run, then walk. If you can't walk, then crawl. At least move forward. Okay? This marathon is about the journey and not the destination. See, like she's running, but oh shit. And then again, we had something in here which you can use for actually powerful improvements. Because guess what? A routine takes 22 days, so you make at least 30 days and stick with it. Make a cheat like that and just check it every day. Okay, I made 10 markups here, 10 markups here, 10 markups here. And guess what? If you're in week 3, you will have so much improvements already, but you need to start small, right? How the fuck do you eat an elephant? Huh? Spoon by spoon, right? So guess what? The man who moves a mountain, there you go, Antoine. The man who moves a mountain begins, right, by carrying stone after stone. Right? Guess what? Our guy Abraham Lincoln, I hope everyone knows who he is, right? He even had the secrets back then. I don't even know what time it was, right? So what did he say? He said, if I only had an hour to choop, right? So of course he knew the lit source back then, huh? So to choop down a tree, I would spend the first 40 minutes to sharpening my axe. So guess what? What does it mean? What do I even want to say with that? Practice, practice, practice before you even deciding to choop down the tree. If you have an hour, let's say you wanted to achieve a goal XYZ in a month. Why would you jump into on Monday again and taking immediately trades all the time? For example, Nicholas, maybe for you as well, because you said like you wanted to do the challenge on Monday. Don't do it. Don't do it. Practice first. There's no point of now trying in it if you're not really prepared for it. So practice, practice, practice first. And if you're familiar with it, then jump in. But again, if this guy says it, he's a smart guy, wasn't he? If he tell you, if everyone told you, like, who is on a stage where you want to be, why would you not listen to us? So don't jump in right away. Practice, practice, practice first. So we made a little guideline, which is a little bit insane. I love it. Right? So a lot of people want to go in here. Like, here's the start, here you, like, your little bunny in here. Perfect. So what do you guys want to do? Or maybe not everyone, but a few people. They're sitting here, playing with their phone, whatever, don't even listen to what we say. And then, oh my God, that's a, oh no, oh my God, that's a long way. No, no, I don't go. I go here, and then I just go here. But guess what? There's a crazy dangerous Hitchcock, in whatever this thing is called in English, that will fucking kill you. It will eat you. You will step on it and you die. You explode. You just explode. There's nothing left for you. You cannot do it. Right? You're dead. There's no way you can pass this insane Hitchcock in here. Right? There's no way. How can you go? No! You go here, that just eats you. No way. You cannot pass it. You need to go the long way. Again, there's a Chinese quote which says, if you want to go fast or want to be fast, go the long way. And that's what it is. If you try to make shortcuts here, it will not work. It will not work. You will get eaten by the Hitchcock, okay? Yeah, Sakpa, that's literally Sakpa. Yeah, she will eat you here. Right? So she will take a long time because her stomach is very small, but still, she will do it. So guess what you need to do? First, find your ideal timings, fully revise all the notes you have so far, let everything sink in, and let everything pretty much sink in deeply before you even consider to whatever now put all the money into the markets and try to catch 1 to 10s on a daily basis. It will not work. You need to make practice first before you will trade it, right? And again, work together with your private groups. And it will take some time. Guess what? It will take some time until you understand it and move in your own pace. Just again, Wok, I think, has a very, very good quote yesterday. And he said, never ever compare your chapter 1 to someone else's chapter 10. Just because you see me doing all this crazy shit or whatever, Alex, Walker, Wally, JP, Sokba, don't compare. Just go in your own pace. And if you don't understand what an EDM is at this point, no problem. Just move in your pace. It will come with time, right? So just practice, and work together to get to the same goals. But guess what? How far are you in this journey? Not really that far, right? So you need to make a lot of steps. So guess what? Find your ideal currency pairs. We know our pairs. We trade EU, we trade GU, we trade EJ, AU, GF, which is GBP, Swiss French. That's hard to say. Then you also can trade gold, whatever, US 30, whatever. Pick your ideal currency pairs. Can be 6, can be, for example, 1, whatever. Start with 3. I don't know. But again, pick it first and know which ones you stick to, right? And also, what do you do next? You pick your ideal cup trade. Find out what works best for you. Find out what time zone it works best for you. What cup trade and what entry approach. If you like the limit orders, if you like the EDMs, if you like LETs, if you like break of structures, if you like higher time frame confirmations, if you only want to focus on Mona Lisa trades, It's all a process, guys, but you need to be clear of that before you do stuff, right? And pick your deal entry approach. I said that too, right? Of course, we have 4 of them. Pick the one you're trying to do and practice it. And only study and practice your chosen pairs and chosen cup trades and also entry approaches. Again, if you trade London, who gives a shit about New York? If you trade New York, who gives a shit about London? Right? Focus on that what is more important for you. Make at least, and that's a very, very minimum at least, 25 hindsight markups of your chosen cup trade. That's not a lot. Like, you should actually time 10 that, whatever, exit times 10, whatever, right? 25 is the absolute minimum. You should even thinking about looking at live charts. If you cannot see in hindsight, how would you ever want to see it on the edge in live market conditions? That's literally wishful thinking. First, you need to make hindsight markup, get familiar with it, practice it, and then you can trade it, right? So guess what? Start practicing those markups in TradingView then. Make 25 hindsight. What is hindsight? If the day is already done, find the opportunities, see it on hindsight, and then slowly move your way into TradingView replay mode and do this multiple times until you actually see what's going on, right? And guess what? Still, start removing the markups and try to identify the ideal cup trade entry without the markets on replay mode, right? And getting a really feeling of the live market to it and really try to act real, right? And try to really focus on it, right? And then repeat that. Repeat, repetition, rinse and repeat, right? And start backtesting random days. Just go into replay mode, go into a random day, make a replay mode, and try to figure it actually out. Just try to understand it all over again and only do it with your session, with your cup trade, and with your entry opportunity. And guess what? If there is no entry opportunity for you, so be it. You don't need your perfect ideal rule set every single time, but at least understand the days and get a feeling for it, right? And do what? Journal every practice session. As Alex said, you need to journal it. He made a call for season 1 people about it. He probably will make it for season 2 season as well. You need to journal it. Again, ask me, ask JP, ask Sokpa, whoever. We have hundreds, if not thousands, of journal trades. So again, 25 will not bring you that far, will it? Get a feeling for it and journal the whole shit. I told you before, I have printed out charts. Folders of folders of folders. Right? You need it. Guess what? Screenshot all your markers and create folders of your setup. Get good at it. And all of a sudden, you passed this insanely dangerous Hitchcock in here. See? You made it safe. You made it safe. You made it live. You're still alive. Awesome. Now start monitoring price action live. Now you actually can, after all these steps, but you see how many it is. You see how long it is until you actually should go to live markets. It's a process, guys. Right? Guess what? Again, ask Walker. How long does it take Walker to get a doctor degree? Does it take him a week or 3 weeks? No. So how would it be for you trading wise? You think just because you know it, what's going on now, do you think like you will be ping pong in the market all over the place after 3 weeks? It will not work. So put in this step-by-step guidance we give you, and then of course dig into it, right? And guess what? Start practicing your cup trade entries with paper accounts. Use demo accounts first. There's no point in starting live trading right away. I mean, personally, if you ask me personally, I would actually recommend you do live small accounts, just because again, trading is psychology. If you trade a demo account, whatever, fucking lost 59%, who the fuck cares? But if it's a live account, at least you're getting a little bit better feeling. But again, we talked about it in a group, obviously, and we recommend you paper accounts first, right? But my personal recommendation is to start a live small account, get a better feeling for it. And again, our group decision is to paper accounts first, okay? And of course, treat your paper account or your small live account as you would treat a real big account. Imagine not only trading whatever, a few thousands, whatever, but actually hundreds or millions. Would you treat that not differently? Would you risk like 5% on a 100, whatever, even a million or 10 million account? Would you ever do it? No, you would not. So why you treat a paper account or a small live account different? It's all preparation before you actually really moving into the big numbers. But you need to be prepared. You need to make a discipline about using the risk management, using your checklist, using the guidelines, using the tools, using everything, and get ready for it. Then what? Start getting used to the execution helper. That's a must. Risk management is a must. If you don't use it, there's no way you will get into the big numbers. Risk management is the most important aspect. That's why we give you the execution helper, right? So get used to it. And once you get access to the Lit app, right, you can practice in there as well, which gives you another variation of practicing tools, right? And there will be so much more in the Lit app, which will help you further on, right? The checklist, whatsoever. So always use that. And guess what? Use a checklist every time and start to make them more detailed. Make them more detailed. See what works best for you, adjust stuff, whatever, include stuff all the time, but replicate and use it. JP showed you very well how to use them with mastery. That's where you need to go. And all of a sudden, the whole thing seems a little bit more logic to you, right? So create habits, routines for your training. We talked about it. Habits, repetition, getting your life pretty much together, all that stuff. Knowing when to look at charts, when not to look at charts, knowing when to backtest, knowing what to do, and all that stuff. That's all habits you need to do. And then you can start using free FTMO challenges for realistic practice with analysis. Because again, treat this demo, whatever FTMO account, how you would read the real challenge. And do this 3 times. And once you pass the demo, whatever, 3 times, guess what? Then you're probably well prepared to actually now achieving your goals. But that's a process. That's a step-by-step process. If you want to make a shortcut here, it will be very hard. So just do it. And guess what? If you actually are on this stage here, you're getting funded, whatever, maybe you have big accounts already, guess what? Is it the end now? No. It is literally the beginning. It is the beginning after that. But guess what? All this way needs to be done before that. And only after that, the real journey begins. That's why, first of all, your journey begins, like in terms of your achievements, you whatever, taking our money, like whatever out of markets, getting into lit futures programs, working together with us, and what's whatever. But then the journey begins. But you see, there's a whole journey first you need to do. And never forget, ever again, like, if you cannot fly, then do what? Then just run. And if you cannot run, then just walk. And if you cannot walk, then just crawl. But at least go this map forward. At least move forward. Again, it's not a race. If there's 100 people in this bootcamp in here, it's not like who achieves whatever, a million first. No, move on your own pace. And again, just follow it. Just move forward. Doesn't matter how long it takes. And guess what? We got you back. So that's why we have the Discord. That's why we have the channels. That's why we have Sensei. That's why we have all the checklists, the tools, the rule sets. Everything is here for you. Right? But just trust the process. Right? So before we doing some time for some trading view fun, is there any questions though about that? Or is that clear about the journey or whatsoever?
Reem, I have a question. Actually, 2 questions.
Of course.
The first question, you said it, JP has said it, Wakara said it, and others have said it. What exactly is mastering the pair entail? Are you looking at when it moves the most, how much pips it moves per day? Like, what exactly is mastering a pair? The second question is more or less for JP. That map that Reem just showed, would that be on Sensei?
Sorry, last question?
The roadmap you just showed, would that be in Sensei?
Yeah, be sure. I mean, depending on if you want the animations or if you make it a little bit different, but yeah, that can be of course posted in the Discord.
Okay.
Also, we want to give you the more detailed like maps for the daily cycle variations and the cheat sheets, whatever, the starter kits and stuff. So you have the more detailed version because now you have only the whatever watered down version because you're in the beginning, whatever. But of course, you will get the more detailed one as well. And then also JP just confirmed it. So yeah, that's no problem. And to answer the first question, mastering a pair is just like every pair acts a little bit different. And the concepts are always the same, but if you really stick to one pair, like truthfully, then you will actually understand like what's the behavior. For example, gold is really like wicky. It's not really nice with mitigations. It gives like really not nice inducements, but that's just the behavior. If you understand that a little bit better and getting a feeling for that pair, it seems a little bit now off topic, but it's like asking a race driver. He's really getting used to his personal car, and if you drive someone else's car, it's a little bit weirder. But if you drive the same car over and over again, you're getting a better feeling. And that's exactly the same with pairs as well. Again, for example, if you trade AUD USD, for example, we trade that as well. But guess what? As it's AUD in there, the Australian dollar, that can have pushes in Asia session as well, as of course AUD, or of course like the Australian dollar, that moves in Asia session. So there can be inducements, whatever, in Asia, and you need to get used to that as well. Because sometimes you have the inducement in Asia and not in London, for example. So it's all about the characteristics of a pair and getting really used to that specific characteristics. Same thing with EJ. Sometimes can an inducement in Asia and stuff like that. So that's why it's important to pick your preferred pair and then stick to it. And don't switch like pairs all the time. For example, I really love GBP Swiss franc, right? Because it's just amazing. A lot of people are like, whatever, don't think it is. But just pick your favorite pair and you will discover very early that you will like one pair, funnily enough, more than the other. But you will figure that out yourself. We cannot tell you what works best for you. That's why you need to start using a few. We give you like a guideline. We give you EU, GU, AUD, EJ, then GBP Swiss franc, and gold and US 30, and then you just pick what you think works best for you and then stick to it. Okay, but most people use GU because it's actually the cleanest, including myself. But if you don't like it, then there's multiple other options. But that's mastering a pair. Just really sticking to it, finding the special characteristics and understanding the intentions of the specific pair. Now we will dig into the true knowledge about the mind and the consciousness they don't want you to know, okay? We will dig into all the reasons which actually is going on in your life and also your trading, and combined with spirituality and all combining natural laws and everything that combines into it. We will dig into the real secrets. Again, they don't want you to know, but now get ready for what's actually going on in your mind, your consciousness, and obviously what is going on in your life and trading, okay? So the first thing to start off this topic very easy and very slow, most people are probably familiar with the law of attraction. But there's much, much more to it than you think it is. Because again, everyone wants happiness, health, peace, prosperity, freedom. Everyone wants these things, right? But why are only so many people having all of those? Again, of course, maybe someone is happy, maybe someone is healthy, but happy and healthy? Okay, but then having peace, prosperity, freedom, to have everything, that's a trick by itself, right? So how can you achieve all those things and also in your trading get the results you want? How is it all possible? We start slow, but go into very great detail of how to achieve that on a mental level, okay? To have the skills for it, obviously the knowledge and everything, that's a different chapter. But of course, you will dig into the mental state of how to achieve all those things, all right? Again, the law of attention, the law of attraction, obviously, is a real thing. However, there are requirements to achieve those things, okay? The law of attention by itself, I'm saying attention all the time. The law of attraction, right? That of course works, but you have to do things to get it in motion to actually achieve what you want to achieve, okay? So if you want the real change to happen, requirements exist, and that is what most of these gurus, they will not tell you or straight up deny, right? Again, they maybe say, oh yeah, you could sit in a cave and just meditate every day for 16 hours and then, oh, the peace of heaven will fall into your brain. That's not what will gonna happen, right? There are requirements that are necessary and have to be fulfilled in order to get the ball rolling, in order to get everything started, right? So specific requirements exist in order for human beings to obtain the conditions that they say they want. Okay, if the requirements for obtaining those conditions are not met, those conditions do not just magically manifest. Again, if you sit randomly around and just think, oh yeah, I will picture the perfect life in my head and then go back to Instagram and scroll through, watch some motivation videos and then go to bed, be like, oh, I'm so motivated. I will become a billionaire. It's not really what will bring you the results. Okay, we need to know and understand that certain things, again, these certain things will be knowledge that brings you to action is required. Okay, but we will start very basics with a lot of stuff. Again, not will a lot of people will mention, a lot of you maybe will not want to hear it, but again, you have to be very open-minded. If not, it will be very difficult overall. Okay, so again, maybe not the most pleasant topic to cover, but it's very important. There are specific hierarchies in life, and overall in the world there are hierarchies, right? And obviously they narrow it down, right? The more high you go up the pyramid, the deeper the information gets, the deeper the knowledge gets, right? But everything starts, of course, with the so-called debt slaves. That's again what birth is. These sheeple, like people running around having no clue about anything, the school system, normal labor, taxes, normal debt, right? Retirement, all living a normal life, work until you whatever 65, and then you can enjoy your pension and stuff like that. That's the people that have no clue what's literally going on in life. They go to school, they go to whatever, more school, high school, university, get their work for the next 50 years, and then just retire. Like they have no idea what's going on. They get their credit, they finance the house, whatever. They get the in debt to buy like a fancy car and shit like that. Right? That's the people that, again, a lot of you guys don't want to hear that, but that's reality. They don't know what the hell is going on. Then these people that don't even know about world population control. They don't know how the government is telling them what to do, what they should do, what they should not do, what they should be aware of, what they should think, what they should not think, what they want to believe. Everything is implanted in their brains because they simply don't even know what's going on. We will dig into how they're actually doing that, right? Step by step. Again, they don't know about the media. They don't know that the media is completely controlled. Again, even that saying that I might even say that, you will be like, that's not true. Oh my God. But again, it's the reality if you want to accept it or not. Same thing with the education. A lot of people think, oh, they learn you such crazy good skills in schools. Again, we are in a very interesting time where a lot of people are waking up, awakening out of all that craziness. Again, these false belief systems, they try to actually tell you, and they realize, wait a second, to become a millionaire, I don't need to go to fucking university. I literally can watch YouTube tutorials about whatever, like there's millions of different sources to become a millionaire. It's not a secret anymore. People understand how to make money. It's not a normal work. Again, there's millions of different ways to achieve a very decent income that you could not achieve with a normal work, right? But that's stuff they will not learn you in school, right? Again, what's the resources that they control? All the corporations that will literally tell you what to consume, what to buy, what to eat, what's the good thing, what's the payment processor you use, what's the clothes you wear, where's the place you go to eat, what's the foods they put into the food, all that stuff. That's the world resource control. And there's, of course, corporations that are in control of that. And then we have, last but not least, right, the financial control. That's the banks, that's the interest revenue, That's the tax revenues. That's all the things with money. And of course, also the financial markets, which we are in, the Forex market. Of course, it's highly controlled, right? And if you watched the understanding of how the enigma and everything works and how the architects building up all these resources to control these markets, and you already understand of how that works, right? And then again, the peak of the pyramid is of course the knowledge. Again, we will not even dig into the powerful families that are in control, that all of these companies are literally controlled by only a very, very minor families overall, right? And how they are literally controlling everything. No, we don't even need to dig into that. But the peak is the true knowledge that they literally try to hide from you, and they will never ever, just again, even give to here, here to here, here to here, and never ever into this roster, right? They will always prevent the education system to even get the right knowledge into there, right? Again, sounds harsh. Unfortunately, that's the reality. The true knowledge of human consciousness, how it works, how it operates, what your motivations are, how perception works, how humans can be manipulated, what humans' behaviors are, emotions, how does happiness, sadness, fear, disgust, anger, surprise, how does all these different stages occur? They know exactly how to trigger all these things. And again, they understand all these things. And by knowing all these things, they can design the perfect distraction world for you to stop you from actually learning and understanding the world of how it really is. Again, we will not dig into this route of crazy conspiracy theories and blah, blah, blah. No, again, just tell you the normal facts. Again, these nonsense news, these whatever fake news of where they try to tell you lies and not even any proven information by just showing you one-sided information sources, and all these video games with all these dopamine hits, these Fortnite stuff, whatever, like all these crazy games which are just flooding your brain with dopamine and colors and all that stuff. The nonsense TV, the reality TV shows, like all the fakeness they try to show you with the celebrities that are so perfect and everyone is so pretty and oh my god, all the perfect world, and look at you nothing. Bullshit, right? All this TikTok, this social media, that life is living in a filter. Again, what is social media? It's exactly that. It's just the picture perfect side of some people's lives. But again, guess what? These people don't even live their lives. They only show you a filtered view of their life. They only show you the picture perfect angle, picture with the 10 filters on it and the photoshopped images. They don't show you the pictures where they're sitting in a corner eating a cheeseburger and looking like a Boba Fett or whatever, like this thing called from Star Wars, the fat creature, the green one. I forgot what the name that is, right? Again, they don't show you this picture. Again, and if they show you that, whatever, then they modify it to like this perfect picture, like image of like a model sitting there, like with big tits and big ass. Right? It's all photoshopped and all filtered. Right? Again, even if you meet these people in person, you understand, oh shit, that's how this person looks in real life. I didn't even know it. I didn't even expect that. Right? It's the reality of how you see it is not even reality anymore. It's completely synthetic, produced filters over filters with perfect selection of only the best. Right? And that's where depression starts, because you see all this perfectness, then you look at your own life and it's not that perfect. But that's not reality. Right? It all keeps you away from understanding truth and human perceptions. Right? So what is perceptions? So if you take someone, a normal person, again, normal everything, like an average person, perception A for average, okay? So you see truth is in the middle in here, right? So truth is represented by this line, okay? He goes through life like with this. His frequency is very low. As you can see, the waves are very low, okay? It's not a high frequent being. It just has a very low perception of truth. What does that mean? Truth comes when his perception crosses the truth, right? So he's getting in touch with reality or truth only a few times here and there because he's having a low frequency, a low perception of truth. Okay, perception B can be someone who has better education, better knowledge, has a better mindset, is more open to reality, is more open to truth. What has to happen if he's more open to truth? He has to cross truth more times, has to be in touch with truth way more times in the same span. Again, it's in the same time span than the person with a low frequency. Perception B's frequency of reality is higher. He's more often in touch with truth than the low frequency human being with the less education, with the very close minded, with the this and this is not true, I deny that, I don't want to know that, that's bullshit, I don't believe that. And this person who doesn't say that is way more closer to truth. He therefore has a higher frequency. And that brings you to perception C. If someone is very, very open to what's going on, has gathered true knowledge, true understanding, does his own research, doesn't believe everything, but doesn't deny everything as well, right? He's open and does his own research. He's a very high frequent being and is therefore way more often in touch with truth of how it really is in the same time span than, again, the other two, right? And that's, again, a very high frequency, right? The higher the frequency, the more you will be in touch with truth, okay? So if your consciousness is high, you understand the world of how it is, your frequency is high, then again, you're in touch with truth much further, much more often, right? If your consciousness is high, your frequency is high. If your consciousness is low, your frequency is low. If you deny everything in life and say, I don't want to know that, I don't care, I don't believe that, the media told me this and this, so I believe this, blah, 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 all this stuff, you'll be very low about truth, right? And it will be way harder for you to accept anything else than the stuff you want to believe. You're very closed mind and therefore way further away from truth than someone who's open or someone who's really open to it, right? If frequency is very high, again, your consciousness is very high as well. And what frequency means, again, is how frequently is the intercepting with the truth. Again, the middle line represents truth. How frequently are you intercepting the truth? That determines how high your frequency at the end of the day is. Okay? The higher the frequency, the more in tune you are with truth. So what happens, or what would happen, when the frequency would become infinitely high to truth? Right? If this thing or whatever is outside of you, but all the way touches the truth, your frequency is getting so high, it would get very close to the line of truth. Guess what's going to happen? It would look like this. Again, this frequency is getting so high you can't even see it anymore because it's literally forming this picture of like a fat line, right? And it's therefore, it is aligned to truth of how it really is. The perception of reality is so accurate that it's literally aligned with truth. Again, the higher the frequency, the higher the perception of reality. You'll probably think like, what is going on? Okay, but just bear with me. Everything will make a lot of sense very, very soon. Very important to understand though. Perception alone is not equal reality. The perception is just the filter how you see reality, the filter you see reality through. Okay, and if you analyze your brain, you have obviously a left brain and a right brain half. Okay, you have two half of the brain. The brain is not equal to the brain. You have two brain halves, and each half has its own characteristics to it. A lot of you maybe even heard about that. The left brain half is the logical one, the analytical half, the scientific half, the mathematical and the linear side of life. Okay, that's where the logic comes from. If you're very good with science or like analytic thinking or logical thinking, you have a very good left brain half. The right brain half is the creative, emotional part of your life. Okay, that's where the compassion comes in, the pattern recognition. And you maybe already realize, okay, that's very interesting for your trading. Again, you need logical, analytical, maybe even a scientific or a linear approach. We don't really care about mathematical approaches too much in trading, right? Some people do, but not really that much, right? But we could more about creativity, pattern recognition, and again, emotional. It could be even be dangerous if you're getting greedy, FOMO, having fear, all that stuff. But overall, it is very important to have the goal to be in balance with both sides. Okay, that's where real consciousness is starting to develop. Okay, what do I mean by that? Intelligence comprises more than just intellect. Okay, so what does that mean? Intellect is the left brain understanding. True intelligence, though, is the holistic understanding. That means that true intelligence comes with the combination of the left and right brain halves. Okay, the intel of intelligence is the intellect. Okay, of course you need the intellect as well, but the other half of intelligence, the chance part, that comes from genre, which means generate or create. Okay, do you see what's going on here? We need both of the brain halves to unfold the true magic. That means intellect and creativity, logic and compassion. That's where true intelligence is being formed. That becomes very important for your trading later on as well. We will dig into it, right? So both brain sides have to be in balance. Because if a human, and again, you can make this test for yourself, and maybe you know people that fall into category. If a human is left brain dominant, that means he's ruled by selfishness. He's a very selfish being. Again, if someone thinks he's very smart and he knows everything, they become selfish, right? Again, they become very egoistic driven as well, right? They don't want to know other shit. They think they know everything as well. They have very base desires, not good. Again, their personality is based on domination and control. They want to have control of everything. They want to be dominant in life, right? That's the people who think they're smart and think they know everything. Again, the left brain is taken over them. The other flip side to it is a human who is right brain dominant. They're ruled by emotions. That's where depression starts to kick in, right? That's where, again, you're getting all this emotional control. You're not controlling your own life anymore. Emotions control you. The personality getting based on even submissiveness and naivety. Okay, so that's also not good. Again, the power comes from combining both two brain cells and being in balance with your inner self. Okay, and that to achieve that state of mind, that all comes together into 7 principles of natural law. And one hidden, quote unquote, hidden law, which is the core of all the other 7 principles of law. And if you understand those principles, not only your life will dramatically shift, but also your trading, all your desires. If you have other goals in life, everything is based on those 7 principles of natural law. If you want it or not, everything is based on those 7 laws. And that's where the time for you begins to truly awaken out of the matrix and free your mind and start to see things of how they really are. The Awakening Master Guide. That's where you really start to awaken out of the matrix and begin to see reality, to see of how it really is. Okay, so as we can see, we start in the middle. Everything starts always at some point, and we have to start our way through. We have to make our journey through all these different points in like a Fibonacci-based spindle, whatever you want to call it, step after step. Okay, we have to accept all these things, and we will enter a loop of positivity. The other way around, if we deny the 7 principles of nature law, we will get into this negative loop. Okay, we will get into negativity. We start believing all the nonsense that's going on. We don't care about what's going on. We don't accept things. We deny everything. We don't want to know stuff. We don't do anything. We only look at TV and Netflix. We don't really care. We don't want to master our life. Get in this negative loop, and you will get trapped in a negative loop. Okay, so if you go the positive route or the negative loop, you will enter one of those loops. It's unpreventable if you want it or not. You will end up in either this loop or this loop. What these loops will be, we will dig into it. First, you have to understand the 7 principles of law, of nature law, right? What are they? How can you use them in life? And most important for you, trading. Okay, to enter the positive loop and obviously get the results you want to achieve. So what is the first principle of natural law? The first principle is the principle of mentalism. What is that? That means the mind is all. Everything in creation is actually a manifestation of the mind. Thoughts lead to the manifestation of things and events. If you believe in it or not, it does not matter. You create your own reality with your thoughts and emotion. The most important thing here is, if you think you can't do something, or you think you can do something, you will be right in both cases. What do I mean by that? If you think you can be successful, if you truly believe you can be successful in life, you will become successful. If you have barricades in your life and you're not truly believing it, you have some doubts, maybe like, oh, it's so hard, it's so exhausting, and oh my God, I'm not sure if I can do it. Guess what? You're doubting yourself and you will be right. If you tell yourself you can't do it, it's too hard, you're not meant to be for that. Oh my God, like my neighbor told me I can't do it, and you start to believe it, you will be right. But if you tell yourself you can do it and truly believe in it, you will be right as well. So if you tell yourself you can't, or you tell yourself you can, in both cases, you are right. So for you as a trader, you have to start truly believe that you can get successful as a trader. Because if you have doubts, if you have difficulties, if you start worrying, if you start having fear, if you start doubting yourself, that's when you will not make it. But if you truly start believing in yourself that you can do it, you will start seeing the results, because you will be right. That's literally that's a natural law. If you want something bad enough, you will get it. There's no way around that. But the other flip side as well, if you want something, not really don't want something, you will get that also. It will work in both directions. Okay, so that's how you have to build your mind about the things you really want, and you actually will getting them. Okay, that's again the first principle of mentalism. Focus on believing in yourself truthfully, and you will achieve it. Okay, so that's the first thing you have to understand, and everything starts with that. If you don't believe that, you will already go into the negative loop of it. Okay, it all starts with the first principle of mentalism. The second one is the principle of correspondence. That means which is above is which is below. The very large, or the macrocosm, and the very small, or the microcosm, are reflections of each other. Okay, so like how you do the smallest tasks in your life, that determines how you do the largest tasks in life. For easier to understand for you as a trader is which is in the lower time frames, that is also in the higher time frames. It's both fractal. It's the same exact behaviors, it just takes longer. Again, if you have a perfect pattern on a 1 minute, it's the same exact pattern on a bigger picture can happen in the 4 hour or the monthly. It's all the same. It's literally feeding off itself. Again, in a 1 hour picture, whatever, let's say you just want to analyze, let's go the basics thing of all, a trend line. You of course will have lower time frame trends, you will have higher time frame trends. It's both fractal, it's both feeding into each other. Again, the larger, the higher time frame trend leads into the smaller time frame trend. Okay, obviously, everything feeds and lives from each other. So know the higher time frames and you will know the lower time frames. Know the lower time frames, you will know the higher time frames. They are both a reflection of each other and are both similar in its nature and behavior. And if you check this tree, for example, again, how's the natural law is if you see a tree with all the branches and everything's going on there, there's just no leaves, but if you mirror it down, guess how it looks? All the roots are literally exactly a reflection of what's above. What's above is below. What's the higher time frames is the lower time frames, right? It's always a reflection of each other. That brings you to the second stage of natural law. Again, we have to start with believing the true mentalism state into the principle of correspondence, and then only then we can dig into the next principle of law, and that is the principle of vibration. Nothing ever rests. Everything moves. Everything vibrates. If you look at the laws and the understanding of Nikola Tesla, he said exactly that. If you want to discover the keys to the universe, you have to start thinking in vibration levels and the frequencies and energy and numbers. Everything moves, everything vibrates at every stage. Never ever is there rest. Same thing for the market. The market never rests. The market never stands still. There's always movement in the market. The market is in constant movement. Every second there's a tick inside the market. Why is that so important for you, might ask? Again, there's multiple things you can interpret these things. One of them could be the unlimited potential opportunities you have on an average daily basis. There's an abundance of opportunities every single day. That again should eliminate your FOMO. Once you truly realize that, you will stop chasing trading setups and start to patiently wait for your ideal setups and let it come to you instead of chasing it. Very, very important though, almost essential. You either grow or stagnate as a human being. Again, nothing ever rests. Nothing ever stands still. If you don't progress in life, you literally stagnate. You make negative progress because nothing waits for you. If you don't continue in building up your higher understanding of things, the world is just skipping ahead of you. If you have a good skill but don't develop it to get better and better and better, someone else will overtake you. You don't stay still. You either grow or stagnate. Same thing with trading knowledge. If you think you're in a state where you know it all, guess what? Over time, you will lose. But if you're in the state of, yeah, there's more. I need more. I need more information. What else is there? What else need to understand? What else can do research about? What else can I backtest? That's when you ever grow and grow and grow. The moment you say, you know it all, I can stop learning. That's the moment where you start slowly dying internally. Okay? Each step you make, even if you do not see it right away, because it's such a baby step you did, will have overall a massive effect and steer you in either the right or wrong direction of your life. All the little decisions you make, every decision you make will get you closer to the right or wrong direction to your future you. See yourself as the hero you, the person you want to be, the dream outcome person of yourself. And on the other side, the person you hate. You would hate. You absolutely hate person. But guess what? If every single decision you make will get you closer to either the hero you or the hate you. If you decide now, oh, I go to McDonald's and eat that cheeseburger, even if you think that will make no difference in your life, it gets you closer to the hate you. Or if you say, funnily enough, oh, let me pick up that carrot instead and eat that tomato, healthy food, guess what? You don't see the difference right away. You think it's completely unnecessary, but it will get you closer to the hero you, the person you really want to be. Every little decision will have a compounding effect. Again, the person who reads one book or one page of a book every single day, he doesn't see progress in a month or 2 months. He will see the progress in a decade. It's the compound effect. The things you do on a daily basis are, again, the things, everything is in motion. Everything gives you in the one direction or the other. Okay? Nothing will wait for you. You're just getting all the time closer in one direction. Even if you do nothing, you are moving in a specific direction. And guess what doing nothing will bring you into? Will it bring you closer to your hero you or your hated you? I'm pretty sure you know what direction you're gonna get when you do nothing. You will stagnate. Okay? But if you actively do things and understand and do the right things, you will go in the right direction of your life. But you see, there's so much more to it. We're only in the third stage of vibration. Everything starts with the mind, gets into the law or the principle of correspondence, then into the law of vibration. Then we can start our journey into the next principle, and that's the principle of polarity. Everything has a dual to it. Everything has a pole. Everything has its pair of opposites. Everything you do has its pro and its contra, right? For you as a trader, ambition versus greed. How do you see the markets? Are you greedy or are you ambitious? Being patient, or do you have FOMO? Are you buying or are you selling? There's a big danger in focusing too much in one direction of the market. Maybe you found yourself on these traps. You're focusing so much. Oh my God, downtrend. I need to look for sales, blah, blah, that you're literally missing. You're getting blinded by your one-sided thinking, and you will miss all the picture perfect buy trades you then saw in hindsight. And feel like, oh shit, how did I miss that even? Right? Because you're not open-minded into both outcomes. You have to understand that this principle of polarity, that everything comes with a dual. Everything has poles. Everything has opposites. If you understand that, then only then you can go start the journey into the next one, into the fifth principle, and that's the principle of rhythm. All things rise and fall. The pendulum swing manifests in everything. The measure of the swing to the right is the measure of the swing to the left. Rhythm compensates. What you put in will be what will come out. How far and how strong you will swing the pendulum will again determine of how fast it will swing and swing back. Okay, if you put in a trash trading strategy with only a watered down understanding, guess what's your results gonna be? If you treat your trading like a hobby, guess how it will pay you? If you treat it like a farm manager, doing nothing else every day of analyzing, backtesting, like journaling, backtesting, marking up, like more journaling, more backtesting, forward testing, practicing, making your research, everything in that row, guess what the outcome will gonna be, right? Guess if you sit there in front of the charts, having a YouTube video running on the side, just for half hours analyzing the charts and then expecting to be a millionaire next day, that's not what will gonna happen. The outcome will be what you put in. Okay, in trading, this also can be your consistency, doing the same stuff over and over again to expect the same outcome, right? Again, if you follow the same exact rules all the time, you know your outcome, right? Again, it's not by randomness that the definition of insanity is to repeat the same exact process over and over again, and then out of a sudden you expect a different outcome. Okay, if you're trading the same exact strategy over and over again, and that strategy doesn't bring you results, that's probably something wrong with that. And if you then out of a sudden expect you will follow the same exact strategy you've been struggling the last current 5 months with, and then you expect you will be a millionaire with that strategy, that's when shit will start hitting the fan, because that's not gonna happen, right? You have to change things in your life in order to change things in your life. The other thing around, if you're having a consistent strategy, a proven strategy, and you stick to that, then you know exactly what the outcome will be. That's why finding the right strategy, the right approach, the right method, the right whatever is so essential for you, because you have to stick to it, do it consistently, because only then you can expect the outcome of it. Okay, you have to know your possibilities, you have to know your probabilities, you have to know your errors, your flaws, the dangers, the good things to it, everything's your rules, your guidelines, your tools, your checklists, your everything, your templates, everything you're following has to have exactly a completely back-tested and forward testing method to it. If you don't have that, you will never achieve true form of consistency. If you take one trade like this, the other trade like this, you're just guessing here and there, mixing up strategies, this and this. There's no consistency. There's no rhythm. There's no potential outcome you can expect. The next thing after you follow the principle of rhythm, again, slowly but surely entering into the fun stuff where we're starting to align into a cycle, is the principle of cause and effect. Every cause has its effect. Every effect has its cause. For every action there exists an equal and an opposing reaction. So there is a consequence whenever an action is taken. Again, it doesn't matter how little the thing is you do, there will be an effect, there will be a cause and an effect. There's nothing, you can do nothing in life without a cause and effect. For every action, like again, a building up of liquidity follows a reaction. The inducement is a logical reaction out of the action of the buildup. If they show you a picture perfect trend channel with momentum and speed and a breakout out of that, the effect is for most people that they trade in that direction, right? That's the logical reaction out of the, or the effect out of the cause. Right? If the market rushes into one direction with speed and momentum breaking out of a strong resistance level that creates FOMO for the most watching the market at this specific time, the effect is that they press hectically the buy trade and want to chase that trade. Right? That's the cause of effect in the markets. Everything has its cause. If there's so many buyers, that's the cause, and the effect will be obviously the price is getting pushed up. Other way around. Again, that's liquidity how it's created. Everything has to have its cause and its effect. If they're building up liquidity, they take out the liquidity. The logical effect is that the market will pull away from the liquidity that was grabbed. Okay, logical causes and effect. Everything has an action and an reaction. You just have to understand truthfully in the markets of what's these actions they doing, what is the logical reaction, and you can follow this reaction if you see an action they show you. So you kind of even predict the reaction because you know once an action is there, the reaction should be this and this and this. It's again a natural law, a principle of natural law, cause and effect. So identify the actions and you can identify the reactions in the market. The next law, if we go through it, the last law, the last principle, the seventh principle is the principle of gender. Again, that's a little bit tricky to put into the markets, but obviously there's very much sense to it. Overall, the principle of gender in natural law is that gender is everything. Everything has its masculine and feminine side to it. It's feminine or masculine principles. That becomes essential for you as a trader if we, that's why we gave you again the example with the brain. The brains, the left brain cell or the left brain side, right, is considered to be the what? Like so, remember the two sides of the brain. One is the female side, the female obviously being the right side, the creative side of it, and the male side is the left one, whereas the logical aspect to it, the analytical side of it. But again, you have to combine both. To really develop knowledge, combine creativity with logic, combine analytic approaches with pattern recognition. That's for you as a trader is essential, because if you only base it on logic, not good. If you only base it on creativity, not good. If you combine the both, making a logical approach with creativity thinking, that's where the power comes from. That's again why we show you, for example, the basic master map. It's a logical approach combined with creativity and fun, emotions. It's fun. Oh, pirate map. Oh, okay. A pirate going through it with his little treasure map. But we combine it with logic. It's way much easier for you to understand and gain knowledge out of that, because you, again, if you just throw numbers at you and just show you one logical approach to it, again, maybe you can get it, but way harder than you combine the both. Again, we have so many approaches like that. A simplicity approach. Even the way we do it, again, with what? With this exact map. You can see it creatively, and that makes it much easier for you to follow these guidelines, because you can visually see it and not only logically you have to follow it. So if we reached these 7 principles of natural law and truly start to understand them and truly start to follow them, right? Again, if you want it or not, if you deny them, you will go in the other loop. You feed yourself with negativity. You don't care about anything. You just believe what you want to believe. You say, that's bullshit. I don't fucking care. I don't even want to know. I want to watch my Netflix thing. Yeah, principle of vibration. Who gives a shit? You will go in a different negative loop. But if you really start to believe in yourself, thinking in terms of correspondence, vibration, polarity, rhythm, right? Cause and effect, principle of gender, combining both of your brain sides, combining logic with creativity. If you do all those things and are aware of them, something magically will start to happen. Before that, though, as we can see, there is an additional law that combines all the other principles and is the core of all of them. Again, mentalism, correspondence, vibration, polarity, rhythm, cause and effect are technically all isolated natural principle of laws. They all can obviously work on their own. But if you all combine them and put them all together, you can see, okay, you can mix them up in here and here, maybe even 3 here, maybe even 3 here, right? Or even 2 only, or 3 in here, right? What's start to happen? At one point, everything has its core. Everything has obviously a center. The center, the core, or the seed of life. What does that even mean? What are the characteristics of a seed? It grows. It creates something. The law of or principle that has to be present in order for any change to manifest itself. The principle that governs creation. The causal factor that goes into affect and generates the result that you say you really want. The core of everything is care. Care. Everything starts with care. Care means, what are you giving attention to? What are you focusing upon? What are you focusing upon will ultimately getting generated, getting created and growing. Okay? That does not mean ignoring the negativity though. That just means you would feed the ignorance. Care is what you actually focus upon, what you actually care about, and what you're spending your time on, what you pay attention to. That's all you're caring about. Again, it's much deeper than you think. Most people just don't care of what is really happening in the world or even their life. Therefore, it is an impossibility for them to change the direction of their life. That is how the real law of attraction works. Okay? Only if you truly start to believe and truly start to care, only if you care enough, something magical will happen. Because again, the principle of care, what we care about on a day-to-day basis, acts as the driving force of your thoughts and action. Therefore, care can be seen as the ultimate generator of quality and experience. The principle is often referred to as the generative principle. The word generative is delivered, or the word, from the Latin verb genere. Genere means to create. Care means create. Okay, what does that mean? The main three things you have to develop. Everything has to start with your heart. What are you literally caring about? If you don't care about trading, you will not start really putting in the work. Again, you will never really start to believe and dig into the real knowledge. Your mind comes from the heart. What you care about is what will feed your mind. Okay? And your mind will feed your guts. What does that mean? It has to get in that order. Okay? Your guts cannot be first. Your mind cannot be first. First, your heart, what you really care about, has to develop, and then your mind is getting full of that information. That mind drives your guts. What does it mean in other words? You have to care first to accept the right knowledge. If your heart doesn't care, you will not accept knowledge because you simply say, I don't care. If you go to kindergarten right now and tell a kid how trading works, it simply doesn't have the heart to become a trader. It simply doesn't care. Therefore, it's impossible for it to develop the mind, and it will not put in the actions to become a trader. That means the heart is what you care about. What you care about is the mind. The mind builds the knowledge, and only the knowledge can bring you into the right actions, and the actions will always lead, determine your behavior. What are you do on a day-to-day basis? The thing that is ultimately generating reality is behavior. Action is what generates the reality. Actions are created through what you care about. Your cares and desires drive your action. So the core of everything is care. You have to care enough to really start to receive the right information, to be open-minded, to be open to the facts, to put in the work. And that is the driving force, the generative force that leads you into, first of all, a positive loop of life, and into the ultimate positive loop of, we will dig into what that is. Would you care enough about to put your will behind is ultimately what gets created or manifested in your world. The world is what is because most people do not care enough, even though they say They want things to be different. They simply do not care enough to change through actions. If you truly start to think about that, how many people say, oh, I don't want to be fat, but do they really care enough to not be fat and overweight, to start the actions, to start the knowledge, to start everything to put in motion, to eat healthy, to go to gym, to watch the diet, to not go to McDonald's on a day-to-day basis, to not eat 5 Big Macs on a day? Do they really care enough? The true answer is they do not care enough. Maybe they care, maybe they're depressed about being overweight, but they do not care enough to change the actions they do. Same thing for you as a trader. Of course you care that you're not successful yet, or if you are, you don't maybe care enough that you become into the next level, because maybe you're comfortable, maybe you make profits, maybe you say, oh, I'm fine where I am. Guess what? You don't care enough to get into the next level of truly developing the new skill set. Or if you're struggling enough, do you really care enough to put in the necessary actions to change your trading? Do you really put in the work? Do you really put in the back test? Did you put in the thousands of hours? Did you put in the back test? Are you journaling in trades? Do you analyze your losses? Do you back test on a day-to-day basis? Do you show up every single day? Do you follow your guidance? Do you follow your checklist? Do you follow your rule sets? Do you only trade the setups you're looking for? Do you use the tools they have? Or do you make shit up? Do you trade with emotions, or do you really care enough to follow everything you have? That's the question you have to ask yourself. And that brings you into the spiritual currencies. So what are those spiritual currencies? So first of all, you have to understand what real currency is, and not talking about money anymore, right? We're talking about the spiritual real currency everyone has the same of, and maybe you figured it out already. It is time and attention. Those are the two main currencies every human being on earth has exactly the same of. Okay, it's not money that they can print and produce all ever they wanted. No, time and attention. That's why everyone says time is the most valuable thing there is, right? And again, what's the quote you always hear? Time is money, right? So you have to ask yourself the questions deeply, right? What are you spending your time on? What are you, or where are you investing your time in? And what are you paying attention to? Once you realize that, you will really understand where your real money goes into. And not, again, this fake paper money or these digital numbers on your phone or your whatever, like screen where you see, oh my God, my bank account. No. It's your real time that clicks, and your real investment, your real return on investment, where you're putting your time and, most important, also attention to, right? Not only your time, but also what you're paying attention to. That's why you're saying spending your time and investing your time and paying attention, right? So guess what? You pay something and you will get something in return. If you pay attention to knowledge, you will end up with true understanding. If you pay attention to a Netflix series, guess what the logical outcome or your return on investment will be? Guess what? Not so much, right? Not so high return of investment. If you scroll through Instagram all day long and look at motivational videos, guess what your return on investment will be? Not that much. But if you pay attention to the real stuff which is going on, right? And spend your time in learning and backtesting and breaking down a chart, marking up charts, actually practice in the live market conditions, journaling your trades, paying attention to all the little details, right? Putting in the effort, making everything fun for you, putting up a guideline, putting up all the rules and checklists for yourself, picking your personal preferred trading entry, right? For your right session, sticking to your game plan, sticking to your training plan, doing all this stuff and investing your time and attention properly. That's where you're getting the true return of investment, right? So spiritual currencies, spending time and paying attention from now on until eternity. Always keep that in the back of your head. When you do anything, right? If you go to the sea with your friends, okay, that's pretty cool, but you're spending your time on stuff that doesn't bring you further. Okay, honestly, yes, it's good to spend time with friends. And if you're not in your life where you want to be, you should be more careful and more selective of where you're spending your time to. You can go to the lake with your friends if you're on a position life are you happy about. But if you are very unhappy where you are currently, why the fuck do you go to a lake with your friends and talk about random shit what Kim Kardashian did last Saturday? Who gives a shit, right? Or why do you talk about the last football game? It doesn't bring you further in life. You can do all those stuff if you are in a position life where you want to be. Okay, so whether information we put our time and attention to, we end up getting a return on your investment or our investment. It doesn't matter what you do, it will get leveraged, right? So if you play a mobile phone, okay, you will be maybe happy in the beginning, but on the long run, you're literally wasting your energy, your time, and all your potential in this stupid as mobile going. Or if you're playing Fortnite, I don't even know anymore what's the new games currently. I literally have not played any video games for for years and years. I don't know what's up. Last thing I can remember was this Fortnite hype, but that's like years ago, so I don't even know. And you should not know too. Why do you even know that shit? Like, why do you play these games? Again, it's all this dopamine shit. You're wasting your time. You're spending your time on the wrong shit. Again, that is what real money is, ladies and gentlemen. Again, they can't print that, they can't manipulate it, they can't fake it, they can't influence it. Everyone has the same exact 24 hours a day. Some more, some less. By more, I mean, okay, if you have a family, 3 women and 16 kids, you obviously have less time available. If you work 3 full-time work, whatever stuff, you have less time than someone who's sitting full-time is for full-time work son, right? And whatever, has all the time as he wants to 24/7 a day, and whatever gets financed from a sugar lady, right? Then you have more time. But if you have a hard-working human being who has all whatever this reliabilities and work and a family to feed, your time is always way more limited than someone who is young, like fresh 18, dropped out of high school, whatever, doesn't have like rent to pay, all that shit, lives at home and is in the mother's basement, stuff like that. You have all the possibilities. Stop freaking wasting your real money, which is your time and attention. Again, delete that shitty Instagram or whatever, like this TikTok nonsense, and focus on really making something out of your life. That's what you have to do, right? And guess what? When you realize how you're spending your real quote-unquote money on Netflix and all that shit, you should awaken out of that. Because again, that's at the end of the day what decides where you go in your life. Again, see yourself in 2 characters, right? So that's you here, right? Or maybe that's you here right now in this stage, right? And that's where you want to go. And that's where you would absolutely jump off a building if you would end up being this person, okay? So for every decision you make, you either go in this direction or in this direction. It brings you closer to one of those 2 directions in life. It doesn't matter what you do. It's the food you eat. It's literally the message you don't send out. It's the email you don't answer. It's the game you play. It doesn't matter what you do. It brings you further to either the bad side of yourself or the good side of yourself. And if you truly see this scenario right now in front of your eyes, okay, try to really see what you're doing after you watch this video or what you did 2 hours ago or whatever. Does it bring you more into the direction of negativity, or does it bring you further into the direction of your good self, of where you want to be? Again, if you read, that's good. But what the fuck do you reading? Do you read Harry Potter? Or do you read some sort of self-development book? But even some self-development book, it doesn't really bring you that much further. You need to put actions that bring you really further. And a book is not really action. Again, you can read books if you're in a stage where you achieve something. But again, reading a book about self-development is very good, but actions is 50 million times better. Again, if you want to learn sales, yes, of course, it's good to read a book to learn how to do sales. But what's better than to read a book about learning how to do sales, to fucking go to a door, knock on the door, speak to the person, and making a sell? That's obviously better. Same thing with trading. Learning about trading is essential. Of course, if you don't learn how to trade, you will get fucked up. But if you spend all your time in the charts, looking at price action every day and backtesting, practice, putting in the work, marking up stuff, making rules, making guidelines, following your templates, following your checklist, that's obviously much better because you learn out of experience, because you're investing your time properly. If you watch these videos every day for the next 50 million years, you will not become a good trader because you have to put in the work. That's what literally is the action. First, you need, of course, the right knowledge. But if you just have the knowledge and don't invest your time and attention properly, it will not come out of magic, of winner. Okay, so you have to understand, you have to put in the time in actions. That's what makes the real money. If you really invest your time in the real things, action based. Okay, so what else do we have in here, right? So investing your time in the right things will give you a return on your investment in form of, for example, the right understanding, the right skills, the right expertise, and the right empowerment. Okay, so that is why most people struggle in life, as they pay and invest their attention and time into the wrong things. And we all know how easy it is nowadays to get lost in this endless Instagram story swiping and dopamine machine gun TikTok videos, and oh my god, let me just watch 15 other reels of my favorite Instagram guru and blah blah blah, and oh my god, motivational this, and oh, this guy drives a Ferrari and puts a fancy music to this video, and I watch it all day long. I want a Ferrari. You will not get a Ferrari if you watch freaking people driving around with Ferraris. You will get a Ferrari putting in the work the people did 10 years ago before they drove a Ferrari, right? That watching Warren Buffett advice and shit like that will not bring you further because Warren Buffett is already a billionaire. If he gave you advice of what he did 50 years ago, because that guy is very old already, the story is very different of what he does now. Again, he reads 20 books, whatever, or something like that craziness a day now. I fucking forgot this number. Ridiculous shit. Whatever, 1 book a day, something like that. Doesn't really matter. But you should not do that because you are not a billionaire yet. Guess how many books he probably read when he was in his 20s? Probably not much, because he was very busy figuring out investment by action. Right? He learned through actions, and then obviously used the compounding and all the investment strategies and nada. But you have to do the stuff he did, whatever, 50 years ago to get to a level he's in 50 years later. Again, if you're getting advice of a billionaire for what he's doing right now, it will not help you. It will not help you. You have to put yourself in the situation of someone who's not there. So you have to sit on your ass and have to put in the work. You have to do this stuff nobody else wants to do, right? Everyone wants to be a millionaire or a billionaire. Nobody wants to put in the work. Spending your time is obviously much easier watching a Netflix series about whatever, someone living a fancy life or some documentary, because it's easy. You don't need to do anything. But sitting on your ass and putting in the work, sweating off your ass and doing the shit nobody likes to do, putting in the back test, getting the L's in a row, learning out of the L's, journaling your trades, back test and check where you've went wrong. That's not easy. That's very uncomfortable. Learning over months and months, getting setbacks after setbacks, after L, after break even, after getting frustrated after not finding the last piece of the puzzle. That shit is frustrating, but you have to do it. You can ask every successful trader, including myself, the beginning is hard as fuck. Okay? But you have to be aware of that. It will not be easy. You just have very good understanding about the markets, but it will not magically press the button for you, right? Automatically. No. We're working on EAs and stuff. No, of course we do, right? But at this stage, there is no magic formula that will magically press a button and boom, oh, Reem said buy here and this and this. No, you have to understand what's going on, understanding, skill, expertise, right? And empowerment. That's what you gain if you put in the time, work, effort, and your full attention. Again, and no distraction. Again, if you're trading, watching whatever anime on the sides, I saw people doing that. They sent me like screenshots of a trade, and you can see on the phone they're having like the YouTube thing open, the premium. You see that, what the fuck are you doing? You want to become a trader, full-time trader, and you watch an anime on this, an anime cartoon on the side, the Dragon Ball Z, whatever. What the fuck are you expecting? If you treat trading like a joke and just be like, oh, I just look at the chart, like while I'm cutting my toenails, what are you expecting? It will not work like that. Again, we trading with alerts now because we put in before the thousands and thousands of hours of understanding of what should happen and what's our zones we want to execute from. Okay, then you can have the charts on the side. And when the alert brings, okay, there you go, perfect. But not at the beginning. At the beginning, you have to understand and develop the skill to do the chart. It becomes way more comfortable, way more easy over time, but the beginning is hard, okay? So ask yourself these questions truthfully. What are you spending your time on a day-to-day basis? What are you literally doing all day long? What are you spending your time on? What are you investing your time in? What is the main driving factors? Check your phone. Check your phone thing, go to settings and check how much time you're spending on YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, I don't know, TikTok, WhatsApp, Snapchat, I don't freaking know. Just check your time and cut that cancer out. Okay? What are you paying attention to? Again, if you're trading, what are you paying attention to? Are you getting distracted? Do you look at your phone? Do you message with some hot chick in the back time as well and want to impress her and think about like, oh, this and this guy's story and oh my god, let me check what this guy does and this chick and blah blah blah. Like check all these stuffs truthfully, okay? That is where you will find out whether you're investing in real value or not. Because most of the time you're spending our time on nonsense, entertainment, distractions, and you know exactly what those things are for you. You know exactly what's the things you like to do. If it's this football game or soccer, whatever people call it, or like the last boxing match or basketball, doesn't know what it is for you, but you have that stuff. You're investing your time in a lot, but what's the return of the investment? If you're the biggest fan of Bayern Munich football team, what will that gonna do for you? Where in life will that bring you further to? Nothing, right? But if you're spending all your time in developing something, like really understanding something, learning a skill, like building something, developing your own self further and further, that's what brings you this return on investment you want to achieve, right? Okay, so you will have a return on investment again on those things you're spending your time on doing. And you can imagine what the return on investment of watching TikTok videos for 5 hours every single day will be. also know your sources of information. There's obviously good and pure information sources that are capable to resonate with the truth, helping with development, or developing wisdom, right, or the right knowledge, then leads to right action. Again, you don't get me wrong, you can watch good YouTube videos. There is good YouTube videos out there, but 99.9% of videos of YouTube are freaking cat videos falling into a well and then people laughing at it, right? Don't watch that shit. But if you watch literally some sort of self-development YouTube video, like tutorials or what, something that brings you literally further and you can learn a skill or understanding or gain wisdom out of that, even with trading. Again, there's some good trading tips or knowledge or breakdowns on YouTube. Yeah, of course. Even that videos, again, is definitely a good pure information because it will bring you further and open your eyes. It doesn't waste your freaking time. Like watching whatever the last football game and watching Messi scoring 2 goals. Who the fuck gives a shit? And why do you give a shit? What does it do for you? If you ask Messi, who is XYZ, the fan in the crowd who has like a Messi t-shirt and like pictures all over his bedroom over him, he doesn't even know what the fuck it is. But why are you making this person your center of your life? Doesn't even make sense, okay? Good and pure information. And then there's bad and poison information. That unfortunately is most of the information that is out there. This mainstream media. Again, we will not dig too much into it because we will not want to make anyone mad, right? Or the scientisms or quote unquote schools where they try to teach you anything other than skills that bring you further in life. Right, but again, we will not go this way. If you're like a big fan of getting a degree and getting a doctor's whatever thing, then good for you. But again, if you ask anyone who is really further in life, again, they don't really care too much about degrees and schools and the education you technically got in a school. Again, I myself, I can talk about it. I'm like this classic high school dropout because I realized very soon that, again, this is not the stuff that brings me further in life and I'm not doing too bad. And again, we have multiple. Again, our most best successful story, the legend Josh himself, for example, high school dropout. Makes $1 million a week with trading, by the way, right? Just trading alone. So guess what school did to him or myself, or like technically a lot of very successful students, right? That's not the way you should go for. Again, but we will not go this way. If you think truthfully, you have to get a degree to get like a whatever 60K a year salary work, okay, then good for you, right? Then wrong or false information. Right, again, there's a lot of wrong and false information, most likely based on social media, right? Again, censorship is unfortunately in this world we live in a very big issue. If you only see one side of the story all the time, and if there was someone other like little conspiracy side of whatever, or like really the truth, they're just getting censored, blocked, or whatever. They don't get the reach they want to get. Used to get to getting shadow banned or whatever, the account is getting taken down, all the stuff. You have to accept that we're living in a world of no more freedom of speech. Again, an example if for that is like, let's take our technically ex-president Donald Trump. What happened to him? This was the freaking president of the United States, the most influential person of humanity in this time, or of humanity at this time, right? What happened to him? They literally censored him on Twitter. Think about it truthfully. What world we living in that the president of the United States, whatever it was, Twitter account gets taken down because he just points out things of his point of view. Doesn't matter if it's wrong or whatever nonsense or conspiracy, or some people say he's an idiot. It doesn't matter. It's the president of the United States at this time, and his Twitter account gets taken down. Think about the madness of the world we live in, right? All the information sources. It doesn't matter if it's about the pandemic or this and this or blah, blah, blah. If it's something quote unquote negative or true about it, they're just getting censored. It's just getting down and getting shadow banned. All that stuff. So you have to accept that we're living in a world of censorship, and that's obviously not good. So you have to understand it and then truly get aware of that. Social media, if it's used like mainstream, again, there's good social media. There's good people on social media. Again, that doesn't mean social media is completely bad. There's a lot of very good social media accounts which truly share good information, good point of views, and all this stuff. Obviously, you can follow that. Same thing with YouTube or whatever. There's very good content out there, right? Nobody says the whole thing is negative. Just if you use it like the mainstream. Again, if you follow the freaking actors where they post about like, oh, they're calling their kid this and this and blah, 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 then obviously you have to wake out of that shit, right? So cut that shit off. Right, so the goal is to purify the sources of information you intake. Right, it is very simple. Right, it's very simple. Like if you eat bad food, you will get bad health and get sick. And if you intake a lot of negative and wrong and false information, your behavior and your thoughts will be negative. At some point where they call it quote unquote is brainwashing. Again, if there's people in this world that consume this stuff for years and decades and they're so deep into that shit, you can't get them out of them. And that's the ones pointing at fingers and conspiracy theories and blah, blah, blah. You can't help these people anymore because they're so like into this concrete of lies and negativity. They just feel comfortable in this spider web of negativity and nonsense, but you can't get them out of that anymore. So you have to wake out of that yourself. And if someone is very deep into there, you can't get them out. Again, there's like people, they literally, you can't get them out. You can try as hard as you want. They will never get out of this negative loop. Again, we will talk about the negative loop also later again. But if someone is trapped in there, it's almost impossible to get. And you probably know people like that. Again, you know people where you maybe talk to them about specific points in life and they just completely go sideways and say, dude, you're crazy, this and this, never, that's impossible, blah, blah, blah. And that's the people you just have to make a big bow around them, okay? And then again, what you put in will come out. What seeds you use will dedicate the plant that will grow. Again, if you plant like seeds full of shit and negativity, like whatever, some sort of cactus, I don't know, but grow out of that and you poke your ass on it. But if you grow like nice seeds and whatever, like sing to the plant and oh, everything is good, blah, blah, a beautiful rose will grow out of that, okay? That brings us to the 5 natural law expressions. And that is one of the most important things you will ever hear, okay? So the recognizable workings of natural law in your life take place through 5 basic expressions, okay? We will dig into these 5 expressions and you will find yourself in what state you will be and how you can go forward and back and how to identify what you should do for going either further or backwards. Okay, so each of these expressions have a positive and a negative aspect, giving us a total of 10 overall law expressions. It is the loop you're entering, either the positive or negative. It works in both ways. So there's 5 natural law expressions and they go either in the positive loop or in the negative loop. You either go in this loop or in this loop, okay? But you entering one of those loops if you want it or not. Does not matter if you want or not. Does not matter if you know about it or not. Even if you say all this stuff, I don't care, I don't blah, blah, blah. It doesn't matter. If you deny it or not, you will enter one of those loops, okay? So it's just way better to be aware of what's going on and then utilize the actions needed to either progress further into the positive loop or get out of the negative loop. Okay, so if you look at our beautiful illustrations you make for the Awakening Master Guide map in here, you already can see that we covered the principles of life already, right? And we went through all the principles from 1 to 7. And best case, obviously, you're walking the walk into this positive loop right here. If you truly start to care about changing your lives, if you truly start to care, you obviously are getting aware of all these principles: the principle of mentalism, the principle of correspondence, the principle of vibration, the principle of polarity, the principle of rhythm, cause and effect, and last but not least, the gender, where you truly start connecting your both brain cells, where you start connecting the analytical aspect with the creative aspect, also about your trading, where you're combining logic and again creativity. That's exactly what we're doing with lit overall, and where you can see, okay, we're using logic and visual, nice, appealing or step-by-step process to make it 10 times more effective for you to intake all this information. So if we now, again, doesn't matter if it's the negative loop or the positive loop, there is one expression, the first natural law expression, right, where we will go through, okay? And again, doesn't matter if it's positive or negative. The expression is, the first one is the generative polarity expression. That is the force that we use to set all of our other events in motion. That is the first step, and you can call it the caption of the loop you will enter. Okay, the force that we use to generate or create the quality of your overall life experience. Okay, can be positive in here or negative in here. If it's positive, and that's obviously what you should aim for, then you truly start to care or love something, right? And that will open your pathway to true consciousness. If you really care about something, right, you want to learn about it, you open to intake true knowledge because you really care about it. And that's where true consciousness, awareness of something starts to develop. Care love is the force which helps you to expand your overall consciousness and to become open to truth. Again, if you don't care, if you simply say, I don't care about that shit, you can never ever gain true consciousness about something, especially not the truth about how things really are. Only if you care, if you really put in the work. Again, we talked about it, the mind, obviously first the heart, the mind, and the guts. Then you start to put in the actions, and you will develop consciousness about something. That's the first positive loop if you're conscious about it. Again, in regards to natural law, care, overall law, for like if you truly care about something, should be seen as the expansive force for consciousness. It is the force that helps you to become open to truth and expand your awareness. On the other flip side to it, the negative side, you might think it is hate. Right? Because if it's care or love, it might be hate. It is not that, right? So think about, what is the thing that prevents consciousness? If you're not conscious, what are you then in this state? It stops you from growing and keeps you where you are, right? So if you think about the different or the opposite of consciousness, it is fear. Fear is nothing else that you're afraid of something that is not even real. If you're sitting on your bed and you're afraid, having fear of like in the dark and letting your arm hang off the bed or stuff like that, you're literally afraid of something that's not even there because you're afraid of the potential future, which is not reality. You're not conscious that nothing is under your bed. Again, like now we're talking about like a 12-year-old, but it's fine just to give you the example about that, right? Same thing with trading. If you feared about losing money, that just means you're not conscious, you're not having the awareness of what's going on. You don't follow your checklist, you don't have a true rule set, you don't have guidelines, you don't follow step-by-step guidelines, you don't follow risk management, and you don't have a clear, proper strategy, you backtest the fuck out of it. Because if you would have all these things in place and gain true consciousness, why would you ever be in fear? Make sense, right? So that's why fear is the force which influences you to become closed to truth and which ultimately shuts down your awareness. Only if you're having fear, that's where your awareness is zero, because you're just afraid of something that's not even reality. Okay, so fear leads to unconsciousness, and unconsciousness you can identify if you're like, I don't want to look at that, that can't be true, I don't want to hear that, I don't want that to be true, like I'm afraid of doing this and this and this, I can't do blah blah blah, this and this and this, that's not possible. All that stuff, that's all fear of something. And if you talk to someone and they say some sort of like, I don't want to look at that, or that can't be true, you immediately know, okay, they're in the first loop of negativity. It doesn't matter what you say to these persons. They're closed off to reality. They don't want to know. They're not open to receive true knowledge because they're having fear of something. They're completely unconscious about reality and a very closed mind. Okay, so most people are fearful with the responsibility that comes with knowledge, and that now is very, very important about your trading. Okay, so really try to imagine yourself in this position, and if you can relate to that. Most people are fearful of having to act based upon knowledge. So if you received the lit knowledge, obviously our standard we trading is very, very high information you receive is the top-notch information you ever get. This intraday mastery, that shit is obviously very impressive, and there's no step higher than that. Some people are literally having the fear of like, oh shit, now I have to trade like that. Now I have to catch 1 to 10s on a daily basis. They're having the fear because they think they have to act based on the good knowledge they have, right? So that's again why you're becoming a better and better trader over time. You can develop this fear where you think, oh shit, now I'm trading for 5 years and blah, 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 this and this. I have to be successful, and you're making yourself the own barrier in your head because you think you have to be successful based on your experience, based on your knowledge you already have, or based on the education you received. So if you're finding yourself in that trap, in that fear, you know you have to go out of this loop and start to revise of how far you've came, of what you know, what you knew 1 year ago, without the rule sets you follow, the guidelines, the checklist, the strategy, the backtesting, the confidence, the whole community you're in. You have to revise everything and start to realize, okay, it is good, it is fine if you don't catch 1 to 10s on a daily basis, because no one will expect that from you. Okay, so don't put yourself into this pressure situation where you think you have to be an intraday master and you have to be a millionaire by this year, because that's not what it is. Just because you have very good and very high in education, that doesn't necessarily mean that everyone has to act upon it. Of course, you should act upon the knowledge, but again, the pressure you're building yourself is not needed. Okay, so if you start to realize yourself in this fear, that's when you have to build back the confidence for the strategy, the confidence about the rule sets, the guidelines. Again, use that checklist, use the templates, use the entry helper, use all the other step-by-step processes to gain that confidence that eliminates this fear and start to truly develop consciousness. So if you go the positive loop and you're aware of all the principles and you're putting in the work, you're spending your time properly, and develop all these rules, guidelines, and all these checklists for you, are truthfully caring about putting in the work and truthfully caring about making an impact in your life and truly start wanting to actually make a change, that's when you gain consciousness and you start entering this positive loop of life where the true magic starts to unfold. The other flip side, again, if you start putting shit in your brain, media and all that stuff, and not feel not even fearful at this stage, but just be not open to truth, just denying things, think you know it all already, think you're like the top chi and all that stuff, and just be going through closed minds through this world, receiving the wrong information, having the wrong cycle around you, all that stuff, or circle around you, having the wrong influence, like watching nonsense stuff, just walking this negative loop, eating bad food and negativity all the time, you will find yourself in the first stage of the negative loop, which is fear. So if you're fearing something in your life right now, you know you went the whole negative loop to end up in fear. Because again, if you're fully conscious about something, if you truly know all the outcomes of a scenario, there is no fear. If you take a trade, you know exactly, I risk perfectly with the execution helper or with the trade assistant, perfectly 0.2.5% of my account. I truly know I'm following my guidelines, my checklists, my rule sets, my templates, my entry helper, my confluences, and I know exactly what I'm risking. Why are you feared? Why do you have fear if you know exactly if I take this specific setup, I took these setups 10 times, if I take it 10 times, it has a chance of winning my personal execution approach, the entry I will try to choose. I backtested it over months and weeks and days, life. I know exactly if I take this LET or EDM trade, 5 out of whatever, 7 trades, I will win this trade. 6 or 7 out of 10 times, this trade will gonna win. 3 times, I will lose this trade. Or whatever, if I choose a more aggressive approach, okay, I have to be fine of losing it 4 or 5 times out of 10 times. But that's why it's a risky, limit, extreme approach. But you should know, you should be conscious and aware about all this stuff. And you should not feel like, oh my God, this and this, I will blow my account. If you are in this stage about your mind, that's where you know you've entered the negative loop, okay? Be aware of all the strategy approaches, of all the stuff you backtested, of how well it works for you, what's your entry approach, and again, how well it works for you, your time zone, your session, your cup trade, your entry approach, and obviously if you skill in, yes or no. Okay, and if you know all these facts and how it works for you, then obviously enter the positive consciousness loop. The initiation expression. So that is what sets the ball rolling. By choosing between the generative force or the generative polarities of either consciousness
which is the care, or the unconsciousness, which is the fear. Again, once you are on a consciousness level or in a level of fear, that's what sets the ball rolling and the loop starts to twisting or turning, right? So the positive side of the loop is you accepting the truth and you're open-minded and truly care about the things you want to change. And if you do that, you gain true knowledge. And knowledge is the acceptance of truth of how it really is. The knowledge is the receiving and acceptance of truth. Knowledge positively influences your decision-making processes in every single area of your life. Again, if you start to truly develop consciousness, that's why your intelligence and true knowledge starts to appear. You will understand your losses. You will understand your wins. You will understand your rules. You will understand your guidance. You will understand what to do and you will understand what not to do. That's also where your intuition starts to kick in because you gain experience and repetition for knowledge. Again, because you accept the truth of what it is. You're not like putting yourself sideways and deny all that stuff and be like, oh, that shit doesn't work and blah, blah, blah. If you do that, that's not knowledge. That's you entering the negative by having fear of consequences or, again, responsibilities. Again, if you want to blame someone else on your losses, that's fine. But again, you're just fearing and denying your responsibility of, oh, where's your checklist? Show me your analysis. Show the whole step-by-step process. Show me a 20 confluence you had when you took this trade and show me that you put on proper risk management and all the confluences that lead into it, right? And if you're aware of all these responsibilities, then you're not blaming anyone, right? Or by refusing the truth, you will obviously gain what? What's the opposite of knowledge? And that's an interesting one as well. It is ignorance. Ignorance is the refusal of truth. If you're ignoring something, that is one of the worst things you can do. Let's say you're just getting an L in your trading and you just ignore it. You just never look it up again. You just don't do it. You just don't journal it. You just plan out what you will ever receive out of that. It's not even an L, it's an even bigger L because you not even try to figure out of what the reasons have been why this L maybe was caused. What did you do wrong? Did you read journal? Did you check your checklist? Did you go over all your thought process again? What did you see at the stage? What maybe could be different? But if you ignore it, that's just a refusal of the truth. You don't want to accept that you were wrong. Same thing of trading. If you want not to accept that you caught a trade wrong, and then that's where the revenge trading happens. Where you try to jump in a trade again to make your money back and you're chasing kind of a setup. That's the refusal of truth that you have been wrong, right? But if you gain true knowledge, you shouldn't accept the truth and maybe, yes, you did something wrong. Accepting losses is one of the biggest challenge for every trader. Don't get caught in this ignorance of refusal of the truth. So the ignorance, again, is denying the truth, and it's the negative, or it negatively influences all your decision-making processes, again, in every area of your life. So not knowing, even though necessary information is present to you, because that information has been willingly refused or discarded. That is where ignorance is at its peak, where you should turn around and be like, oh shit, you're going the absolute wrong way. Again, if there's a video helping you something about whatever area in your life, and you just ignore it. Or if someone gives you advice, you simply ignore it. That is when necessary information is present, but you're simply ignoring it. If you ask an educator about something, he gives you an advice, and you just ignore it because you think you know it better, or you whatever, don't want to listen to it, that's ignorance. That's one of the worst things you can do. And again, you will find yourself in a
big negative loop and it will become way, way worse. Okay, so start opening your mind truthfully to truth, right? And accept truth, accept being wrong sometimes as well, and start to gain true knowledge, because that is what at the end of the day will positively influences your decision making, by having knowledge. If you have ignorance, all the steps after that will most likely be very wrong, because you're acting upon ignorance and not about knowing what you actually do. So that brings us in the first loop, which is knowledge. If you truly have consciousness, you truly will start develop knowledge, and the knowledge will lead you to a first and next positive loop of life. But if you're entering the fear, the negative loop of life, you will find yourself with some sort of ignorance, and it's very easy to identify if you're in a state of ignorance. So do you ignore anything? Like, do you ignore advice? Do you ignore some videos? Do you think you know it all? Are you ignorant about something? That's where you have to start thinking about, oh shit, are you in a negative loop? Or you truly start developing knowledge, are conscious about what you're doing, and do you really care about changing that? Do you do half-ass shit and whatever, watch videos while you do other stuff and trading and don't really care about it too much, that you just blame someone else and don't want to put in the work and don't follow all the 50 million guidelines as you have, because you don't want to gain the consciousness and you are fearing to acting upon all the knowledge, and there's some sort of barrier which creates this ignorance about you. Because if that's the case, again, either positive or negative, the next loop is the internal expression. And that is what happens inside of you. The level of understanding happens internally. What does that mean? The next positive loop is, or the positive loop continues by unifying the three aspects of consciousness, such there is no internal contradiction between, again, the three stages, the thoughts, emotions, and actions. Again, the heart, the mind, and the guts. That's where you truly are in line with your thoughts, your emotions, you're feeling good about what you do, you have confidence, and you truly put in the effort, the time, you're spending your spiritual currencies in actions that bring you further in life. Okay? And when you do that, you will gain supreme. Supreme is the internal monarchy. That means that is a state in which you control your own thoughts, emotions, and actions. That is where true self-control, true self-mastery, true self-love, and true self-ownership starts to develop. Okay, it's not you pointing at the finger at someone else and blaming something. Is it a news event? Do you blame whatever, so like some sort of educator or some sort of student or your neighbor or your cat? No, you are in balance with yourself. You know you are in control about your own life. You understand that you steer your own reality, okay? And if you have true self-control based out of true consciousness and true knowledge, and are aligned with your own thoughts and emotions, you're not sitting in front of your screen having fear and like being all sweaty and are feared of pressing that buy or sell button after you had all your confluences checked and followed your guidelines, and it's to the absolute minute setup and a perfect cup trade, then you follow your entry protocol with the approach you want to choose, and there's a lead confirmation, and you have 15 other confluences. That's the you have good feeling about it. You backtested the setup 5 million times. You have developed confidence and true belief in the system and know exactly the do's and don'ts of your strategy. that's where the magic starts to happen, because you're in peace with yourself. The internal monarchy, again, you're an inner personal good being about yourself and truly trade in harmony. The negative loop to it is if you have not taken in knowledge, as you have been afraid of something, and that brought you to the lack of understanding, that's when you will gain. And again, that's very easy to spot if you're in a state of that, and that's confusion. Confusion is nothing else than internal anarchy. Okay, the good side of it is internal monarchy. Monarchy is the one ruler. The monarchy is like mon comes from one, and archy is the ruler, right? So it's the one ruler from within. So you are the leader of yourself. You ruling yourself. The internal anarchy just means that internal anarchy is the absence of the ruler within. So you are not controlling yourself. You're confused about what's going on. Your emotions go crazy, your thoughts are different, and your actions are completely out of place. Confusion could be seen as the internal opposition within your own consciousness, being torn apart from within in such a way that your own thoughts, emotions, and actions are contradicting each other. Okay, so if nothing makes sense to you, you're clearly in a state of confusion. That's how you have to go the steps back, because again, you never gained true knowledge. You never gained true knowledge because you're lacking consciousness. Again, if you look at our loop now, we start, or if you're entering a state of fear, out of fear gets ignorance. Only if you're ignorant about something, you can get confused. You cannot have knowledge, true knowledge, truly understanding the strategy, truly following your guidelines, all the confluences, all the rule sets, all the checklists, and then be confused. It is not possible. You only can be confused if you ignored something. Is it the checklist? Is it some sort of confluence? Is it some kind of anti-confluence? Is it some sort of higher time frame approach? Did you only look at the 1 minute but ignored the 5 minute, or did you look at the M5 and ignored the 1 hour? Then only then you can start to get confused. But only ignorance can be gained out of fear. If you feel afraid of something, only then you will be ignorant about something else. And only if you're ignorant, you start being confused. So that's where you can reverse engineer these steps. So if you find yourself in the state of confusion, again, your internal anarchy, that's where your inner self is not present. Again, you're not, again, means the absence of a ruler from within. You're not in harmony with your own thoughts, emotions, and actions. So maybe you have a bad feeling about it. Maybe you don't trust yourself. Maybe you're just having a weird mental issue with money management. That's maybe when you're trading too big a lot sizes, or you're risking too much. Maybe you're not familiar with risking too much because you're in a stage of life where money means a lot to you and you cannot afford this next L, or you're putting yourself into pressure where you'll be like, you need to become a full-time trader. Too much pressure starts with fear. You're putting too much pressure about it. You're fearing what if not. Then you're entering again the negative loop of ignorance. Then you start to ignoring something because you want to make the shortcut. It will not gonna work. If you're ignoring it and you're making mistakes, that's where the confusion starts from. Starts to click, right? But if you walk the positive loop about the consciousness, you start really taking care of what has to be done and really putting in the work, spending your spiritual currencies well, gaining true knowledge, understanding what's going on, follow all the guidelines, rules, rule sets, and cheat sheets and all that stuff. Then being in internal monarchy, gaining supreme, having good thoughts, emotions, and putting in the right actions, having true self-control, that's where the magic will unfold. We're entering the loop, or we're already in the loop, and we're obviously circling the positive loop or the negative loop. So identify where you are in those stages and then try to reverse engineer it when you're in a negative loop, or obviously try to gain the next stage if you're in a positive loop. The next stage would be the external expression. We had the internal expression, now we have the external expression. So that is what happens externally around you, the environment you are surrounded. So the positive, of course, is by not getting affected by an external ruler. You are not influenced by others. Then you will gain freedom. Freedom is the external anarchy. If there's no one from the outside is obviously controlling what's going on with you. That also can be the right surrounded environment. Again, if you're in a community with Flit, for example, you have the most beautiful environment you can be. That's all people that have very high knowledge, high awareness, high consciousness, putting in the work, and obviously having the right overall understanding about the markets, and they push together. That's where you truly start to gain freedom, because there's no one from the external side that throws you in with negativity, nonsense, false information, confusion. All that stuff is not here. So surround yourself with the right people and obviously cut those out who makes issues for you and stops you from gaining. True freedom should be seen as the goal of spiritual development. The only way for freedom to manifest is the understanding of all the natural laws. If you want it or not, you will go these loops. You will go through these principles, the natural principles we covered earlier, right? You will gain or go through these loops from the consciousness to the knowledge to the supreme, and then the freedom, if you want it or not. Again, if it's a positive loop for you, perfect. But even people that are not aware of that, but entering these loops, they do exactly these things, right? So surround yourself with the right community and obviously cut out the negativity, which is being surrounded by negativity and influenced by others. You are not free, and therefore you will suffer from external control. That's the external monarchy. If someone else keeps you away from achieving something, the external monarchy means you are not your own ruler, but being ruled by someone else. Okay? So if you're, for example, dependent on like a signal service, or someone tells you what to do, or you need this guidance, you're not having freedom. You're not in control about yourself. Or if you're like in some sort of weird toxic forex community where people just talking shit non-stop, or like scamming people over, or talking bad about someone else, that's like an external monarchy where you're getting negatively influenced from the outside. And obviously that has to stop. You will never gain true freedom if you are in one of these negative toxic groups, right? The same thing is, for example, these news events or fundamentals. That's not freedom. Again, if you trade fundamentals, that's never in your control, never can be, right? But someone else controls that stuff. If you depended on news events and a company, or if you're trading stocks or crypto, stuff like that, again, technically, yes, you can never control the forex market as well. But that's why you have hundreds of confluences overall, if you depending on how you stack them together, rule sets, guidelines, templates, entry helpers, risk management, all the stuff you need, all these this kind of the simplicity approach, the basic master map, the overall, the lit cycles, the daily cycles, the cycle variations, all that stuff that keeps you being in control because you see these outcomes or you've seen these outcomes before and you can plan your success. But you being in control about all these things, right? Of course, if there's a random new spike candle, yes, that's out of your control, but that's where the knowledge comes from, that you have to accept that these things can happen. But being dependent on stuff like that, where there's people like there are news traders, they're only trading NFP, for example, with buy and sell stops and shit like that, or like some sort of fundamental events. That's like completely crazy, right? That's not your control, and you cannot analyze that. But guess what? You can analyze into the basis if there's specific patterns, repeated cycles all over again, step-by-step guidelines, rule-based checklists, and all that stuff. That's in your control, right? So stick to what's in your control, gain true freedom based on that, and stay away from letting other people influence or literally even control you. If you need someone else to be successful, you're on the wrong path. Okay, so start getting into control about yourself. That's where freedom starts to happen. So we can see out of true consciousness comes knowledge. Out of true knowledge comes the supreme, being in control about yourself. And then obviously that's where the freedom starts to happen. If you find yourself being controlled, again, that's very likely because you're confused about something. Only if you're like in a signal group, because you're probably confused about the markets. You're only confused about the market because you're ignoring the true knowledge about the market because you are fearing something. If it's fearing about going back to a 9 to 5 or like fearing of losing money, that's again where being ignorant and then confused, and based because you're confused, you're letting other people control your destiny. And then you join a signal service, right? Makes sense? Hopefully it does, because that's literally what it is. The last point about the natural expressions is the state of manifestation. You get what you say or think you want to get, positive or negative. You can't prevent it. If you're in a negative loop at this stage, the next negative thing will happen. If the positive in the positive loop and you truly start to ride the waves of the positive loop, what's going to happen is you're in a state of consciousness. You accept the truth of how it is and gain true knowledge. You are in control of yourself and you understand the state of true freedom and what it includes. Then you will gain order. That is when shit's going to start to manifest and you will get and achieve the things you're looking for. Manifested good will only appear when you accept the truth. Your behavior has been brought into harmony and you are in balance with yourself. That is when you see us trade in full harmony and where it seems like impossible. This intraday mastery and stuff like that. Because we went through all the other cycles before, we truly understand what we do. We always follow the checklist. We always follow the guidelines. We never are in a state of confusion where we don't know what should happen. And if we are, then we completely stay away and reverse the steps so we get into the state of awareness, consciousness, and obviously state of freedom of mind. If you're not happy, if you had a very shitty day and you want to throw up, trading emotional, you should stay away. But if you are in a harmony, having a good feeling, trusting the process, analyzing correct, not ignoring anything, sticking to your game plan, sticking to your trading plan, sticking to your risk management, and following obviously the guidelines, checklist, and everything else, that's where order, things are clear, structured, and you will manifestate this trading success. It's unpreventable. You can't prevent it. If you truly do these things step after step on a daily basis, it is literally impossible to fuck that shit up. right? Because you know the risk rewards you're trading, you know the many possibilities we have on a day-to-day basis. Yes, there's very clean days. There's 100% Mona Lisas a day, and then there's not clean days. There's tricky and challenging days, but it's obviously up to you if you give up on the challenging days, and if you miss these Mona Lisa trades, or if you take the Mona Lisas 10 out of 10 times, right? The negative side to it is when there is imbalance with yourself. There's imbalances in the markets, right? But there can also be imbalances with yourself, which is the result of ignorance, of ignoring the truth. And you will gain absolute chaos, right? That's the manifested evil when nothing seems to work out for you. And it is the exact opposite of what you want to achieve in life. That's where everything goes wrong and literally think like you want to give up. But that only can happen if what? That stage of true chaos can only happen if you're not controlling your own destiny, if you're dependent on someone else. And that only can happen if you're confused about what to do. That only can happen if you're ignoring the true facts and ignoring some sort of information, some sort of advice, or you don't want to know or don't want to put in the work because you're having fear of something. That's the negative loop. And if you can find yourself into one of those stages, you know exactly now what to do to reverse engineer it, to reverse all this negative bullshit and get into this positive loop, and then finally start to truly care about and putting in the actions to gain consciousness. Then you will gain true knowledge. That's how you understand everything what's going on, all the rules, all the guidelines, all the checklists. That's where you're all ruling over yourself as well. You're in harmony with yourself. Your thoughts, emotions, and actions are aligning, and you're following everything in order, right? In order, the checklist, the guidelines, everything is in place all the time. And that's where you start to manifest true success in your life and training. And always keep one very important aspect in mind. The 5 natural laws will always come chronologically, okay, chronological, and follow each other. So there's no, for example, there's no, I gained freedom because I'm in peace with myself and I'm the ruler of myself. I gained knowledge and that's why I'm confused. That's not what happens, right? There is no randomness here. It's all chronological and comes in order, right? So if not, there's no, I've accepted the truth and that's why I've developed knowledge. So now I'm in a state of confusion. That's not what's possible. It simply is not possible. You only can be confused if you're ignorant about some other aspect, and you only can be ignorant if you have fear of whatever, right? Okay, but you probably know what you're fearing. If it's like being afraid of not becoming successful, if losing money, the FOMO, whatever, some sort of fear that leads to ignorance, and only then you can be confused, and only then other people can control you, and only then you will attract chaos to your life, right? But it's always in order. You cannot go from ignorance to freedom. So if you are on the negative side of this loop, you cannot magically go on the other positive side. It doesn't work like that. Okay, it will never be like this ever. The 5 natural laws are chronological and cannot be skipped either. They come in order. So maybe you saw this sign a lot of times already, right? Some call it the yin and yang. Some call it whatever what it is. And our understanding of it, again, it's just the balance, and it's always the cycle of what you go. Again, this thing spins, and again, either in the negative loop or on your positive loop. Okay, so that's where it is. Or on the other side, you can make it like this. So either in the consciousness on the positive or the negative loop in here.
right? So let's choose another color so you can see my perfect drawings in here. So that's the negative, for example, right? So either on the positive side of things or on the negative side of things, right? So it's either starting with the consciousness, then there comes the knowledge. With the knowledge, you gain inner control. With the inner control, you gain true freedom as you're in peace with yourself, right? Your thoughts, emotions, and actions are aligned, right? And then things start to align, right? It's in that order. It cannot be things starting to align and then you gain consciousness. It doesn't work like that. You cannot have only the knowledge and then immediately go to order. It doesn't work like that. Same thing with the negative side of things, right? You cannot have or be controlled by other people and being influenced negative by other, and then 100% you cannot just out of a sudden then gain freedom. That doesn't work like that. You have to go these steps first, or if you're in this stage in life, you have to first reverse these steps and then go into this loop. Okay, same thing again. You cannot go in from ignorance immediately to chaos. You will find yourself from ignorance in a stage of confusion first, and then some other circumstances control you and some other entities control you. Okay, but you will find yourself in one of these loops, and obviously the moment you can identify it, you can break free from that. And the most important thing, again, always, if you do something in your life from now on, see yourself either in this side, right, where you're like happy, or in this side where you're not happy, right? Oh, look at how sad this guy is, right? So with every single decision you make in your life, it brings you either in this direction or this direction. See it like a nice balanced, what I will like call it, some scale, right? So in this scale, right, you have the 0 point. Obviously make that like balanced. So if that's the most possible perfect order loop, right, that's the order. And here, so that's your goal. And that is the worst thing. And that's like pure chaos where you don't know what's going on. So it doesn't matter what you do in life. If it's like, if you do something or don't something, every decision you make, if you go today to the lake with your friends, or if you sit down, backtest charts, put in the work and effort to learn and backtest and understand the charts truthfully, that obviously brings you further into this direction. But guess what? It's like you can expect like there's like people on this side, right? Okay, that's a human. That's not a human. Like that's a feather human right here. And they, what is it called in English? Like they're towing like the rope, right? So whatever. This guy obviously wants to drag it in this direction, and this guy wants to drag it in this direction. And there's like here is like the flag, which decides like where you are in life. And obviously it's always this back and forth, back and forth. The flag sometimes is here, sometimes it's here. But obviously with every action you do, you're either dragging this guy into the right direction, or like this guy dragging you in the wrong direction. So you will find yourself bouncing further. Again, sometimes you can be confused. Then you go back to a stage of ignorance, but then you find yourself fearing. But then all of a sudden, out of a sudden you gain consciousness because you learned something new and broke free from the fear, right? And then you gain knowledge. Perfect. But all of a sudden you don't make it into this stage and you only gain back to consciousness. You're aware of something, and all of a sudden you find yourself into fear again because you reversed a step, right? So it's always this back and forth with every single decision you do. Again, if you eat a cheeseburger or if you eat a healthy meal for like some protein, if you go to the gym, if you don't go to gym, every little single decision in life brings you either further to the positive or negative loop. And if you have that in mind, you will think twice if you open your Instagram, scroll through nonsense stuff, or like watch a YouTube video, watch a Netflix series, or if you actually put in the work. Okay, so keep that in mind always from now on when you do anything. And of course, we have some keys to learn every skill you desire, you want to learn. You can literally learn every skill you want. The key here is that you put in many repeated attempts and get a lot of feedback out of that. So what does it mean? Feedbacks are outcomes. For example, if you forward test in replay mode, you will get a feedback immediately. So let's say you backtest a strategy, right? And you know exactly, okay, that's my rule sets, boom, you backtest it on the edge, on replay mode, and then you place the trade, and boom, out of a sudden you see immediately, has your analysis been right or wrong? That's one feedback loop, okay? If you repeat this process thousands and thousands of times, you have a lot of feedback loop. But guess what? If you go live now, so if you only stick to quote unquote live trading in the live market conditions, obviously that's a very good training because you're learning the market in real life conditions, but you're only limiting yourself to a few very limited attempts a day, because live trading experience, of course, you learn the live trading experience, but you don't get a lot of feedback loops. Again, how many trades can you possibly trade in a day until you either jump off a building or or done for whatever, the whole day anyways, right? So either getting so frustrated because you fuck up many times, or you're doing very good and whatever. There's not a lot of learning experience here as well. But the true learning starts with multiple feedbacks over and over and over again, right? So this is also very important, but again, the live trading experience is very, very important, but that's not the way you truly can gain knowledge out of it. You have to practice it in replay mode, and obviously before that you have to see it in hindsight first. Only if you can see it in hindsight, then you will be able to see it on the edge in replay mode, and only if you can make it in replay mode, multiple repeated attempts, then you will be able to do it in live markets. When you literally everything is like emotional based, you have to wait, everything takes much longer, emotions come into place, real money, you have to risk and all that stuff, right? That's where the true challenge comes from. At first, you have to make it step by step, right? So from now on, like again, the saying is, first you have to put in the practice before you can fight properly. So one of my personal best quotes is, sweat more in training so you bleed less in a fight. Okay, so repetition is key always. If you put in countless of hours and practice in replay mode, back testing, forward testing, on the edge testing, like whatever, even hindsight testing, if you do that multiple thousands and thousands of times, then of course you will have a much easier time to trade live. But if you learn a new strategy and then immediately want to trade it live every single day, that will not gonna work. You will make more mistakes than you learn, because what's the learning experience here? You will get one feedback or two feedbacks or three feedbacks the whole day. But guess what? If you spent this whole day backtesting charts in replay mode, you couldn't go over hundreds of examples, depending on what you trade. The same thing, again, see it like an easy practice for a doctor's approach, like a doctor in a hospital. So he treats, let's say, broken bones. Okay, so broken bones, easy broken bones, like, okay, how many people break an arm or a leg or a finger or whatever. So that's obviously happens a lot of time. So the doctor sees that on a daily basis. He knows exactly, okay, a patient comes to me, arm is broken. I managed to treat patients like that hundreds and if not thousands of times. I know exactly what to do. I scan it, blah, blah, put this and this treatment on. Easy, boom, done. So the success rate is very high. But guess what? If now a patient comes and there's like this crazy ass brain tumor, and you need like some crazy X-rays or whatever it's called in English, so excuse my bad English skills about this topic, but you know what I mean. That's obviously a treatment that he didn't really do a lot of times in his life. So that's first of all why the success rate is much lower, because he has much less experience. He never backtested that. He never really can practice that. There's no free studies where someone comes, oh, you can treat my brain tumor, let's just experiment around that. He cannot really practice that a lot, right? So it's not that that would be that much more complicated. It's just that the doctor has
5 million times less experience in that field and much less knowledge, because it's so hard to get this feedback loop, right? But guess what? When the first person ever broke his leg in whatever 5 million years BC, do you think they knew exactly what to do with the leg? They'd be completely lost. They didn't know what to fucking do. They probably punched the leg with a stick and thought like, oh my God, why does it hurt even more? Right? Because they didn't know how to treat it. But over the years, they obviously broke a lot of bones and they know exactly how to treat it properly. Right? But at the beginning, it was like catastrophical as well. And they probably died because they didn't know what to do and how to fix a bone. And then it, whatever, like grows back all like weird angles and all that shit, right? But there's like a lot of examples, again, just a weird one. The same thing with trading. If you practice something over and over and over again and get all these feedback loop, right, wrong, that was good, that was bad, that was a mistake, that was good, that was a good decision, that was a bad decision, over and over and over again. Okay, if I put this rule to this setup, that works best. If I only stick to EU, that works better for me. If I only trade London, that works better for me. If I, for some reason, have troubles trading London close or something like that, right? Then obviously you trial and error, do it over and over and over again, get these feedback loops. Again, when they asked Edison about like this experience or like his development of the light bulb, right? Edison didn't say, oh, I fucked up 10,000 times to not figuring out of how the light bulb works. He said, I figured out 10,000 ways of how the light bulb does not work successfully. Okay, so he did try and error all the time, 10,000 of times until he got the solution he wanted. Same thing with trading. You have to backtest, practice, and not digging straight into live trading on the live market conditions, because the feedback loops are way less. Okay, but guess what? If you backtest a setup, the same exact setup, hundreds of times, and then you see the same exact setup live in market conditions, yes, it will be a little bit more challenging as the motions, the real-time aspect, the risk of money, maybe the FOMO, maybe you getting some sort of emotional. It's completely fine, but at least you saw the setup thousands of times already, and your confidence level is 10 times higher, and it's much more likely that you make the right decisions after that. Okay, so sweat more in trading, bleed less in a fight. And again, it is not you that is worse than someone else. It is just the person with the greater results. They put more effort, more repetition, and more training into it. Right? So if you see a trader which is much more successful than you, it's not that he's just a better person or like way smarter than you. He probably just backtest and practiced 10 times more than you did. There's obviously a lot of examples for that. One of my very good experience, not my experience, but one of our experiments I like a lot is the Grandmaster experiment. So what they did with the Grandmaster experience, because like everyone thinks like these chess masters or these Grandmasters, they have like some super brain power or like a photographic memory or something like that, right? As they can remember and recall every possible outcome of a specific chessboard, and sometimes play with the eyes closed and play multiple people at once and all that stuff, and think 10 steps ahead and all that stuff, because everyone thinks they're like superheroes, right? So they made a very interesting experiment to test how much more memory of chess masters have in comparison to an average chess player and an absolute amateur chess player. Again, a chess player who still knows how to play chess, but is an absolute amateur, and an average chess player who already is like good at it, right? So they showed a chessboard in the middle of a game, right? As you can see here, just a chessboard of the middle of the game, and showed it to these three candidates. Okay, so the first one was again a chess master, a grandmaster. The other one was an average chess player. and the other one was an absolute chess amateur. Okay, knows the rules, but just an amateur at the game, right? So what they tested is, or the task was, to replicate the exact position of each of the pieces of the chessboard, right? So what they had to do, again, they gave them an empty chessboard, put all the pieces like here, right? Just showed them the picture for 5 seconds and then covered the picture so they couldn't see it anymore, right? So then they had time to, okay, oh, I remember the rook was here, so I put the rook in here. Then I think the other rook was kind of in here. Okay, take the other rook in here. So let's say, for example, okay, now I forgot where all the other pieces were. Perfect. Then you could have peek again at the picture, so take the cover off to see the whole chessboard again, but only for 5 seconds. Okay. So then look at it for 5 seconds. Okay, 3 pawns in here. Perfect. Bishop in here. Okay, so 3 pawns in here. Awesome. Bishop in here. And king was somewhere here. Then I forgot, blah, blah, blah. And I peek again. And they tested how many peeks to the board you need until you can rebuild the whole chessboard. Okay? So again, the task was to find out how many peeks of the chessboard necessary to rebuild the whole chessboard. So the result of the first test was quite obvious. Right? So what a surprise. The A, like the chess master, needed the less peaks. What a surprise, right? The average chess player needed the second less peaks. What a surprise. And C, the absolute amateur, needed the most peaks. Like nothing is surprising here, right? So of course, that was very expected, and that was not what the experiment was about. It was just to confirm, first of all, yes, okay, makes perfect sense, that's expected. The real experiment, though, was something different. So they took these 3 candidates again, but this time they showed them a chessboard with a fully random combination of the pieces. A fully unlogical combination, as you can see in here, that would never even be possible to appear in a real chess game. And they had to remember the exact positions of the pieces and reconstruct it once again on the blank chessboard. So same exact experiment. So taking an empty chessboard in here, all the pieces on the side, but they showed them a fully random chessboard. Again, it would never be possible in a real game of chess that the king is next to the other queen in here. It simply wouldn't happen, right? Or like everything. If you look in here, it just doesn't even make sense, right? So they did the same experiment. So what do you think the outcome was this time? Like how many peaks did everyone need in order to recall the fully random chessboard? Again, everyone thinks like these chess grandmasters, they have like this photographic memory and can recall everything and blah, blah. So what do you think this outcome was this time with a fully random chessboard? With a random combination of the pieces on all of the chessboard, all 3 candidates needed the same exact amounts of peaks to recall the chessboard. So that means that the chess master or the grandmaster does not have a better memory than the absolute amateur. They both have the same exact memory, because how else can the grandmaster take exactly the same peaks as the absolute amateur? So the chess master simply can combine his logic experience and thousands of repetitions of chess moves better than the other 2. Again, if you go back to this chessboard, the grandmaster saw this piece on here, like this basic starting of the chessboard, thousands and thousands of times. He knows exactly that the pawns obviously should be at the beginning of the game in here, that the rook should be here. At the beginning, the king should be here, the queen here, and the bishop in here, because they simply didn't move yet. So he saw that thousands and thousands of times, and obviously you can figure out like these pieces because they're logic. The logic in a game that could happen in a real game, maybe so like hundreds of times already. So for him, it's just much more logical to recall. But from the amateur, obviously he doesn't know that stuff right away. So he has to kind of really think through it, and obviously remembering stuff for him is harder. But if it's random, completely random, again, the chess master never saw this combination here because it simply doesn't even make sense, right? It's completely unlogical in a real game of chess. So that's why the memory is exactly the same, because he never see this picture as well. He starts at 0, right? So that just shows again that that means for you, you are not worse than every successful trader, or not dumber than anyone else, or not whatever. Like, it's just that you did not put so much time and experience and effort into it than a trader who is on a much better level than you, right? So that just means the other person you look up to just put more effort, work, reputation, and has overall more experience. Right? Should not be like, oh, I'm the smartest man alive. That doesn't mean anything. Right? But again, that just shows on real experiments that everyone has the same exact like foundations, and then it's up to you what you make out of it or not. Again, there's no more people more talented than you. Again, they just put in more practice, effort, and reputation and having experience. So you can do the same. So the other thing is that you have to accept to be wrong at some point, because it will be impossible to have a 100% win rate. That will never gonna happen. Never, ever. You will fuck up a trade. It doesn't matter how good you are a trader. Still, the funny thing is, every trader thinks they have to win every trade. And if they get an L, they're getting upset and whatever, right? So the thing is yes, it is possible to trade like this. Yes, we showed it hundreds of times. We even proved it with our students when we showed like every single day of the year of EU looked at that. At least one push got traded from one student every single day. There's not one day the whole year where not at least one person caught a trade, like of the pushes. Every single push was traded by one of the students or even by us. So it is possible to trade like that 100%. The thing is, it is not your task to trade like this. It is not necessary. Your task is to make consistent money in the most safe possible, and not to be the perfect trader with 100% win rate. Even we sometimes fuck up trades. Of course, 100% we fuck up trades. But everyone thinks like, oh my God, I have to catch 100 trades in a row with wins. It will never gonna happen. It will not happen. So get that shit out of your head. You will make mistakes. You have to start accepting losses, but not ignoring them. You should start looking back, see what you did wrong, perfect, and then analyze what went wrong. Go over your thought process, journal this trade, and learn from it, okay? But also, get it from your mind. And humans, they just love to be right. There's some people have a serious issue with being wrong, okay? And they even made another very interesting experiment about that, which proves exactly that. And I want you to get away from trying to be right all the time, because that sometimes can even bring more danger to it. So let me give you a very interesting experiment. And that is the button experiment. So they made an experiment with monkeys and university students, in which they gave them a red button and a blue button. Okay. So once a button was pressed, one of the two buttons got eliminated. And the students and also the monkeys had to guess what button did get eliminated. When they pressed the right button, they got a reward, right? So they have again, button here, perfect buttons. And let's say I press this button, that's the red one, for example. Okay, and then, oh, this button eliminates though. So I'm like, fuck, okay, got it wrong. So then I have to guess again. I press red button again, and then this eliminates. Oh yeah, I got it right. Now I get a reward. Okay. So they try to figure out who's performing better. Okay, just random. That was it. Just press a button, see if you're right or wrong. What they didn't tell them, obviously the monkeys, they couldn't talk to the monkeys anyways, but the red button had an 80% chance of getting illuminated all the time. So it doesn't matter what button you press, 80% of the time, the red button just got illuminated. The blue button obviously only had an 80% chance then. That brings us up to, if you press a button 10 times, 8 times the red button will lighten up, and only 2 times the blue button gets lightened up, right? So they wanted to see who's performing better. So guess what happened? After a few attempts, the monkey realized that when they always just press the red button, they will get most of the time a reward. They just literally sit there and just press the red button, press the bum, 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 bum. Because of course, most of the times, like 80% of the times, they just get a reward for pressing this red button. They didn't know why, they didn't ask it, they didn't try to do calculations, they just pressed the red button over and over and over again, and out of a sudden, just all these snacks and bananas, they started to appear because they got it 8 out of 10 times right. They didn't question it, they were completely fine with that because they got a lot of rewards. But guess what? The university students, they teamed up and tried to always guess it right. And switched, obviously, from between the red button and the blue button. Because, again, they tried to be right all the time. They wanted to be a 100% win rate. And they switched from red to blue. Or maybe 2 times red, maybe 2 times blue. And instead, they didn't figure out that actually most of the times the red button got eliminated. So that ended up them only winning 67% of the time overall because they switched it up. Sometimes they chose the blue button and then obviously the right button. But if they would only stick to the red button all the time, they would be right 80% of the time, right? Because again, most people don't accept good results. They look for being perfect, which at the end of the day gives them even worse results than just being good. Again, no one wants to be good. Everyone wants to be the best, right? It makes sense to be the best, but again, to try to be the best, that sometimes brings you worse results than, if you're just being good. Same thing with trading. Sometimes trader, whatever, if you have like an uptrend, people be like, oh, I want to catch this exact zero drawdown entry in here, and oh no, break even. Oh, now I try to catch it here. Oh, goes even higher. Now I catch it here. Oh, goes higher. Because they just want to be so impressive to see that they caught the trade right here. That's not the way you should do it. Of course, it looks 10 times more impressive if you're getting a zero drawdown trade. Why you don't get in, for example, here, stop loss is above here, has a much higher possible chance of winning, much more safer. Yes, it doesn't look as fancy. Yes, whatever, it's not as shiny object syndrome as this trade in here. But again, it's not about being shiny and looking good. It's about making money in the market and being consistent. So again, why not take this trade in here, which again is much lower technically, but maybe even can have a better risk reward ratio, and you don't getting 1 or 2 L's before as you try to pick the peak of like a crazy up movement because you try to catch the reversal perfectly, right? So try to be perfect and be consistent instead. Again, accepting being wrong sometimes and accepting being good, because that's all you need. Again, if you press the red button 10 times, there will be 2 times you will be wrong. But guess what? There will be 8 times you will be right. So what's better? Catching this fancy trade in here, being wrong 3 times in a row, and then you maybe catch it, and your risk reward is even shitty, or like catching this trade 10 out of 10 and being right 8 times. But it's not that fancy, but it's not about that, right? So red pill or blue pill, red button or blue button. Even when you take the red pill, again, the red button, you will never be right 100%. It's not about that. It's about being consistent and good. Not the best ever, in the history. It's just being good, consistent, and make consistent money and get to your life you really want to achieve and all the goals you have. That's what it's about, not to be perfect and 100% win rate. Okay, so the only question is, does that mean that you should choose the blue pill instead? Of course not. Right, so you still should stick to like the proper approaches, right? Even that, again, like why would you ever pick the blue button instead? Again, if you have a strategy that works perfectly fine for you, why all of a sudden you decide, oh, let me pick the blue button out of thin air, just maybe so I'm right again 100%. No, stick to this thing, stick to the red pill, the red button all the time, 100% to the red pill. And again, you will not be 100% right, but that's perfectly fine. That does not mean that you should mix the red button with the blue button, because again, as we saw in the experiment, that will end you more in a negative thing than a positive. But if you stick to one thing only, be consistent with it, yes, you will not have a 100% win rate, but at least you will have overall 10 times better results. Okay? Some universal sayings that you probably heard many times, but still has to be said again, so really have to sink in with you, okay? So again, don't give up too soon. Basic stuff. Again, everyone knows that, but most people don't just do it. Again, the beginning will be the hardest, definitely, 100%. If you get up too soon, some of you are already very, very far. If you keep pushing, it will get the reward. If you give up too soon, it will all for nothing, okay? Everything is hard at the beginning, everything. It doesn't matter what you do. Trading, unfortunately, is one of the hardest businesses in the whole world. Again, you chose a very difficult business. Trading is not easy, right? It can be simple. It's not easy though, right? So only if something is hard to achieve though, it will becomes very valuable. Again, if trading would be easy, then what's the point? Everyone would be a millionaire, everyone driving Lamborghinis and living in mansions. Nothing is special to it anymore. But trading is hard, and it's definitely 100% worth it to achieve and master this skill set, because it will give you returns and options and opportunities and possibilities which no one ever will get in this life or other than you if you really stick to it. And if you master trading, the possibilities are endless, okay? And also, don't get comfortable or too lazy. Again, we have also people, they're on a level where they're just okay with it. Oh, I have my 100K account. Okay, I only need my 10%. That's my 10K a month. Perfectly fine. But keep pushing. If you're on a good level, keep pushing. Keep developing. Put in more work. Again, don't stop. Don't get comfortable or lazy. And be consistent and practice over and over again. The moment you stop learning, you will stagnate. Okay, so again, as we talked about in the principle of life, there is no such thing as standing still. If you stop improving, you're obviously decreasing. Okay, so once you get more experience, you will get a subconscious skill, and it gets automated, right? So think about your car driving journey, right? So remember how scary it was for you at first driving and driving school. I'm like, oh my god, I'm fucking driving a car in traffic. I'm gonna die. Oh my god, what if I crash into this old woman in here? And what if I crash the car and whatever, everything explodes? Everyone was there at some point. If you think back, that was probably everyone at this stage, because there was no one like, yes, I'm so excited and I have no fear about going to driving school. If that's you, obviously perfectly, then you're like an exception. But most people are like a little bit scared about the first driving lesson and being literally in real traffic and going through the people honking at you and shit. It's not that comfortable, right? But guess what? Think now and remember and imagine where you are right now, right? So now you're driving around with 3 girls in the car while a song blasting in the radio, and you sing to it, and you're eating a cheeseburger, and your friends making fun and blah blah, and you skid around. So obviously you gained the subconscious driving skill. Again, imagine where you have been with driving. You're like, fully hooking onto the steering wheel, like, oh my God, I have to focus so much and driving slow, to now, whatever, you're driving one-handed and like looking your phone up and blah, blah, oh my God, driving is so boring and da da da. You don't give a shit anymore because it's subconscious skill, right? That's the danger though. That's why we said don't get too comfortable or lazy, because guess what? However, that you gained a subconscious driving skill, now you're in a state of comfort. And in the state of comfort, that's where you don't improve anymore. And guess what? That is where the danger will appear and the false confidence happens. And that is where most accidents happen. Exactly as I explained just earlier, if you think you're a good driver and you have the subconscious driving skill, that's when you're taking off one hand of the steering wheel, you start to looking around, be somewhere else with the thoughts, checking your phone. If your girlfriend texted you, take your eyes off the street, and all of a sudden a kid runs off the street and drive it over. That will never happen if you have your full focus on the driving wheel on the street 100% of the time. Again, most accidents happen because people are doing other shit. Again, smoking, and then the freaking cigarette falls out of their mouth and falls on their pants, and they're like, oh my God, fucking, let me put it off my pants. And then they turn the steering wheel and drive off a cliff, right? So like, for example, like this, right? So how can you get from this, not being in control and then driving off a cliff, right, to this? Like perfect drift, Tokyo drift music, dim, dim, dim. And you can see him. Like, what's cooler? What does look fancier? Like, what's better to achieve? Where you want to be in life? You want to drive off a cliff? Or you want to skid around, drifting around, all perfect angles, looking cool in the process? Everyone wants to be here, right? But that skill set you will not achieve by, again, normal driving all the time in traffic and checking your phone and being lazy and comfortable. Guess how you can get to this skill set only. Same thing with trading. If you want to be an intraday master and look cool in the process, getting all these big returns, flexing all your profit, making big withdrawals, living a trading lifestyle, how to get there? If you take the same analogy with driving, again, how you get to the best drifter in here, to improve your driving from a normal stage, you have to do special driving training. You have to be in dangerous driving situations. You have to drive in crazy conditions, like with an old car, for example, if it doesn't even have like helping steering electronics and shit like that. But you have to literally pull the steering wheel and whatever, press the brakes with all the force because they don't have electronic assistance. Or like if you have a flat tire, if you ever drove a flat tire, or if the tire gets popped while you drive like 100 miles an hour, stuff like that. Right? Or drive multiple different cars. If you only drive one car in your life, then all of a sudden you're driving a G-Wagon and it's so much bigger and it's falling around and swimming on the streets because it's so fat and like sloppy. Obviously in the corners, it's much different like experience, right? You have to handle different cars as well and drive in different environments, like crazy rain, snow, ice on the street, like curvy roads and high speeds, and push beyond your comfort zones. That's all the stuff you have to do to become a better driver, right? And that's when real skill develops. And now compare it to your trading. Like, did you try special driving training? Did you try special training in trading? Again, or only did you do like one YouTube course and like one membership for like 15 a buck? And oh yeah, I asked my friend about how does he trade and all that stuff. Or did you actually get into the high class education, like with Flip Deep, and do this special trading knowledge course, right? Obviously you did, right? So that's where you truly start to develop a skill. And again, dangerous driving situation. Did you trade in all these different environments and conditions? Did you try out different pairs? Did you try different entry approaches? Did you try different strategies? Did you try out trading Asia? Did you try trading London? Did you try trading New York? Did you try to trade whatever, GJ? Did you try to read exotics? Like, did you try multiple different tools, templates, guidelines, checklists, all that stuff? Like multiple different approaches, right? Did you all do that? Did you try it during the pandemic? Did you try it only trade like Mondays? Did you try it on Fridays? Did you trade late Friday? That's all the stuff. Did you try the 1 minute, only the 1 hour? Did you try to analyze the daily and combine with the 1 hour? Or did you only look at the M15? That's all the stuff you have to combine and test and practice. Push yourself out of the comfort zone, try different things, see what works for you, test around, put yourself in danger, again, experience it, the curvy roads of intraday trading, the high speeds, like the crazy terror, intraday trading, blah, 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 blah. There's so many aspects you have to go through to develop real skill. Same thing with driving, same thing with trading, same with everything. If you want to be ordinary good, or unordinary good, obviously, then you have to do unordinary things to your trading to achieve that, right? So you have to repeatedly try things you are not good and not comfortable at, and it will suck at the beginning. But there's no magic formula that will work for everyone every time. Everyone has our own personal obstacles to overcome. Again, be it maybe for you it's your mindset, maybe for you it's the lack of money, maybe it's a lack of time. Maybe it's a lack of consistency. Maybe it's you're lazy. Maybe you're procrastinating. Everyone has their own obstacles you have to overcome, and also the personal strengths and weaknesses, right? So some are very good at holding swing trades. Some are having crazy issues holding swing trades. Some having issues having FOMO issues. They're getting into early. Some struggling with getting into late. Like you have to figure out what's your personal obstacle and how you can overcome it. One of the craziest thing is though, and we will dig into that one big time, and that's something, if you're a lit trader, you will most likely having this issue, and the issue is procrastinating. If you don't get your ass to work, because you have all the knowledge, you know exactly what to do on overall in your life. Maybe it's not even because of training, but you have something in your life where you just don't do it, but you have to do it. You delay it, and you tell yourself, I'll do it tomorrow, I'll do it next week. Oh, today's not a good day for it. You just don't do it, right? So procrastination is one of the biggest issues, and most likely everyone goes through this problem. So obviously we can show you how to fix it. You will not like it, but first dig into it. One of the biggest problems people have is not, so the problem is not that you don't know what to do. All the things we talked about earlier, what you have to do to become a successful trader, you probably were like, yeah, but I know all this stuff, right? So the only question is why you don't do it. And that is the procrastination. So again, you probably know exactly what you need to do to become successful. If it's trading, if it's business, if it's your relationship, if it's your health, your fitness, doesn't matter. You probably know exactly what you need to do to achieve these goals, right? And you also probably know exactly what you need to do right now, right? And what should have done yesterday to shift your life dramatically forward. Again, if you want to gain or lose weight, you probably know exactly that you should have hit the gym today or yesterday, but did you do it? Right? If not, then why not? Then again, if you have to do your taxes, but you don't do it for 2 months, it's called procrastination. You know you have to do it, just don't. The good thing is you're already doing something right now that help you. Obviously, you watch this video, you try to do some actions. But now we speak about the little actions that you do. Watching a video is easy. Again, if you're in your head, oh, okay, that makes sense, perfect, I get it. It's about the actions though, that you literally have to do it. Watching a video and watching the whole lit adventure and all this motivational stuff and all these helpful guidelines without executing onto it will not bring you anywhere. Okay? The funny thing is, it is very likely that you know exactly what those tasks you are not doing right now are for you, right? But you're avoiding doing it. And everyone has their own task they're avoiding doing. It's very, very unlikely to do everything you needed to do already. You probably have something in your life you're delaying, you don't want to do it, you know exactly you have to do it, you wanted to do it for a long time, but you simply don't. Again, the problem is not that you don't know what to do. You know exactly what to do, and you know exactly what to do when you want an 8-pack, only a 6-pack, and become shredded. Like, you watch your diet, right? You have to do the right training methods. You probably watched a good tutorial, or you maybe got a personal trainer. You have already a gym membership. Perfect. You have your supplements. You already ordered your supplements. You probably have to work out daily. You know all that stuff. And you also let your body recover. You have to take all these other supplements in the right order and follow your your workout plan daily, and no cheat meals, etc., etc., etc. You know all these things. So why are you not doing those things? That's called, again, procrastination. And the problem is that you can't bring yourself to do those tasks and actions. Same exact thing with your trading. It is not that you don't know how to catch a proper trade. You have the right strategy. You have a good strategy. You obviously thought a lot about your strategy and you probably backtested it. The problem is to follow all your guidelines, rule sets, checklists, stick to your entry approaches, risk management, show up daily, don't make stuff up, be patient, do your back tests, make your markups daily, mark up multiple time frames, practice, backtest, forward test daily, journal your trades, learn from losses, create a trading plan, etc., etc. You know you have to do all those things, but you simply can't get yourself to do those. Okay? The good news for you, there's a cure for procrastination, but it's a bitter pill to swallow. Okay, and it will not be perfect and the easy, comfortable, magic, instant solution you would wish there is. But there is a guaranteed formula to cure your procrastination. And to cure your procrastination is called DEM, the distraction elimination method. Not DAM, but DEM. Okay, so what that is, again, just to cover it one more time. The problem is clear. You have tasks and actions to do that you want, or you know they will bring you further in life. But you have so much other distractions that keep you away from executing that technically fill your brain with all this dopamine without any effort. So again, if you know the task you have to do, if it's a workout plan you don't follow, if it's you doing not your taxes you have to do for like the last 2 months, and again, if you know all this trading stuff you have to do, you know the markups, the backtesting, the journaling, you know all that stuff you have to do, but you just can't get yourself to do these things. And the reason behind that is that your brain is looking for the easiest way to get dopamine. Dopamine is the substance in your brain that just hits you with like this little pleasure moments where it satisfies your brain. That's all your brain is trying to do on a daily basis. It just wants to get satisfied, feel happy. That's again why you find yourself lost in playing games, why you're watching through TikTok videos on a daily basis, where you scroll through Instagram, where you're looking for random shit. And then again, it gives you instant, easy dopamine hits. Life seems so easy and all motivation here, fun there, oh, funny cat video here. Perfect. It's easy and much more pleasant than to actually put in effort and energy into those boring tasks that actually bring you further in life, right? So that's why it's a big challenge to convince your brain to actually sit your ass down and spend the next 5 hours backtesting charts, creating strict rules, guidelines for yourself, and making a trading plan. But at the same time, your dopamine just wants to be filled, right? And you could get this dopamine hit by simply open up Instagram right now, and just scroll through stories. For your brain, obviously gets a positive return. Your brain thinks like, okay, perfect, I'm satisfied. But your overall life goal is not getting closer at all. But you're distracting yourself. And nowadays, it is so easy to get lost and distracted by all the social media shit. And it wasn't easier than ever before. Note that your brain does not see objective entertainment values, right? It is always relative and gets used to that easy and instant dopamine. And if you found yourself, again, you can do the thing right now. And if you sit in a room, in a waiting room, waiting for whatever, some sort of appointment, everyone, look at the people, they're all on their phone non-stop. Again, and if you're getting trapped in this loop, again, now we're talking about these loops, negative loops, where you find yourself scrolling for all these stories and motivational shit and TikToks on a daily basis, your brain is so used to that it will be very hard for you to break that cycle, right? So think about it like this. When you spend a few hours outside with the nicest weather, sunbathing in your garden, and after a while you want to grab a drink from inside, from your kitchen, and out of a sudden the kitchen seems like super dark and you can't see anything, right? That's why your eyes got used to the brightness outside. The flip side to it, when you are sleeping, but your weak bladder wakes you up and you start the journey through the darkness into the bathroom and like looking for the light switch, and then finally like, oh, where is it? Like I can't see anything. And then you turn on the light switch and poof, your eyeballs just melt away and you like cover your eyes like, oh shit. And you hang around like this guy right here, where you be like, lights on, and like, oh no, whoa. Right? That's again, it's not because the light in the bathroom got much brighter out of a sudden whilst you were asleep. It is because your eyes or your brain got used to the darkness, and your brain interprets reality in contrast and comparisons. Okay? And that is why it's even harder to start something new or something boring, as your brain is so used to the easy and instant dopamine hits right now. But guess what? There's a literally guaranteed formula to cure your procrastination. Okay? With that little trick, again, it will not be easy. It will be 100% work though. Okay? So, the distraction elimination method, is not the magic formula you will hope it is though. Right? So I know you'd be like, oh no, I want the easy and instant, and I don't want to do anything to do. So yeah, you're saying it's actually not easy, instant, and I should have to do something to fix it. Yes, that's right. So it's not easy. Again, it will 100% work for you. It's actually guaranteed that you do the task you need to do. Guaranteed. 100% promise. Right? So what is it? So the distraction eliminating method. That is right. It is not easy. It is not pleasant. It is not fun, but it actually works. Guaranteed. The key is to eliminate all the easy dopamine sources and all distractions. So what does that mean? An easy example. When you have a specific task to do, doesn't matter now what it is. If it's your trading, you know exactly the tasks you have to do in your trading, or if it's your taxes, or if it's you working out or something like that, right? But you really don't want to do these tasks for whatever reason, and you're avoiding it since the last 2 months already. And every time you think about this task, you rather scroll through Instagram and think like, oh, I do it tomorrow, I do it next week, I do it this and this. What is the guaranteed method to use to actually get yourself to do it? It's fairly interesting. And that is eliminate everything else that you could do instead. Literally sitting in a full blank room. Imagine yourself sitting in a full blank room with only a chair, a desk, and the specific documents or tools, or if it's your taxes, if it's you need to do your workout, if it's the drum belts or whatever, if it's only that in the room, nothing else, right? Other than the things you need for the task to do. you're avoiding literally for the last 5 months to do, and nothing else is in the room to do instead. No phone, no PC games, no Xbox, no toys, nothing. Only a piece of paper in front of you and the pen and the tasks you have to do. What do you think will gonna happen? You might be making like hum noises, like singing around for the next 50 minutes and play with your toes and play with your fingers and spin around on your chair. But eventually you will get so bored and you literally have nothing else to do than to do the tasks you're avoiding for the last couple of weeks or months. Literally, think about it. If you like Will Smith standing here in an empty room over nothing, and the only thing you're avoiding your tasks, like let's say taxes, you have to do your taxes for the last 3 months, and you find yourself in this room, the only thing is the taxes right here on the floor. Nothing else. Yes, you will avoid doing it in the first 50 minutes. Maybe you slide down the staircase and run around and lean against this wall in here and make a handstand. Eventually, you will do it. 100% guaranteed. But again, you would say that, no, I would just sit there and stare at the wall and do absolutely nothing. The funny thing is, this will happen for, again, the first 15 minutes, but it is guaranteed that you will start doing this task if you're trying to avoid, right? You don't believe that? Just, again, studies and experiments for that. The electric button experiment. They put university students in a blank room, fully by themselves, with only a chair, a table, and on the table was a button with the caption, "Press to get electrocuted." That's it, right? That was all. They didn't say there's a specific task. They just sit them in a room full of absolutely nothing, a table and a chair and a button. But the button said, big and fat, "Press to get electrocuted." There was no task to do, nothing. They didn't say press the button. They did not say anything, right? So there was no objective, no task, no distraction, no nothing but this fancy button. Okay, so after quite a while of spinning on the chair, the girls playing with the hair, the guys making beats on the table and drumming around, something funny started to happen. And you probably know what. Right? So overall, 65% of those students decided to literally electrocute themselves by pressing the button. Some of them even multiple times. Think about that. So what can you learn from this funny experiment? Your brain hates being bored. You will always decide to do things to avoid being bored, even if that means you even decide to rather hurt yourself. You would rather do that than to do nothing. Your brain hates doing nothing. You're always looking for the easiest tasks though, right? So again, if you're having your phone there, next to you is a tablet, then the next to that is your PlayStation 5 or whatever. Next to that is your friend sitting you could talk to. Next to that is whatever, like a Lego, whatever. I have no idea, right? Guess what you're going to do? And the other next to that is your task you have to do with taxes. You will not just pick randomly up the taxes and do it. No, first you go your phone, blah, blah, blah. At some point you will get bored from scrolling for Instagram. Oh, interesting. So here's my PlayStation. Oh, let me play this game quick with my friend, blah, blah. And let me talk about my friend about what shoelaces he got yesterday and why is it orange and blah blah blah, like shit. But you will distract yourself because you're just doing the easiest shit before, right? The easiest stuff that gives you entertainment and dopamine. When you want to get out of procrastination, you have to eliminate every distraction and you will force yourself into doing those things. If you have nothing else to do, you are guaranteed to do the tasks that are necessary. I do the same shit. I literally first, whatever, years ago, I divided my personal life and my business life. I had a phone for personal, like friends, family, right? And then a business phone. Then I made a step further because I noticed still, okay, I look too much at my personal phone. Then I made it even more selective. I made it a friend's phone, a family phone, and a business phone. At some point, I even realized, okay, I'm still looking too much at the friend stuff, which doesn't really help me too much. Oh, yes, it's nice to spend time with friends. It's cool. It doesn't bring you further in life if it's not the right circle of friends, right? Again, now obviously, if your friends doing the same exact things with you, then obviously you're connecting with real dude. It's perfect. I'm talking about friends doing random shit, like going into a bar, going clubbing, going on a freaking lake and shit like that. I'm talking about that, right? I just eliminated this phone fully. I just didn't look it up anymore. People couldn't reach me anymore because I just simply closed this phone. This distraction was off. There was my personal, whatever, like social media stuff on it. Done. No more WhatsApp, no more Instagram, never had Twitter, never had like TikTok or shit like that. Fucking no YouTube, nothing. Just gone. Not even put it on the other phones. Nothing. Deleted it off. Boom. Now they even make it like you cannot even delete your Facebook and shit anymore because it's like a default app. It's quite funny, but simply don't make an account, don't log even in, right? You can't even, if I want to look at Instagram, there simply wasn't an Instagram account to it. You can't even look up Instagram because it says log in to watch like this in this post. Same thing with Facebook and stuff like that. You need an account actually, right? If you don't have an account, just don't log in. Boom. You can't even do it, right? So eliminate that shit, and you're literally forcing yourself into doing it. You're cutting out the distractions. Years and years ago, I was big into games, big, and I was good. Oh my god, did I love games? But guess what? Was it productive? I was the fucking best Xbox player online there was. Not even joking. I was really, really good. But at some point, I discovered, oh shit, I will not become like a crazy Twitch streamer, which I can gain my living out of Twitch streaming. No, I'm a trader and I don't want my money to do with trading. So guess what? That Xbox playing helped me proceed my trading, improving my trading. No. Gaming is fun. It gives you entertainment. It gives you pleasure. It gives you dopamine, but it does not help you. You can be the best player in Fortnite. What does the fuck it do to you? Right? I never played that shit anyways. I'm just giving you an example, right? For us, it was like Halos and stuff, like years and years ago. Halo 3 and shit. Like, I fucking loved that game. I was so good. But guess what? Does it help you achieving your goals? If you're not becoming a Twitch streamer? No. So what did I do? I literally gifted my friend all my stuff. I just get here. I didn't even have an Xbox anymore. I just give it. See, here's my Xbox. Have fun. You do your thing. I don't want it. Never played any games for years and years and years. I can't even remember playing a game the last time, right? Because it doesn't help you. And guess what? It forces you to do the stuff you have to do, right? Same thing with some sort of PC games. Just delete them off of your machine so you can't even play them anymore. So you don't get tempted playing the games. It works. It is guaranteed. Okay? Guaranteed you will put in the work. So there are countless of success stories from people, including again, that's why I recommend this stuff to you, because I walked the same stuff again. I will not recommend you something I didn't do myself. But again, there's countless others of successful people that the same stuff. And the most productive years are those years where they simply don't have other shit to do and they dedicate the whole life to a specific task. Again, think about when Apple or Amazon, whatever, get founded, started in a freaking garage, nothing else to do. There was no distractions. There was no social media back then. There was no whatever, like other shit that didn't make parties, nothing. They sit in their garage, nothing else to do and work on their dreams and achievements. And guess what? If you ask anyone who really had a breakthrough in his life, that's exactly what they did. You will not find someone who says, oh yeah, I made $1 million this month while whatever, like, oh, I'm on the sides, I played like this game, and then on the other sides I went clubbing, and yeah, I went with my friends here. No, it's like I literally locked myself in the room for like 1 month straight and fucking did what was necessary and no distractions at all. Okay, so problem with current society is that everyone is fully overstimulated, as it's easier than ever before to drown your brain and daily instant dopamine hits over and over again. So turn off your freaking phone. Like, why? Again, make it the steps I told you earlier. I did the same thing. If you can, get 3 phones and 3 different phone numbers. One for your friends, one for your family, your emergency phone, and then obviously your trading phone, okay, your business phone, whatever you do, right? And then start to slowly but surely eliminating the friends thing, and obviously you have more time for business and family, okay? That's how, but eliminate the distractions. Again, if only your Instagram account is on your personal phone, you will obviously feel even bad about, oh shit, now it's my personal phone. But if your trading phone has also Instagram on it, guess what? It's very easy to switch from your MetaTrader to Instagram because it's like one thumb click away, right? So don't do that. Turn off your phone or give away your Xbox, delete the games of your PC, and once you turn it, like again, once you turn on your PC and there's only Trading View, the app or even the whatever the desktop the browser version or MT4, MT5 or with NinjaTrader, whatever, doesn't matter. Just whatever your execution device, your Discord study group, your server where you all have the community, your vault, your lit vault, for example, and you don't even open YouTube or delete your TikTok and shit like that. Give yourself no other option than to make the task that will make you successful and bring you further in life. Remove all the distractions and let the magic unfold. It will suck at the beginning, 100%. The funny thing is, first of all, it will not be easy, it will not be pleasant, and you will hate it. But it will 100% work. And the best part about that, and now I'm speaking about my personal experience as well. The best part is, after quite a while, you will literally fall in love with the tasks you are trying to avoid, like previous. Again, if you don't enjoy trading, but now the only thing you do is trading and chatting in the community, backtesting, figuring out rules, backtesting more, forward testing, journaling, because that's the only thing you have to do. You will literally fall in love with that because your brain sees that as the only source of dopamine and pleasure. So make trading, backtesting, journaling, and marking up charts and making money in the progress your only source of dopamine, and you will be so hooked. You will never experience something that crazy in your life. Guaranteed, because it was the same thing for me. At some point, you enjoy the shit out of that journey. Because that's the only thing you do. But guess what? If you always have these distractions, Instagram here, TikTok there, YouTube video here, you will never really come to this true state where you enjoy the journey you have to enjoy, right? Last thing here, you must learn how to handle the nights that will come after days. What does it mean? You must learn to handle difficulties. They come right after opportunities. You must learn how to handle recessions. They always follow progression. So you must learn how to handle the bad things. They will come eventually. You have to be prepared. So you have to truly in your mind start, okay, if you start the journey truthfully, you also have to understand that there will be some sort of downside at some point. The only thing is, how do you react to it? Do you react accordingly, or do you give up, fall back in your old belief system, or will you be prepared for some sort of negativity? Okay, if you now have this great opportunity to become a true intraday trading master, you have to also learn how to handle the difficulties that come with it. Okay, every trade you take starts with a new possibility. Every trade is unique. Every trade is its own different or has its own different characteristics. Even if the rules and guidelines come with exactly the same rules as the other trades before. Again, if you flip a coin 5 times and it's 5 times heads. Now, if you flip it the 6th time, does that mean it's heads as again? No, the chances are still exactly the same as you never flipped the coin before. So don't let the previous outcomes distract you from the new outcome. Same with winning trades. If you're getting 5 winning trades in a row, that outcome that will change for the 6th trade. It doesn't mean that it's a winning trade as well. Okay, there is no relationship of the outcomes of the previous taken trades and the new trade you're trying to take. So knowing and accepting the risk of every trade taken, understanding that the outcome of every trade is fully unique. That will help you be consistent and also accepting being wrong, okay? Because you will be wrong 100% at some stage, okay? So that's the last things, because you will be wrong at some stage. You just have to accept it and be prepared to understand, okay, that's completely normal. It's part of the journey. Have to learn from it, keep pushing, and you will eventually succeed big time.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to this module in week 7 now. So I hope you guys have enjoyed all the content till week 6 and now in week 7, should I say. So it is almost the end of your journey. Well, not the end of your journey, my bad. I would say the end of the adventure. In that sense, you've got one more week of lots of knowledge in the lit madness, should I say. However, this is really only the start of your journey, so that's key to remember. From week 8, you really just then need to apply everything and consistently do it. And most importantly, and this is key, and you should know this, is be patient. That is the biggest thing, in my opinion, is you need to be patient and not get frustrated if you're not understanding something one day and then the next day makes sense. Eventually, it will make sense overall. And with that, what's most important is you're not going to find the clearest entry maybe on one pair one day. However, if you look at another pair, it will be much clearer. And there's always at least one pair or one entry, should I say, every single day on one of the 6 traded lit pairs that is a Mona Lisa pair. And that's why I do the BOD series. Like every day I can do it technically. However, I have been working on the adventure a little bit. So you have got at least, I believe, half of August in there as well. So I hope you guys enjoy this module. I will be covering, you can see it on the screen already, it's Euro GBP. So if we get straight into it, we have Asia session as always. And most importantly, we have to mark up liquidity. So if we get our lines ready, we can already see Asia high is going to be liquidity, so is Asia low. Now in this case, Asia low looks very likely it's going to be taken out, as we have one more candle that will be the decider candle if it goes low or high first. In this case, the chances are we induce low and then possibly go higher. And the reason we go higher is, again, there's pretty clear liquidity here. You have the most perfect trap over here. You have yesterday's high. So I'm just going to mark it up as yesterday's high. Yesterday's high. You have your smart money trap. Again, it's no significance. That's why we don't choose zones like such. It's not really significant. Again, look at the timing at the bottom. It's past 8 o'clock UTC plus 2. So, of course, this isn't really that valid in that sense. Like, it did mitigate this over here, but again, end of day liquidity, it's not really going to hold in most cases. Now, again, another thing to mention here is if we look at the previous day, it was a really nice retail heaven. Okay, fair enough. It's lovely, whatever. But the only thing that I'm not convinced with personally is the way this inducement has held. So it is an inducement of yesterday's price action. So we can see, get our little arrow out to make it a little bit more visual. we can see it is an inducement. Don't get it wrong, and that is a mitigation. Just timing's not in play. If we look at the higher time frame, we can see what did we actually come from. So I'm just gonna actually get a long horizontal line and mark it up at the same point, just so I know where we've reacted, if we've reacted to anything significant. Okay. Okay, so in this case, I wouldn't say it's significant. It did take out this high over here on this day, which likely happened in London, I believe. Or Frankfurt, my bad, Frankfurt. But it's not something crazy. When you look at 1H, it's not crazy in the sense, like it's not a significant inducement. It is medium liquidity when you look at it from this crazy read through heaven, taking out all of this liquidity, and then this high over here. So it is medium. It's just not crazy valid. Okay, I just need to manage a position quick. This is Speckle. Currently, I'm actually trading Euro GBP today. But I need to manage it on my phone currently. Okay, my bad. Sorry about that. So if we get back into it, let's just go on 4H because 1H isn't looking crazy clean in my opinion. Again, Asia range doesn't show. I think that's probably on my settings with the visibility. Do I need to do 4 hours? I'm not aware of this. Actually, I'm not so... Okay, that didn't work. Okay, just ignore that. Pretend I didn't do anything there. I'm not sure how to bring it up on 4H or if it's even programmed to do that. But anyways, we can already see there's more liquidity here. Now, I think on 1H I saw it better, so I'm going to have to go on 1H. But you can see Asia high here was not induced. It's in a close range, so this was yesterday's high. However, the chances are we can go a little higher. I don't think crazy high in one day, but we have got even this Asia high target over here, and that lines up with this POI. Now, the POI, I would take this candle over there. The reason I take that, I like taking the most bullish looking candle. And let's just see where 4H lines up and if we can adjust. Okay, that's perfect. If you see 4H lines up perfectly with the open of that candle. So I would target within this zone right here. So we can already see that that point does indeed line up. Okay, I think I'm going crazy. My line just... Did I delete that? Okay. I think I accidentally deleted that on my... I know what happened. Okay, my bad. I was just monitoring, actually, my pair on my phone on TradingView, and I actually deleted the line just now, like an idiot. So I could just smooth out. Don't even know what that is. Okay. Oh my god. I know what I've done. Okay, I'm currently live monitoring, trading, whatever. So some of my drawings are kind of in the way, should I say? But let's just ignore that. But as we can see, we've got a 4H POI. We'll just go back to it on the 1H. It did line up very nicely with this bullish candle. Again, I'm not really looking at it as a POI for sells, again, because it's dependent on timing. So we are actually trending bullish a little bit. So we could potentially reach this POI. I'm just going to write it as target. When I say POI, again, what I mean is a target POI in the sense price could react around there. Maybe it gives hesitation. Either way, we want to capitalize to the most we actually can. So that's why we would TP there. And if sells present with the entire lit cycle and checklist in place that you should be using, then of course, why not take sells? I'm not so keen on the area myself for like sells, to be fair. Intraday, it could play out very nicely if there's also a liquidity target to the downside. So of course, trend lines, your support, resistance, breakout traders, smart money traps. So all of those liquidity targets, if they come in play. However, for now, we will target the trading into the inducement. So we're trading into the inducement areas right now. So let's go back on 1H, or should I go back on 15M? We can get Asia back in our range. So See 15M. Target-wise for liquidity on 15M, not really seeing anything too crazy below Asia when it comes to liquidity. So usually when there's a retail heaven, what likely happens is price either continues to a target. Right now we're approaching a target. It's not far in range, so it's actually a pretty close target when it comes for an intraday play. So the chances are when we induce low to go high, there usually isn't crazy liquidity because price has trended like crazy here. Get really nice cycle in London over here. Of course, New York continuation. Liquidity has formed in Asia. So this likely is a very, very clear cycle. If we go on 5M, let's see what price shows. So we've got our liquidity that we marked up to the downside that likely will be taken out basically now. Once we exit out of Asia or maybe in Frankfurt, I'm pretty sure it will just troop bearish because that candle is pretty bearish at this point. So we likely induce low. We just mark up every liquidity aspect, those lows over there. Of course, Asia high. Probably not worth marking because we have a smart money trap in between, which I forgot to actually type in. And we have yesterday's high. Again, it's not an inducement I like to trade away from, especially if we have got a much clearer target, especially for smart money traders that will get into this area like such. And we did have this previous Asia high from, I think, a month ago, or no, 2 months ago now, as we are almost entering September. So let's see what price does. Okay, so we have actually got these areas like such here. The only thing is I don't really like choosing now. I'm someone I don't really like randomly choosing POIs like to the left kind of thing, especially if we have two. You know what I mean? Like here, I wouldn't take that high over there, but if you take an imbalance over here, or if you take this, would be your better bet, if that makes sense, would be your better choice. I'm just not the biggest fan. I like to just wait and then wait for the inducement and then see what happens after to identify if the inducement's complete. But you could likely experience maybe a smart money trap or even worse, an FFS if you just blindly take these. So I'm not going to mark them up for any reason whatsoever. I'm just going to wait for price to do its thing. If I see a reaction, then I will mark up, okay, has it reacted in a way that makes sense or has it not? So I am going to stay on 5M at this point because 1M, there's absolutely nothing I'm interested in even wanting to delve on the 1M. It just doesn't make sense. Now, using this new replay mode is a little weird, in my opinion. Okay. I probably will mess up replay mode because I'm not good with this new interface. Okay, so yes, we've induced low, perfect. Is inducement complete? We're not going to guess, so ooh, that looks interesting. Okay, that is a candle. That's not a magic manipulation minutes wick. That always confuses me. I should change my colors, but I do like keeping the original. So price has came very low to that. You probably would have been taken out if you were a smart money trader, even just by spread. Or you probably don't even get to have it. No, I'm not. Yeah, again, I'm gonna wait. I'm not interested in that at all. I really don't like the way price tapped in, not so nice. But maybe now we can check a 1M if there is a 1M. No, that's very messy. You can already see it's not really clear. There's no clear 1M like this one maybe, but I'm not keen on just choosing those as mentioned. So let's see. Okay, so price taps the next area. Oh, okay, that was a very, very quick move. That was I would say that's both like a smart money trap and an FFS. That was very like interesting, should I say? So that will be like your smart money trap there, but then it get troop like an FFS. But nevertheless, these zones are crossed out anyways, and that's why I don't like looking at them because it's kind of, I would say a 50-50 chance when they do react. And that's why I don't like doing it. So let's see what price does. Almost heading into London Open. So you could say Frankfurt was your inducement low. Now this induced with pretty heavy speed at this point. It was trending bearish like from the whole day of yesterday's high all the way down. It's not really made anything significant to the upside. And that's why I like it, because we've actually got a nice liquidity target to the high. We've got liquidity. We've got smart money trap liquidity, Asia high liquidity, yesterday's high. We have that Asia high from the previous like 2 months, I believe. And then we have our target zone over here. And it's, oh, It's in a pretty nice proximity, I would say. Get rid of that line actually right now. Now it's just a matter of, well, where's our entries going to be? So we're going to wait for London and see what London does. Maybe we can take the buys into then the inducement. That will be ideal. However, we're just going to wait and see what price does. I'm going on the 1M to, again, gear ourselves up for potential buys and finding the entry. So let's see what price does. Okay, London's currently not showing me something I like. I don't like zones like this. If we mark it up like that, I'm not a fan of that because it's not confirmed. That's a very risky move if it does sustain. If it doesn't sustain, then in your favor if you don't take it, because you shouldn't really be taking zones like such. So let's just continue to wait and see if price does present an opportunity. Liquidity has been taken in the smart money trap form tips over here, as well as the lows. There's nothing really else. So this is why I'm happy to then look for buys at this point. Just would wait for a clearer movement in this sense. So let's see what price does. Okay, so we do potentially have this mitigation of the imbalance zone right there. So this area. Entry helper could be a let in the moment. So that is a possibility. We get these breaks of structures or relevant breaks of structures, whatever you want to call it. And then we must wait and see if price does come back. But that's a very nice zone. I do like it a lot. It's just a matter of if price does come back. If not, then I probably would need to adapt my analysis to another POI. And that's very common, especially in continuation trades where there's no really clear extreme. So you kind of want to, yeah, like choose a POI that then makes sense when the extreme is no longer, I would say, valid for the continuation. So, okay. Price, ooh, that could work. Let's just be patient. Okay, that's interesting. So that's actually pretty close, but not close enough. I would prefer if it comes lower, but nevertheless, it could actually sustain. Okay, so it's actually taken out this liquidity here in Asia and the hour after Asia, as well as the trend line. So, okay. It's going in the direction I want. It's just not presented, or should I say tapped, the entry that I actually wanted. Okay, so in this case, I'm not. Now, this is actually an example where I probably would need to adapt to something like over here. I'm just not really liking price action of a mitigation, but let's see what price does. Now, the only thing I'm very wary of is we're close to Asia high. And at this point, liquidity has been taken a lot. So I'm just going to speed it up. If it taps in, perfect. If not, then we're going to have to change things a little. Okay, it's not, as Clay did not tap in. It's technically induced Asia high. Now, what is this? We can identify what's happening here. Let's get our little box out of price action right there. How do I do this nicely? Let's get the zoom pen. And you get price action or liquidity, right? And we have two variations of this, and I'm sure you know what they are. So we have a variation where price does, let me do the opposite one first of what's happening right now. So you get price do something like this. Right, it goes like that, and like this, like that, and it just does something like that. Now, I hope that looks very clear for you to understand what. Oh, that's not good. I wish I could move that, but what is this? I'm sure you should be aware of what that is. That is, of course, the Asia whipsaw. That is case 2, where price just trends randomly in the day. Now, in this case, we can't really guess what's happening. However, we have indeed got the characteristics of the inducement low, like such over here, and the inducement high with literally no entry opportunities. That was an entry opportunity, but otherwise, this isn't an entry opportunity. I know it looks nice, but the reality is it's not an entry opportunity. So in this case, we've had the characteristics of that first stage of the whipsaw. Now, the next stage is the matter of, well, we're not sure if it's going to range or if it's going to do the other case. Now, I'll draw the other case in a minute. But what we can expect is now, upon the reversal, I'm not interested in this smart money trap over here, nor am I interested in this mitigation now. So I expect this low to be taken out like such. So if we mark up case 2, let me just remove everything here. Clear everything. As well as these bits and bobs over here. Now, this is pretty annoying, actually. In the meantime, I'm sure you have got the memory of the whipsaws. They're really, really, really important, I would say. Like, I think they're underestimated in what they are, because you probably don't expect them to occur much. But once you understand them, they're really useful to your advantage. Now, case 2, on the other hand, is slightly different. I would say they're both very, very good, because case 2, as you saw just there, which was the up and down continuously, you can actually trade a lot of intraday. Now, your targets are shorter, but you can have more trades. Now, in this case, however, I think it's better if you're a beginner, and for anyone actually, is when you have something like this. I know I've drawn very typical liquidity there. Of course, it doesn't look like that all the time. But in the case of the whipsaw, what we actually have is where price, again, troops low, whatever, kind of does it more straight. But let's just say it troops straight with aggression, and then price troops higher, right? And then it continues completely for the rest of the day. Kind of something like that price can also do. And again, the same concept. We have the same characteristics of the whipsaw. It's just the rest of the day we can't predict, right? So we have that. We have that. So we've induced Asia high and low. Now we're expecting, well, I would expect, again, we have a target to the high side. Now I'm not going to change the screen as everything moves, but we have that 4H POI. So in my understanding in this case, it will be slightly the opposite, where we induce that low, like such, and hopefully we now induce high, because this is where you should understand from the Asia whipsaw characteristics, we don't take these buys, because there was no entry, and at the same time, it's a whipsaw, so price likely will continue bearish to even take that out by a slight few pips, maybe. Again, I'm not going to guess. I'm just going to wait to see what happens. And then hopefully our buys present in this leg, if it decides to create a leg, and we continue higher. That becomes a trap if that remains like such. Now, I hope that makes sense in your understanding. I would highly recommend that you actually mark up illustrations. It's not that hard. You can even do it on TradingView, maybe print it out or have them on hand. It's so key to remember how the characteristics look of the whipsaws. But however, it's a whipsaw regardless, but just not sure of the case. Now, this is interesting because it changes things, of course, so I would now mark that as whatever, 1M. Oh, cannot type properly. Smart money trap. Again, you know what, I actually would not do that because there's a trap there too, so the whole thing's like not relevant to even mark if there's traps everywhere in this leg. But either way, we target this, I would say, London Open, even though it's 5 minutes before. Target the low. And then from there, we then, of course, will hopefully identify the buys that we were waiting for from the beginning. Now, I'm going to go 1M. Okay, so we're going to continue with the price section and just wait to see what price has done. Okay, it's kind of looking like it's going to mitigate. Again, I'm not interested in that, again, for the same reason, where we have this, yeah, you could say it's a mitigation, it looks lovely, even though it went very high, could have taken you out by spread. It's the same concept as we marked up here. It's very not confirmed, should I say? Well, that was not proper English, but it's not very confirmed to take that. There's no there's not really like anything to just guess off. And that's where you would take a lot of losses if you try guessing that. Just don't do it. Just be patient. You'll get a lot of clear entries if you just be patient, and consistency. So in this case, I would rather then possibly take, well, maybe this area now, because that's a clear zone to me. And it's more confirmed in the sense, well, we've kind of waited a little bit. I'm not going to take that initial troop up if it's not really, like, it's not really reacted like anything. The only other thing as well is we are approaching MM1. So in a couple of minutes, around, let's get the marker up so we actually have a range view kind of thing. So we have a couple of minutes till this MM1, so the chances are we could actually mitigate in MM1 or around the window of MM1, and that's a great, again, confluence for the mitigation. So we have our mitigation in MM1, hopefully. If not, then great. There's not much to say about that, but it's fine. So we have a potential mitigation. There's nothing on the entry helper, unfortunately, in this case. So I'm not going to really consider that. Again, it's not always necessary. It's a final thing. So, okay. Oh, this is actually very interesting. We're 2 minutes off. We are kind of approaching it. If we do, that'll be lovely. Oh, so we did approach it. I know it looks ever so slightly by whatever this micro pip looking thing off, but you probably would have got in. Chances are you would get in based on spread. You have to factor that in when it comes to your entry anyways. So the chances are you get into this lovely, not to the minute, but MM1 mitigation, which is lovely. So you get that reversal play into your prime target over here, and that looks like a very reasonable amount of price action, or should I say profitability in this case. So you got a very nice TP, a very nice zone. Now should we have a guess what the risk reward is? I'm just going to guess randomly, maybe 11 to 1. Oh, we're approaching 11 to 1 now, so 14 to 1, I'm going to guess. Oh, I'm actually really close. I randomly guessed around a 13 to 1. I just like to put it a little bit lower in this case, but not at the point because then it's equal low, so just a little bit. So maybe it's a 14 to 1 then. That was a blind guess, but my maths are good, I guess, kind of. Don't quote me on that, actually. I don't think I'm amazing, but okay, so now target is the low. I'm not even going to wait any further to think of what happens to this side. And you can already see that looks incredible. That's really nice price action. Just going to keep chooping. Okay, so let's see what price does. Okay, it's perfect. Take off your profits at this point, close your positions, and you should be good to go. So now I'm still interested in buys, as mentioned. I'm just not seeing anything yet. We're going to wait for the opportunity to present. And let's just see what price does. This is why I don't like taking that random mitigation. You are very close to that. It's not my favorite, so in this case, we can again target there. We can target this mitigation over here. Like such. Possibly a let. Maybe if we switch to 5M, it helps. It's a 5M POI2. So it's a timing confirmed trade in the set. Well, not timing, should I say? A multiple time frame confirmed trade. So we have 5M and 1M align. I'm not sure about the 5M let because it's very close range in the anti-helper, but very far apart in price action. So I'm going to just speed it up a little bit. Oh, okay. That's interesting. Okay, this is weird because it looks like our let has kind of formed in this stage, but off entry. Maybe it's a 15M thing. Okay, it's not very clean, but it looks like we've got a 5M let. Just going to speed it up one more just to see how that forms. Okay, that forms pretty well, actually. It's just not mitigated the points I wanted. However, okay. Okay, so in this case, it hasn't formed the way I wanted in that sense where the let is this. But the chances are we can, of course, take the mitigation off the let, and that will be now the 5M. So we would have to then change our analysis ever so slightly and take that, your imbalance of the 5M, 5M let, and that lines up perfectly with this last candle. Or if you want to take that little imbalance alongside, we have either way a mitigation of 5M let. So that's nice to see. Timing, again, we are probably close to another timing element here, which is MM2. Could be close. I don't know how close it is. If it starts falling now, then it's not specifically MM2, it's almost MM2 then. But we have our targets higher up, and that looks like a juicy trade if it occurs. So let's see. And what's nice here, look what's happening. We're getting that liquidity that we want to then, of course, trade away from. So we don't want to take sells, we want to take buys. Well, smart money traders will take that mitigation there and expect sells, and that's why it's creating then equal highs at the same time. So interesting stuff. Okay, that's a nice mitigation, or imbalance fill in this case. Stream doesn't look like it's going to play out, but we've got a very nice 5 omelette. Okay, just have to look at it for a little bit myself. Okay, so okay, we probably have a chance of. Ooh, where are we right now? We're 8 minutes off, so I don't think it's going to be a 2-minute thing, but I think it's going to be in the window. So that's very okay. We just passed M2. Okay. So technically it is magic manipulation minutes 2. It's just not to the minute, unfortunately, but it is to the time window of MMM2, and you can see how gorgeous that is, where it's just amazing. Like, I don't even know what to say when it comes to timing. Like, look, we have MMM1 over here work perfectly. MM2 looks again like another mitigation in our direction off the 5 omelette. Taken out liquidity already. We only have our liquidity targets high now in the intraday basis. So in this case, it's actually really, really nice. So I'm gonna just see how price does react if it sustains. Again, if you've noticed, I didn't like over refine that by taking just that zone, or vice versa, taking that zone. I'd rather just take this whole candle here to the left, which is that last bearish candle. I like doing that personally, and it just makes more sense, because either way your stop loss has to be below the low, so it's better you just actually aim to target getting in, should I say. Let's remove MMM2 line over there, and wow, actually didn't notice that. That looks like another let. That looks incredible. Wow. So, I mean, that looks like a better let, but this is a let in itself of 5M. Wow. Okay, that's very nice. Again, worked in our favor anyways of what we were targeting. So let's see. Okay, we have a lot of liquidity. Again, I'm not really interested. Maybe we can find a continuation trade here. Just, yeah, price action's not looking lovely in this leg for continuation. That's fine. But what we do get is this gorgeous liquidity. We can mark it like that a little bit, but we get liquidity either way. So let's see what price shows us. Okay, it's coming back bearish. Move that a little bit. Okay. 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 That looks like a really nice let. I'm not interested in it being the let of whatever the hell that is. That's nothing like special or something to be like amazed about. But I think okay, this could make a lot of sense with the relevant break spot structure in that sense. So we've taken out this, creating these new, I don't want to say highs because I don't like using that, but we basically now are still continuing to form bullish movement, should I say. We have the let. We could take the mitigation off the let for a continuation trade. It's not time and confirm, it's the only thing. So if you're really desperate and you've missed this trade here, which is a really juicy one, then you can potentially take this one. I can see your risk to reward thing over here is probably much better. That's fine. It's a 1, 2, 3. Again, you're gonna be realistic. Let's just say to tag in. Let's just say round it up a little bit. Whatever like that. Factoring spread as well, and you don't really want to take 1 pip stop losses. That's not very smart. No, it looks amazing, but it's not very smart. But nevertheless, this one's a little bit bigger. It's a 4.3 pip stop loss. Target wise, looks juicy for both. This one's not amazing, but that's a 14-1, similar to the sells we had. And this one is a 27-1. That's freaking incredible. Like, what else can you say? That's a 27-1 in combination of both of them. You have 14 plus 27. That makes a 41-2 risk to reward on your buys here. So that's pretty impressive. I don't know what to say myself, but it becomes pretty normal at this point to experience that. And that is when I've created a stop loss that would make sense factoring spread, not the actuality of the logistics here are probably way higher actually. So let's see what price does. Oh, that's perfect. Okay. That is actually perfect. The way that looks scary, I'll be honest, but that's perfect the way it it just went. Yeah, those candles are crazy actually. That's good for us when you take the buy. You only have to experience one crazy bearish candle, and things look really good right now. So then you can mark up liquidity again, of course, and it's the same story again and again. And now let's just see how price does sustain. Okay, it's a little choppy. Okay. A little bit choppy. I'm gonna go 5M, just speed things up, see what price does. Does it reverse on us? Does it continue? Because at this point it's not really doing anything crazy for me to be interested in. We've got really nice buys. Ideally, your first buy is like Mona Lisa, even the sells. So like you can't complain that you catch every move when you catch the main moves. Why would you need to catch every move in between and be a retail trader and just randomly execute buys? Especially on retail heavens like that. Like the amount of people that would just put a buy somewhere and stop loss like crazy, like 20, 30 pips. We don't need to do that on the other hand, so you can take the prime entries. Okay, it's formed a new high in that sense. We are approaching New York Trap. Now, New York Trap, what do I expect? Continuation. Now, if price does present another entry of a continuation, a bit like this one here, which was that mitigation of the 1M let, then lovely. But at this point, I'm going to speed it a little bit to see if it does present something significant. And it looks like it's mitigated off the Asia high bounce there. Okay, that's nice. Again, I'm just not crazy interested in that, but again, if you miss it, why not? Now, I don't like it because 1M doesn't look lovely. 5M, on the other hand, looks pretty lovely. So, could take a Asia high bounce, 5M mitigation, New York open, kind of. My bad, you're 10 minutes off, but I will still classify in the New York open window. And then we could get a continuation. So let's see what price does. Okay. Ooh, that was our target of the previous Asia high liquidity, if you remember, to the left, like 2 months ago. So that would be like a TP1. However, upon that, you're very close to this crazy mitigation area on 1H and 4H. And the chances are you will tap into that. So, okay. Okay, lovely. We are almost there. So you could close at this point. No, it's getting a little bit wicky. We are almost approaching London close 2 in 5 minutes. So why not close? Maybe get some hesitation at this point. Chances are the rest of the move will be very low volatility and just pointless to hold. And we're not swing traders because of that reason, because London close is not likely going to do anything significant. Lovely. Actually looks perfect. Let's just forward it up a little bit to see what London close. Okay, yeah. Price is likely going to mess around a little bit more. Play around in that 1H, 4H zone. Remember, like I said, it's probably just going to mess around in there. At this point, it's late in the day, so I wouldn't even classify it as a valid quote-unquote mitigation because it's now end of day. Maybe next day Asia, maybe we get the same scenario, like we get an Asia range that builds off it, so we maybe sustain that. Again, this is just like an example of how to understand this. And then that's all liquidity. Price can continue higher, take out the zone, maybe then reverse. So that's the understanding aspect of it. I hope you guys did understand what I was saying and how you can trade the main pushes. You really don't need to be trading everything. Like I promise you, this is far, far nicer, especially for your psychology. Taking trades like this are like perfect. You really don't need anything else. You get your sells, your buys, 2 buy entries over there. They're perfect, and it's an Asia whipsaw, which you could say looks terrifying for most people. When you look at the illustrations, that looks like, what on earth is that? How do you trade that? But of course, with us with lit, the Asia whipsaws are actually perfect for us because it gives us prime entries that literally no other retail trader or person can trade effectively. They'll just make up stuff and just guess and mess it up pretty bad. So that is it from this segment of the adventure. I hope you guys did enjoy that.
Very quickly, I know I said I was going to do like the 15th onwards, but I wanted to do some candle replay, just candle by candle, and I realized that like that from like to the 15th is like here to here, and I realized that it was actually like a bit too nice, and I wanted to do some more difficult days, maybe where it gets a little bit frustrating, days where I can understand possible L's, or maybe showing you days where the TP was valid but it just doesn't quite get hit. 1 second. And because of that, I chose not to do this, but I still want to go through the higher time frame and understand, and show you like how the higher time frame was clean, and then we're going to jump into the 26th. I think we're going to do 26th to 2nd. I think we'll see. We'll see how far we go. But again, let's just give a brief recap on the higher time frame. So we obviously had. Actually, just give me a second. Let me go into full screen here. Okay. So obviously, we had our inducement high. We have liquidity here, liquidity here, and let me take off auto, and liquidity down here, right? Like that. We obviously covered this bit here. We get our lovely false reaction up into this M15 inducement zone right here. This was all very clean. We covered this on the previous week. Very nice. And then obviously we had our false reaction from this liquidity here that came down and mitigated our H1 zone. So now we were trading away from this, but we know that overall we should be trading away from this completed lit cycle here on the higher time frame. So we're trading away from that. We're trading away from that. Lovely. And then we don't just want to randomly pick one of the two POIs. How do we want to go about it? Well, first we want to see them build liquidity, give a false reaction from that liquidity, and then maybe we can get our vector inducement higher, and maybe it comes into a POI, we've got a lit cycle, we're trading away from that, right? Similar to up here. So if we just go down to the M15, obviously I've been through this a lot. We have our liquidity, our false reaction, and then our vector up. So this vector up also comes into this and fills our zone. Perfect. And this is the thing, you can have both of these zones marked up, but you don't just want to randomly pick one of them, like, oh yeah, it's this one here, or oh yeah, it's this one here. What you want to do is you want to wait and let them show you what they're going to do. Build the perfect equal highs. Give a false reaction from there. Vector down, come down, mitigate this inducement, trade up into the inducement and our 4 hour zone right here. Yeah. And then from there, we can look at this. Okay, perfect. And then, we're trading away. Lovely. And now we get to the day that we are currently on. So let's just go through these days as well. After this inducement high, what can we expect? London knockout or retail heaven. We get a retail heaven down to the next liquidity point. And then we get a pullback. And then here, this is one of the things that I want to talk about. During this, any buys that you take are going against this most recent inducement. So you have to be quite, what's the word, like conservative with your TPs. And you've also got to recognize that intraday, we have an inducement here where we also gave false reaction from this liquidity. So maybe this is going to turn into a ranging day. And personally for me, I TP based on like the most likely scenario, not the scenario that I want. So here it's quite likely that we turn into a rangy day. So with our sells from like here, which are very valid, build up, inducement high, sell back down, you can target this. But now any buys and sells, rather than targeting like the extremes for like being induced, you're much better to target like mitigation. So for example, this buy here, you can see it on like, even on M5, it's quite nice. I just target this, and then this sell back down, I just target this. And it's just about being like realistic. And then look, obviously we build liquidity for the next day, induce it. I'm not sure if this takes out the high again. I don't think it does. And then obviously we get our drop. Would have been much more ideal if the high did get taken out and then this got induced in London. Then you've got your London open knockout, which is like obviously ideal scenario. Let's jump into the current day. So starting as always, same thing. Excuse me. Same thing. So let us go. Sorry, just excuse me. Let me have a drink. All right. Coming into this day, what do we see? Well, we see a couple of things, right? First off, where should we always be starting? We should always be starting with marking our liquidity. Potentially, this could be an inducement. Potentially, could be equal highs that we expect to get taken, right? And then coming into this, we obviously also have Asia low. Potentially see this as like, okay, maybe we trade away from this for a little bit, but we have to remember overall we're looking to target much lower. This is our inducement that we're trading away from. So potentially, where could we be coming? Well, overall, we're probably going to come down to like this, at least this, right? At least come and take this out, because this is our like very, very significant inducement with like the daily highs taken. I don't like the fact that auto is on. With the daily highs taken right here. Like that. So we should definitely probably come down and take this out, but at least here. So we know like we're going to be quite bearish till at least here, most likely till all the way down to here. So now that we know that, what do we know about our potential TPs? Well, if we get like an inducement high, a nice inducement high, then we can probably aim a lot lower. But if we get a inducement low, it's most likely just going to provide us with a pullback and not a full-on reversal. So we have to be a little bit careful with our inducement lows. We don't want to be aiming for like, ridiculous TPs. In this case, maybe if we get an inducement low, we can aim for this liquidity up here. But if this was not clear liquidity, then you'd more likely be aiming for like a mitigation or something like this, something a bit more safe, a bit more secure. So as always, so I'll just do this to show the next timing. Actually, let me do UTC +2 for you guys. So there we go. Okay, so that's our next timing, Frankfurt. Now, I want to say that with my personal style of trading, I like to catch, rather than lots of trades on one pair, I like to catch clean trades across multiple pairs. So maybe I'm not going to be as aggressive on this single pair, but when you're trading like 7 pairs and you've got your alerts on, you understand, okay, I'm not interested in it until it takes out this price action, you begin to it's basically the same as trading like 1 or 2 pairs, but just focusing on them. You get the same amount of setups, but you also get like much cleaner setups. And maybe some of you don't. I know quite a few of you are interested in like the intraday ping pong, but I also think there's quite a few of you who are content with just, focusing on like true Mona Lisa setups or like really clean setups and just taking them. And this doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to be taking less trades in a day. It just means that if you're looking at more pairs, you've got more options. For example, if a day is specifically quite shit, then you can just go, okay, I'm not going to look at it. Like, if it's just going into a build up the entire day, like let's say price was just building between here and here, alert here, I go look at other pairs, I go do something else. So let's jump in. So obviously we're going to go on to M5 and then I'll stop it when I think there's anything interesting. We'll discuss it and we'll go from there. All right, let's bring this down a little bit. All right. Okay, so nothing interesting yet. Okay, so now we've actually got something a little bit interesting. Let's move this to London so we know when London is. So now what do we have? And this is a scenario that happens quite a lot. And I think people need to learn to like sit on their hands a little bit during this scenario. We have obvious liquidity low, obvious liquidity high. So what should we be doing here in an ideal scenario? Just give me a second. Okay, in an ideal scenario, sorry, not in an ideal scenario, but what we should be doing is we have liquidity high, we have liquidity low. So we should wait. Very simple. We should wait. We're in just one big build up at the moment. Okay, let's keep going. Now, obviously, M5 is our home time frame. It's the time frame that we're most interested in. And you've got to be quite careful because you will get caught out a lot, especially at the beginning, if you're just sitting there stuck on M1, not really looking at the bigger picture. Because look, this is how it looks on M1. So on M1, maybe you see like, oh yeah, this is my inducement, I jump in, and then you see, oh yeah, that's my inducement, I'll jump in that, oh yeah, no. And then you go, oh, okay, no, that's the inducement. Whereas if you just go onto the M5 and you just zoom out a little bit, you see like, okay, like we've got liquidity here, it's probably, we've got liquidity on like either side, it's probably not best for me to trade within this at the moment, especially if I'm looking to play those Mona Lisas. So ideal setup here. Let's discuss what we would get. So we know that we're coming into London Open. So the next one is MM1. So ideal setup, we get something like this, right? Show the liquidity, maybe give like a reaction, maybe with like strong vectors down, because the trend has shifted downwards on like M15. So people are looking for sells. So if we can get them in prematurely and then induce high and then trick people into taking the buys, then the sell setup would be very nice. But obviously that is like ideal scenario. And it's good to consider these. You're not predicting what's going to happen. You're just considering like, okay, what is the ideal scenario for me to take this trade? And then if that ideal scenario presents, you definitely take trade because it's what you've been waiting for, right? but you can also have multiple scenarios where you're like, okay, this is, in this circumstance, it's fine to take the trade. In this circumstance, it's not fine to take the trade. And it's about understanding what validates and invalidates your trade so that when it comes back, you already know, like, okay, if I see this, I'm taking it. If I don't see this, I'm not taking it, right? So we're coming up, huge vector up, perfect, actually perfect. Now, you should not be scared of stuff like this at all. You should not be scared of stuff like this. You should not try and trade in here. No, this is ideal. If you can identify these false reactions, literally ideal. Okay, so let's continue. We're giving our false reactions. Vector candles, very nice. Very nice. Ideally, we mitigate this point to the left. This is our ideal scenario. Okay, so we filled most of the imbalance. We didn't mitigate the POI. Not the end of the world. Now, let's look here. So let's dive down. We've had our BOS. We've had our BOS, we had our false reaction too. Again, very important, the false reaction, because what it does is it shows you where people have been tricked into entering, basically. They've been tricked here, because, you know, they've shown the liquidity. If you look on M5, it's a bit more obvious on M5. This was just a huge reaction. You know, so many people are tricked. Oh, candle closed, they're entering here, stops above here or up here. And now they've been induced. And now they're like, oh, I was wrong. Right? They're like, oh, I was wrong. In actuality, oh, we've got this double bottom, you know, we're trading away from it. Huge momentum to the upside. Of course I was wrong, right? So let's continue to play. Let's mark out the zone that we're interested in, which is, of course, so yeah, this is where it comes down to how you want to refine. If you want to refine to the imbalance, that is absolutely fine, like that, or even like this. But personally, I always like to take the last buy before the sell down. So the selling pressure started here. So for me, I'm taking this. Now, obviously, this is quite big, but what we need to consider is where are we targeting? Because that's a big zone, obviously. But look, we're trading away from this inducement up here. We've had an inducement high to go along with it. Huge vector candles. So where are we most likely targeting? Well, we could target here, but look, we have an even better target of these equal lows. Yeah. So yes, the zone seems big, but when you factor in the target, that's where you're going to target. Now, you could say, oh, but why not here? And if, okay, we'll get into this a little bit later, but let's say we took a trade like price comes down, tags us in, and then does that. If I was in this trade here, then the target for this one would just be this, because this is enough liquidity to cause a pullback. And if it pulls back, where is it likely going to take out? Right here. So it could do that. Boom. So it depends about where you get in and the circumstances at which you get in. Because, like I said, higher time frame inducement up there. Clean inducement in London Open. So we could definitely expect some type of London knockout, right? So for this, it makes sense to target much lower. And that's what we did. We went and we looked. Where's the little, how do I get off? Okay, that's perfect. We went and we looked, okay, this point here, and then we saw, oh, there are equal lows here. So this is probably the better target overall. Again, if you target this, I don't think that's the end of the world either. Okay, excuse me. So that's the target. Now we have our, let me delete this. So ideally, if we come down into like something like this, is this a mitigation that we want to take? Probably not. It's probably not a mitigation that we want to take. It's probably going to be an SMT. And why is it fair to assume that it would be an SMT? Well, it's because of the equal lows right here. You know, this is Asia low. It's also equal lows. We're not going to be expecting new highs from here. We expect this to be liquidity. And what is the ideal scenario with liquidity? Well, we got it over here, where you have you show the liquidity, you show the false reaction, and then you induce it. That's the ideal scenario. Now, potentially after we take this out, we could see a pullback, but when it's not going to be a pullback, it's not going to be a full-on reversal to take the highs. Yeah, because why would it be? When we understand, right, if it is a reversal that takes the highs, in this scenario, it would not make sense to expect that. It would make more sense to just expect a pullback. So you have to, in my opinion, when you're TPing, you shouldn't TP based on what you want. You should TP based on what makes the most sense. And in this case, London knockout, inducement high, after a significant inducement high, targeting the equal lows. That should make sense. Okay, so now we're not going to sit and watch all of this on M1 because we don't care about it. Like there's no point just sitting there watching on M1 because you get analysis paralysis and you end up taking trades that you shouldn't have. Okay, so let's see what happened on M1. Now this is not a trade that we should take, but we can understand. Build up, inducement, mitigation. Potentially at this point we can expect what? A pullback. Does that mean we have to trade it? Absolutely not. Okay, so we're getting our pullback. Timing's looking good. Wow. Okay. There we go. Tagged in at MM1 to the, I don't know, not quite to the minute, to the 5 minutes afterwards. Okay. We're doing our thing. We're holding. Okay. All right. Perfect. Makes sense. Now, you see why I like to ensure that I'm tagged in rather than get the best RR, because no matter how you refine it, this would miss. And this is personally one of the reasons why I always like to take like the final buy before the sell or the final sell before the buy. So like that as well. I wouldn't take this trade obviously, but that'll be how I refined. Okay, so at what point can we go break even? Well, personally, it's fine to, like, in my opinion, go break even here, because realistically, maybe not, because there is still a chance that it comes back up to here, right? So once these lows get taken, that would be the point where I would be like, okay, it's right to go break even here. It's almost definitely like the best decision. So this would probably be the break even point for this specific trade. Right, okay, let's go on to M5 again and let's watch it do its thing. Now, are we just going to apply a random M5 let? No, it needs to make sense with the price action, right? Here's our low that we're expecting to be taken. Lots of liquidity, trading against the most recent high, trading away from the most recent higher time frame inducement. Should make sense. Perfect. Okay, notice how we just come back up. This is like your M5 order flow. Filled there, filled there, filled there. Perfect. Trading down. Okay. So now we're holding this trade from the top. We're holding this trade from the top, and we're going to look for potential re-entries towards our overall target. We expect the pullback. We shouldn't really be too shocked about it. Where could we potentially trade? Maybe if it comes back up into, so this is obviously too big, because for your target, that's going to be like a 1 to whatever. So in cases where, you know, this is too big, I just take like 50% of the zone. But why do we even consider this POI in the first place? Well, this POI rests on the midline, and it's a good POI to take for continuations lower. But if you don't want to take this because you expect more of a pullback from this inducement low, completely understandable. Okay, price does its thing. Okay, back onto M5. So again, we are still looking to take a potential continuation, but there's a couple things that I would want. Personally, I'm not just going to take random mitigations. So the ideal mitigation would be an Asia low bounce, or we have a build up, induce high, continue lower, and then we've got an inducement POI that we could take. Either one of those is quite nice. Okay, so what are we going into right here? A build up. Makes sense? Okay, we're respecting it. And this is why it's important that you stick on to M5, because if you're sitting there watching M1, oh yeah, this is the inducement, I need to take this trade, I need to take this trade. But on M5, it's nothing. And especially when you know that this inducement here is in line with everything. It's literally perfect. You know that we should come down and grab at least some liquidity to the downside. At least some. Potentially, if you get really lost and you see this, I could maybe understand if you took it. But you have to take into account everything. Like why would this little inducement here, okay, here is the scenario in which this would be fine. We create liquidity. Now it's equal lows. We come up, come back down, false reaction away, come back down, then you can take that. In this scenario, you can take it. And where'd you take it to? Probably just Asia high, Asia low, sorry. Something like that. But you need to be considering what scenarios validates what. Right, so we're in our little build up, perfect. Nice and simple. Okay, so potentially, if you were absolutely starved for a trade and you really wanted to take something, you could potentially look to take this. Maybe. I mean, in my opinion, this is like, I don't know, this is like forcing a trade a little bit. But if you really wanted to, you could take this and you would break even at this point here. It would have to be a quick break even. But again, like, that's not really something that I'd personally look to take. 1 second. Okay. There we go. TP hit. So at this point here, what can we expect? Maybe we can look for a potential pullback to maybe take some liquidity higher. So let's have a look. Let's see what presents. Okay. So again, what did I say that we need to look for? If we're going to, if you're looking for a Mona Lisa reversal, you want liquidity, price trades away, gives a false reaction, induces it, and then goes. Maybe comes back and mitigates and then goes. That's like, if you're wanting to trade like a Mona Lisa reversal or pullback in this situation, that's what you want to look for. Again, this is my personal style of trading. Obviously, if you're going to be looking for trades like this, it does mean that you're going to be missing out on some trades. But that's why you have multiple pairs to look at the really, really nice ones. Okay, so let's keep going. Let's see if we show any liquidity. No, we just keep dropping. And you see how by waiting for them to show liquidity, react away, give the false reaction, you prevent getting into all of these little ones here. Like, oh yeah, I take this. And then you get 2 bullish candles, L. Oh, and then you're like, oh no, sorry. This was the liquidity. So obviously I take this. And then it's like, oh no, I got a couple bullish candles and then it was an L. And I'm sure that has happened. And you know, that will continue to happen until you develop your patience. You can't control what the market does, you can only control when you push the button. Okay, so now we're at London close, lowest point of the day. So we get like a potential pullback, realistically nothing to trade off of. And there we end the day. Okay, so let's look at the higher time frame. Let's go to the next day as well. So we need to go to 3. There you go. Okay, so equal lows built right here. You might be like, oh yeah, but isn't that an inducement? Yes, technically, but look, we're coming lower. Why would we stay within this zone? These are, you know, equal lows. This is liquidity. We've got lower targets. But if you're really unsure, what can you do? Let me just grab this. Sorry about that. Really unsure, what can you do? You can have intraday conservative targets. Nothing wrong with that. Absolutely nothing wrong with that. Okay. So let's do exactly the same. We know we have liquidity lower. We know that we have potentially this could be an inducement, or potentially could be liquidity. Given that we have multiple reactions here, I'm expecting that it will be liquidity. So ideally, let's think about it. What are our ideal scenarios? Well, we could do something, you know, give like a false reaction, maybe leave liquidity here, come up, induce, mitigate, induce, take the pullback, something like that, right? Or we could come down, induce low, give the false reaction. Oh no, Asia high holds. Psych. Go like that. Boom. Something like that. You know, it's good to, we're not we are predicting, but we're not gonna like force that analysis. It's good to just understand, like, okay, given what we have, what could we expect? So again, very similar situation. we have liquidity on either side. So what are we going to do? We're just going to sit and wait. Again, I'll mark up the next timing. Are we interested in that, given that we've got liquidity lower? Not really. So we'll go to 9. Again, we're just marking our liquidity and just waiting. Like, when you have liquidity on either side, it is just best to wait. Okay, so look at what we're doing now. Building even more liquidity. Potentially we're inducing high now. We could come and take these highs and then things get interesting. But again, we're not going to predict anything. We're just going to sit and react. Okay. All right. So here's a question. How many of you would, I don't want to say how many of you, but like, think to yourself, if you saw these equal highs here, would you start forcing buys to take out these equal highs, even though you've got liquidity on the downside as well? It's just something to think about. Okay, so what is this? Likely a false reaction. Again, what is this? Likely a false reaction. So here you literally just have to sit on your hands. That's all. Okay, now we can be interested. Now, after we've faked it and faked it and faked it, induced the equal highs, now we can be interested. And realistically, you can, again, let's let it, okay, break of structure high. I know that a lot of you like to use it after the inducement, yeah? If you're waiting for that, you've got it. And the thing is, what point are you going to refine to? Likely something like this. Personally, for me, this zone is too big, so I will take 50% of the zone. And then we need to think about targets, because yes, we are likely still playing only a pullback, because on the higher time frame overall, wait, where am I? Because this might give away. Okay, wait, let me go back and I'll go on to the 1 hour. There you go. Right now it won't show. Okay, perfect. So we know that we're still within this zone. 1, 2, 3 taps within this zone. Here's our likely next target, but we do know that we can get a pullback because we've had a build-up of liquidity, a reaction from it, and now we can get a pullback. Now, where is the best target? In this case, it's Asia high, because it's the most, it's like obvious liquidity. 1, 2, 3, 4, not even including all of these little taps here. So much liquidity rests there. If there was not a lot of liquidity resting there, then rather than targeting Asia high, it would probably make more sense to target a mitigation at the midline or a mitigation here, at least in my personal opinion. Okay, so again, this zone is too big for me. So what do? Just target just 50% of the zone, targeting Asia high. Perfect. Okay. All right. So at this point here, this one comes off. For me, this one comes off after we've induced high. So we'll take that one off. And when is our next timing? Why have I put it there? Oh no, that is, sorry, 12:30. Okay, so this was our next timing, but we know that we've got liquidity higher. We know that we've just given a false reaction from this liquidity here and then induced higher and then induced low. So we actually do expect this obvious, and the key word is obvious, liquidity to get grabbed. So let's put this at the next timing and let's go from there. Okay, so still we're just sitting on M5. Perfect. So now we have had liquidity being built, false reaction, inducement high with what? Vector candles. Yeah. We've also had obviously our little mini build up, but we don't really need to mark that in this situation because we understand, okay, we're in this overall larger build up. Yeah. Because again, I'm only focusing on the absolute Mona Lisa trades. That's it. Okay. So now, very nice. We start to pull away. Okay, we like this. At this point here, this is likely the inducement. You can refine from this right here, but you have to understand that your stop loss either has to go over above this, or you can refine like this for the RR, but you have to accept that you are going to take more losses. Personally, I take the zone like this. Limit would go on. Now think, it's always important to think, what would make this even nicer? What would make this even nicer? If we did what? If we built liquidity below the zone. Let's have a look. Okay, so we're into our timing now. Price is trading away, price is trading away. Now be honest with yourself. How many of you would look to trade, I don't know, this out of, you know, fear of missing the move, and then you take like an unnecessary loss? If you're going to take a zone like this, it has to be really, really confirmed. Like you have to have, you know, basically, in my opinion, the same thing. And then, you know, you can play that zone. Like that. That's the circumstance where you can play that zone. At least if you want to trade similarly to me. Okay, perfect. We're faking it, faking the reaction. And then we're coming in. New York Chap is just around the corner, right there. Okay, now we need to think, okay, if we're in this trade, yeah, if we're in this trade, where are we going to target? Well, there is a safe option, and there is also a aggressive option. So let me just get right before New York Trap so I can go on to H4. Okay, doing its thing. Okay, a bit scary, shaky hands. Very shaky hands. Okay, so where do I want to get right before New York Trap? So at this point, the trades break even. Oh, right, I've gone past New York Trap. I'm an idiot. Right. Anyway, we know that overall, potentially, we could come take out this, at least for intraday. We could come take out this. But we also know that on an intraday basis, this, we built equal lows, we gave a reaction from it, we induced low, so potentially you could get a bit worried and think like, potentially you get a bit worried and think like, oh, you know, maybe it doesn't come down and take this. So, you know, you're looking at the difference of 10R versus the difference of 6R. And if you're not confident, then this would be your target. But if you look at it and you go, okay, I've built a quadruple top on intraday. I know that realistically I should still be coming lower. Combine that with the quadruple top, combine that with the way that we induced huge build up. Okay, I'm going to target this. Either way, I don't think it's that bad. Either one. Either one is pretty fine. Okay, so there we go. We're at break even. Oh, I've got auto on. I hate that one. Okay, we're at break even. Price doing its thing. Reacting. And again, if you're not at a point where you can control your emotions and this causes you to, oh no, I've got to get out. I've got to get out. I was wrong. This isn't a smart money trap. This is actually a mitigation and it's going to go higher. If you're at that point, that's completely fine to be at that point. It's probably better that you target here to prevent you from, oh no, and you end up pulling out all the way up here and 1 to 3. Like, that's not ideal. So look at what we've had here. Let's identify it. Very quick. Build up. Inducement high. What timing? London open. Potentially we could look for this. But again, is this the safest trade? Have we had a very proper build up, or have we said, oh, okay, it's London close. I want to look for a mitigation. Oh yeah, that's my inducement. Oh yeah, that's my mitigation. Have we done that? Remember, we're better than a clock. You don't just want to be looking at things like that. You want to wait. You want to be patient. We're not looking to dive in. All we're looking to do is press buy and sell at good setups. So again, okay, in this case, now I would say like, okay, this is nice liquidity. I'd like for this to get taken. If this gets taken, again, we're getting very late in the day, so I'd probably stop trading right now. But if this gets taken, then maybe we can get like a little bit interested, right? Okay, so price does. And now that it is late in the day, because we could just build liquidity here, in my opinion, this becomes the better TP. Because what could we expect from here? Well, we could expect a liquidity build up for the next day. Yeah. Okay. It does end up with getting taken. That's absolutely fine. So TP on that one. Let's drag this. It does end up getting taken. Perfect. Okay, we get a bit of a pullback. Potentially, if you really wanted to, if you wanted to be really, really aggressive, you could look at this. Where would be the most sensible TP? Well, we do expect it to just be a pullback. So normally it would be some kind of mitigation, but your mitigation is up here. And what does your mitigation lie on? Liquidity. So probably this is best for your target. But again, you do have to acknowledge that you are taking this straight off the inducement. So if you're taking this, you're taking it straight off the inducement. So it is a bit of a riskier one. But for me, this, if the timing was nicer, like if this was earlier in the day, this would definitely be something that I'd look to take, because I'm playing with the house's money basically. So I'd be more willing to take something like this. Okay. Again, price does its thing. So you probably go break even quite quickly as well due to the nature of it. Okay, so keep going. Now look at that very quickly. What is this? Liquidity. What is this? Likely a false reaction. So you should not get scared by things like this. It should actually confirm like, okay, we're coming here. Yeah, you see, It's exactly the same stuff over the last few days. False reaction, induce low. So obviously this is false reaction from the high. We've got liquidity on either sides. Then we give another false reaction, boom, come up, take it out. False reaction to the downside. Damn, what happens? We take it out. Yeah, come and take it out, sorry. So this should not panic you. Now, I would not just pull a random zone like, oh yeah, this one, of course. I wouldn't just pull a zone like this. What I would do is if this zone lined up with Asia midline or something like that, then yes. Then yeah, what is my there? Oh, why is it frozen? Why are you doing this to me? Oh. Okay, but why can't we go to M1? Okay, yeah. So if this zone lined up with Asia midline, then I would consider it. Then I'd be like, okay, yeah. And then with this false reaction, I'd be like, definitely. If this zone lined up with Asia midline, I'd probably set a limit on it. But due to timing, due to the fact that it doesn't, I don't want to just choose a random POI. But I'd still mark it. I'd still be interested to see if it does react from this point. Why are we doing this? Okay, I guess M5 is not the time frame that we can use. So let's keep going. And then again, also this is news. If you look, I'm pretty sure it was, this would have been 7:30. I think this was FOMC. Bang, right up. Mitigate realistically, because this is news, you probably get taken out on spread if you do set a limit. But like I said, not setting a limit on this because there's no reason for this POI other than the fact that we have a build up underneath it. So yeah, I don't like I like to have like reasons for taking my POIs. Like, oh, it's an inducement POI. Oh, it lines up with Asia midline. Oh, it lines up with Asia high or Asia low. Like, I like to have a reason. Okay, and then price does its thing and continues to melt. So let's go. Please let me go back to M5. Okay, nice. Okay, so looking at this, we have our liquidity here. Let's grab this. We have our liquidity here. So let's keep going. We want to get to the next day. Okay, perfect. So now we have liquidity much lower. A lot lower. Okay. Now, okay, so I've just realized we're on FXCM, which is not the greatest thing in the world. So here, with all of this right here does not exist, but it still doesn't change anything because look, this is your liquidity, your equal lows, and this right here is your false reaction. But it may actually change where Asia midline is. Wait, give me a second. So in that case, Asia midline does. So potentially you could look at that again. I would be off the charts by like London close, so I wouldn't be interested. But this in this case, it will change things because this is our Asia low right here. Sorry, I didn't realize I was on FXCM. I thought I was on Oanda. And this is our Asia high. And then obviously previous day low. Okay. What do we think we're going to do? Well, it is pretty simple. What we're going to do is we're going to wait. As always, we're going to let them show us what they want to do. Okay, So we've also got to know, okay, yeah, it's right there. All right, so here we had, again, this one is like quite tricky, but I would just look at this as equal lows. You maybe look at this as an inducement, but it's not like clean, which is what I want to trade. So huge wick means very big liquidity zone. So potentially, oh wait, let me get my thing. So we're also in Frankfurt. So our next one is London Open. Frankfurt induces high. We know that we've got liquidity lower as well. This is potentially a false reaction from that. We could continue higher as well. We do have to consider that. Okay, so let's keep going. Okay, we expect a false reaction here. No one's going to look to trade this. Boom. Vectoring down. But is anything here clear like it was on these days? Not yet, right? We haven't really had a clear liquidity build-up and false reaction. We do know that we're currently giving a false reaction from this. We want to look at, we want to look at potentially this low being taken, but we don't want to force it. But we can see, like, okay, we go down here. Because this is a huge wick, everyone's going to be putting their stop losses there. This is our false reaction. Potentially, and this isn't the nicest, potentially we could look for sells from here. But why are these sells from here maybe a little bit more risky now? Because of this, right? They're a little bit more risky because we've now just grabbed liquidity. So if you want to take these sells, it's probably better if you get something like that. That's an ideal scenario to take the sells. But if price just comes back, maybe it induces one more time. Maybe this actually becomes the liquidity and we go like this and then take it out. Maybe we just keep going higher. Yeah. Maybe we say, okay, we've induced enough liquidity, Asia midline, we drop, lovely jubbly, all of that sort of stuff, right? It's possible. Okay. So let's also, and we'll do this for all the others now, mark the Asia midline, just put a line on it. Let's make it pink. Oh, I just deleted the timing. I meant to delete the 50%. Let's make it pink. There we go. Why not? Okay, so now potentially we could look for sells here, but the scenario would be we'd probably need a build-up. False reaction, reaction from liquidity, boom. Maybe even another entry, something like that. To consider it. No. And turn it back. Okay. Let's keep going. Interesting. Interesting. So now we've taken Asia low, but we still know, okay, there's liquidity here. So let's go on to M5 as we don't want to be stuck on M1. Okay, reaction, not really a huge false reaction. You look at the differences. Here we get a significant reaction away. This is just a candle or so. It's not even with big momentum, like tricking people in. Again, up here, we had just one bullish candle, bearish candle. Here we just get a little, maybe you can consider it. But again, liquidity lower. We could get a pullback now. Okay, so on M1, what are we likely doing right here? There's likely a nice little build. Okay, that's in pink now, black line. Okay, this is likely build of liquidity. Okay. Let's see what we get. Okay, this is much nicer. A much nicer false reaction. A lovely false reaction. Okay, now this becomes a little bit interesting. Your liquidity, your inducement high. Maybe you'd wait for a break of structure of some kind, like that. And then you could look to get in on this. Okay, that would be fine in my opinion. I don't think that's the end of the world. It did look nice. We didn't get our break of structure though. So potentially this is just, again, going into another build-up. But for me, if I was taking this, I would be quite comfortable with this loss. Target there. Target there. Obviously, it is a bit more of a riskier one, but it would definitely be something that I'd be okay with. Okay, so now let's think about it. Let's think about what we actually have. We have this zone right here, which rests on the midline. So now we've had build up underneath it, like that. Yeah. And we're starting to go up. The only thing is, we do have, this would be my limit, but I'd understand that we can react from the M5 zone itself. Okay, let's check this out. That's not what it looks like. Let's check this out. Okay, interesting. So now we've had, again, build up, inducement, day open as well, midline on the M5 point. So now we could be like, okay, I understand this. Maybe you want to give this another attempt. Personally, for me, I would have my limit here. Obviously, this is a bit, oh yeah, that's the M5 point. It's always shit when you just get in a little bit too early, but that happens to everyone. Like there's going to be times where you get in early, and it's about what's worth the risk and what's not worth the risk. Okay, so again, false reaction away. Love it. Really, really love it. Okay. Again, could potentially be interested in this zone. So let's mark it up. But only if, okay, there, we're getting our vectors down. Boom. Getting our vectors down. Perfect. Are we in any significant timing yet? No. So let's continue to just let price do its thing. We don't want to force anything. Again, vectoring, vectoring, vectoring. Okay, now we're in New York open. And we've vectored down, we've built all the liquidity. So now we could get a good reversal. But again, we don't want to be predicting that this is the bottom of the higher time frame inducement. At least that's not how I like to do it. I like to actually see the confirmations of the inducement. I like it to like trade away, and then the next day I'll be like, okay, that's the higher time frame inducement, and I can trade away from it now. Okay, so let's jump down. Let's see. Okay. So we're getting a decent build up below this point. It's going to be an EDM. Be careful, it doesn't lie on Asia low. Asia low is here. So that's not a confluence for the zone, but it's an M1 and an M5 EDM. Now, if we were to take this, are we going to be taking this all the way back down to create a new low? Is that likely? Is a new low likely in this situation? No, we're just expecting a pullback. So what I'd recommend is that you target an imbalance fill. You can target the M5, you can target the M15. Either way, I think it's fine. Personally, for me, I'll target whichever is, I'll target the more conservative one. So, well, has the M15 already been filled? No. So for me, I'll target this one. But in all honesty, I think if you targeted this, you shouldn't be too worried. There's probably not a difference. Like, I don't, basically what I'm saying is I don't think it's wrong to target this. I just think it's more ambitious because you know that it's a pullback and it doesn't necessarily have to come back all the way to the extreme. Obviously, ideally it would. And if it does come back to the extreme, then realistically, we're going to be looking to play it. We're going to be looking to buy from the extreme. I'll probably take this actually. That zone's too small for me. I'll take that. Okay. So we've had our false reaction away. We've had our build up underneath our POI. It's looking good. Okay. We are tagged in. Perfect. And again, you can refine to this, but you do just have to accept that sometimes you are going to miss some trades. That is just how it's going to be. Actually, now that I'm looking at this, this is a Newswick. So I would actually probably target this. So that or the M15 zone. Either one is fine, especially because the M15 zone is right below that. I would probably target that, but I would actually have, depending on if we start building, then limit here for pullback at least to these highs. Okay, let price do its thing. Again, if you want to take the re-entry, you really want to get in, you can take it like this. The only thing with this is you are trading an EDM, so technically you're trading the mitigation of an EDM, so technically your stop loss should be up here. And given the target 1 to 3, yeah, it's not really worth even attempting the pullback. Okay, so price is coming down. Oh, did we skip? Okay, so there we go. That's out. But again, so normally I take this, the last sell before the buy up, but in this case, it's perfectly fine to refine to this because I want to be in the trade, and this is a bit too small. This is like 1.9 pips when I know that my target is going to be at least 30 pips, right? So I don't mind taking basically a 3 pip TP because it's still going to be roughly 1 to 10. So now we want to see some kind of build up. Okay, yeah, perfect. We're building up. So now I'd be interested in this. Target here. But you see how I would not be interested in it if it wasn't for the build-up. Okay, now we've induced low, potential M5 let. Okay, there we go. We all saw it. Watch carefully. M5 let. Okay. Then we get our breaker structure. So if you look at it like this, we've had build up, inducement low, break of structure. We've technically mitigated the M15, but obviously we would much prefer to mitigate lower, like the M5 or even down to the M1. But you do have to consider this. So at this point here, if you still want to get into the trade, you have a lot of confluences for this zone. Again, we're not just pulling random mitigation zones. M5 let, inducement POI, within timing, break of structure afterwards. So you should, in my opinion, or can look for this zone. The only tricky thing is your target is like this. So again, I would probably look for 50% of that zone, like that. Again, now we need to think, when does this zone become invalid? And that is likely when we induce high. Okay? So again, this zone is invalid. Why? Because now we've had a significant inducement low. So this is going to become liquidity. We could still potentially look at the midline zone. But again, let's keep going. Okay. So again, we've now induced high. We know that we're trading away from this, at least for the moment, right? At least for the moment, because it is a very significant inducement. This is most likely low of the day. We're not going to expect it to be taken. Of course not. So we could trade away from this, at least for the moment. Now, let's keep going. Interesting. Very interesting. So now we have built liquidity right below the midline POI. Again, if it was any other POI, I'm probably not interested. If it's any other POI, I'm probably not interested. But there's a couple of things that we do need to know. We are likely trading away from this inducement right here. And timing wise, we have London close right here. So if we get a mitigation of the inducement POI at London close with the clear build up below it, you know, trade away, perfect. Then we could be like, interesting, interesting. If you're not comfortable, then obviously you could look for, this is obviously quite a scary limit to put on. So what could we instead look for? Instead, we could look for EOS. Where are we going to take it? Probably this for me. There we go. BOS lower. Perfect. Wait for the more confirmed trade. Okay. London close. Perfect. Keep going. Keep going, vector up. Okay, so this has probably gone without us. Yeah, no, looking at this is definitely gone without us. We've come and filled the M5, that's fine. Where would we be targeting? Either like an imbalance fill. I think realistically, just the new low. Because it's London close, end of the day, we expect that end of day consolidation. So I think a new low is the most appropriate. Let's see what we get. Okay, building, 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 building. Lovely. And that is what we get. A new low. It's the end of the day. Okay, so yeah, so I do think this is a valid loss, and I do think if you had your TP here, would not be the end of the world. Well, obviously it would end up break even, but like, I mean, like from a technical standpoint, it wouldn't be the end of the world. The only thing is you do have to react a little bit, and especially when you're building liquidity, inducement, M5 let, for the sake of, so that's 1 to 8. For the sake of 2R, I think makes more sense, especially when this lines up with your M15 mitigation as well. Like, just be sensible about it. Again, don't let greed get to you. Mistrade, totally fine. Mistrade, totally fine. No real way to enter this one. Even if you were like super aggressive, it's not the nicest inducement entry. Doesn't really give you a clean point that you should be like, oh, okay, of course, like I execute here. So yeah, this is just like, unfortunately, you just missed this buy. This sell, unless you have a limit here, is also missed. But again, with our POIs, the ones that line up with Asia low, Asia high, Asia midline, inducement POIs, like these are the POIs that if you're wanting to take Mona Lisa trades, you should really, really be focusing on. Okay, let's go again to the beginning of the next day. I think this is the last day we will go over. Is that right? Perfect. Okay, so again, what do we know about FXCM? These wicks don't exist. You can just go check this day on like something like Oanda, and I guarantee you that like something like this will be Asia low. Again, it's a bit annoying, but it's just kind of how it is. So that's Asia low. It's Asia high. Now that we've traded away from this inducement, I don't think it would be wrong to expect like, okay, this is the inducement that we're trading away from. This is, you know, now I can be interested in, you know, if I take a trade, what would it be fair to expect? Potentially we could just have retail heaven, or potentially we could have London knockout, or we could even have London knockout, induce high, lit starter kit. But I think retail heaven and London knockout are like, it's reasonable to expect those more than the lit starter kit. So again, same thing. We'll do our timing. We'll sit on our hands and we'll look. Okay. Okay. So what are we doing here? Liquidity, false reaction. All of this liquidity, false reaction. So exactly the same as not this day, but this day here and this day here. We have liquidity on either side. So what should we do? Sit and wait. Let's move this over to London open. Okay, very, very interesting now. So now, where we've got all this liquidity here, we've got London open coming up. What do you think we could expect? We've had our false reaction. What do you think we could expect? Are we going to get it to the minute? Not quite. Almost. Okay. Right there. That is potentially our London Open inducement. Again, this right here, if you really want to get in and you're like desperate to get in, it's risky, but you can take this. Again, it's quite, I don't think risky is the right word. I think aggressive is the right word. You can take that. Okay, now, just from an understanding point of view, we have had inducement low away from our potential, like, major inducement that we want to trade away from. So, in terms of targets, what would make the most sense here? Are we just going to target the current day high? Or, because everything's aligning, does it make more sense to target maybe yesterday's high? Or maybe even higher, like up here? Well, for me personally, if I was to take this trade right here, now this is not induced in the nicest way at all. Like, if you look at it, the way that this is induced is not nice. We would have much preferred these vector candles to just keep coming. But everything else about it is nice. The false reaction up, inducing Asia high breakout traders, where are their stop losses, Asia low. Everything else about it is nice. You know, either Asia low, this structural point, these equal lows, everything else about it is nice. But again, the fact that we haven't induced with vectors is not the nicest. Now, what do we understand about this point right here? What do we understand? We understand that it's very likely a smart money trap. So from here, okay, interesting, smart money trap, giving the reaction, even gives the break of structure, very interesting. Okay, now we have like potential, so inducement, potential let, again, becomes a little bit scary to take, especially if you're taking the zone with no imbalance. But, you know, valid nevertheless. Again, come all the way back down. Again, if you want to get in a third time, there you go. These are your re-entries. Personally, I'm not going to be taking these. I'm more than comfortable with just this. Like I said, like, I will be in this, hold it to here, have an alert here, and I'll just be looking at other pairs, trying to find like clean setups on other pairs. Okay, but look at how lovely this reaction from the SMT is. Look at how much they fake it. How many opportunities they give to get in. They even react from here as well. And you know, SMT, smart money traders, they're not at break even. They're probably not at break even. Not until it breaks structure again. Possibly this low. That's their break even point. So potentially that's 2 losses for them right there. It's important that you understand these concepts so that you do not get tricked by them. If you can understand where the traps are, you're going to have such a nice time. Same with if you can understand where your false reactions are, like, okay, yeah, sure, you could see this as this. And then you come down and you're wanting to take this mitigation, but you got liquidity higher. So this is likely a false reaction. It's not the best, especially when we've already induced low. Like, look, this POI holds, but we hadn't induced high yet. We just came up, came back down, mitigated it. And then when we induced high, it gets smoked. Like you don't take a re-entry from this. But here, we'd induced high, we came down, we'd induced these equal lows as well. And look, now we're really digging into it. Liquidity, false reaction, strong momentum away, induce low, trade away. Yeah, you see how this is literally like this is one of the most important things that I'm really trying to drill into, because it's important. It's really, really important. And we got the exact same thing here, where this was our liquidity, this was our false reaction. And then obviously we're getting really into it because liquidity, false reaction, inducement, trade away from that. But then this is the inducement here, the inducement of this liquidity plus false reaction away from this overall inducement as well. So it's very unlikely that this one's going to play. And then look, we keep going. You know, maybe we get a little bit teased out. Potentially, if you're starved for a trade, you can look to take this EDM. This is not something that I'd take. I'm more than comfortable just holding this one and then looking for other opportunities. Okay, so now, when is our next timing? Our next timing is, of course, 12:30. So let us have a look. Again, what are we waiting for? What are we waiting for? So we've now induced this. Again, we should all understand why this POI was no longer valid. Significant inducement to the downside. Didn't really have a build up underneath it or an immediate one. And plus this inducement low outweighed this minor inducement high by a lot. Okay, so price is trading away. We're getting another potential EDM, but at this point I'd still just be looking to sort of sit on my hands, because what I'd want to see is, there we go, this is what I want to see. Why is it looking like that? This is what I want to see. Liquidity, false reactions, giving people the illusion it holds. Lovely, like look at that. Oh yeah, we induced, oh yeah, break a structure low, come into the mitigation. Everybody takes sells. Sells are the way to go. After the break of structure. Oh yeah, oh. And then look, oh, we take out the zone. Wow, what a surprise. At what timing? MM2 on the dot. Interesting. What a shock. Let's wait, because we don't want to, the last thing we want to be doing is, oh yeah, this is the inducement. No, this is the inducement. It's best to just wait, be patient. And then you could be like, okay, this looks good. This could definitely potentially be the inducement. I will let it trade away. I think looking for this would be fine, because we've had our build up, our inducement, potential mitigation. So we'd be interested in this. When's our next timing? New York Open. There we go. Okay, price is doing its thing. Okay, interesting, interesting. But now it does get a little bit more interesting. What is the main point of New York Open? What is the relationship between New York Open and New York Chap? Ideally, in a super ideal scenario, New York Open provides the false move for New York Trap to reverse against it. So let's have a look. Currently New York Open. Okay. I think, if I'm being honest with you guys, I think this limit would be worth it, but I do actually expect it to get taken out, because New York Trap, in an ideal world, New York Trap actually traps something, so it induces something. And this inducement here, yes, it happened at MM2. We've given the pullback from it, and New York Open is now providing the bullish move. New York Open is now providing a bullish move. So potentially New York Trap will induce high and then reverse against it. But in all honesty, this trade here I think is fine. And it is probably a trade that is it a trade that I would take? Yeah, I think I would. So I don't think that this trade is like the worst trade in the world. I think this inducement. Right, so let's go over a couple of things that could be nicer about this trade. If we did this, so this is lovely, but then if this reaction was basically more violent, like tricking more people into like selling prematurely and then doing this, that would have been lovely. It's always good to consider like what would have been nicer about your trade, but to be honest, this is quite nice. We've got a clear build up underneath the POI. We've induced the previous day high. We've taken lovely buys up to this point. This is worth it. Okay. Like here, you could. It depends. It depends how risky you want to be. You could go break even at this point, especially since you have a wick entry. But you would. It depends whether you're comfortable. Like, oh, you know, maybe it comes back and comes into this and drops again. But if you're not comfortable with that, I don't think it's the end of the world to go break even here. I think this would make sense, especially because realistically your target is just here. It's just like this, like immediate liquidity. At least for me, it would be. Definitely no re-entries here. Like this would not be a re-entry, because this inducement is technically not like the nicest inducement. If you look at it, all it's really gone and done is just taken out a higher high. Ideally, we would have liquidity, better false reaction, inducement. So depends on whether you value not losing versus the potential of gaining 6R. Okay. Okay, so we popped back in. Okay. Yeah. Okay. That gets taken out. So probably a valid loss. Again, for me, it's probably a break even. I'm quite aggressive with the way that I break even, but valid nevertheless. Now what do we have? Interesting. Interesting. Okay. And here we got much nicer false reactions. But the way that it induced was not the nicest. We would have much preferred, again, similar to this inducement here, we would have much preferred that the vector candles continued inducing, an induced high. That would have been the ideal scenario. Entry wise, if we get a build up, no, I don't think I would actually. I do not think I would, but I would actually be interested in this right here. Looking at this, this is all liquidity right here. So potentially you could even target like an Asia high bounce. Okay, that's gone. That's just completely gone. Price came down. Gave its reaction, London close. Nice little pullback from the midline. That's our midline POI right there. Pulls back from it. But again, nothing crazy. Yeah, this would kind of be like after this drop, I'd probably come off charts. I think this trade is okay. I don't think it's great. I think it's okay. I think if you took this as well, depending on how you refine your zone, maybe you refine your zone. Maybe you want to get in versus wanting better RR. But either way, I don't know. It depends. Because this trade is quite risky for me, I would have wanted, like, ideal scenario, I wouldn't want it to come back into the zone. Just drop. I think you have to sort of realize that if it comes back into the zone multiple times on this, which is not the nicest inducement because we haven't had the false reaction here, we've just sort of built some liquidity, not really given a nice false reaction, and then just made a new high. It's not the nicest. Whereas like here, we gave like multiple false reactions from this zone, quite aggressively downwards as well. And so people are thinking like, oh yeah, this is it, this is it. You know, if you look on like M5, these are going to be like wicks up to it. So people are trying to get in after we've had like your M1 BOS as well. It's just not the nicest, and stuff like this majority of the time will get taken. I think when it starts to build below it though, this validates it, at least for an attempt. It doesn't make it less risky, it just kind of validates it, and I would not have taken this without this build up below. I would just expect a new high. But I think, yeah, I think that's definitely, this comes down to whether it's a loss versus break even, just comes down to whether you value the RR or like the potential gain versus preventing a potential loss. And I think that's all that really comes down to.
And there we go to the tree of life and trading. There's 21 possible pathways you can get to success and a fulfilled life, right? But for every single individual, these pathways will be different because everyone is different. Everyone has a different personality. Everyone has different thought processes, behaviors, habits. Everyone is going their own journey and own adventure. Everyone has his own strengths and weaknesses, his own obstacles to overcome, and like the own things they're struggling with in their life, right? But overall, everyone wants to get to the last point, which is success and a fulfilled life, right? But how do you come there in your life in general? Or obviously in the industry we are in, trading, right? So what we made for you is an absolutely gorgeous and beautiful illustration where you can see the tree and the tree of life and trading and what it is, what it represents. We will have a lot of
like stops by where we can go through until we're getting to the last stop or like destination, right, where we all want to be at, which is of course the fulfilled life and the training success you always dreamed about, and all of us already achieved it, right? But we will show you exactly of which possible pathways you can take, and your task is to identify in which direction, or let me change the color a little bit more to black, maybe that's easier. I think white or black is a little bit hard to see on this beautiful illustration. But what your task will be is to identify in what stage you are currently in and what pathway you're currently ongoing, because again, we talked about that you don't or you never can stand still. You're always progressing, you always move forward, right? And so you technically always are into one of those pathways, which brings you from one stage to another, right? But as we talked earlier, every pathway is different from person to person, right? So no one is walking the same exact journey, and everyone can walk different pathways. So for example, you can go from here to here, but then from here, you have three different options. You can go for this direction, or this direction, or this direction, right? Everyone chooses something else in their life and in their training journey, and right, we will show you what these pathways usually look like. And your task again is to identify what pathway you're currently in and what direction you should go to achieve your next goal and what you want in your life. Again, not everyone wants to go from here to this stage. Like some people don't want this stage, for example. Well, obviously everyone needs this one because I know what that one is, but I'm just giving an example here, right? But maybe someone wants to go straight here, right? Or then straight here. And someone else might want to go from here to here. So it's up to you what you want to decide, where you want your life to head, in what direction, what's the most important things in your life, what you want to achieve, what you care about, what you maybe not so care much about, right? But where's your focus on, and what's the right direction you want to go for yourself? And at the end, we will show you also what's the ideal pathway you could go, and obviously the future. You obviously can predict the future for yourself, depending on where you are, in what's the current state you are in, and what pathways you took, and what's the best pathways for your personal future to take, and if you take specific pathways, of how your future will look like. So let's dig right into it. The first stage you will be in, or is the source. The source of life and trading is first of all the potential, the seed or the unmanifested. Okay, so that just shows what is possible, what you could achieve, because there's nothing yet. Technically, it is the nothing, right? So first there's nothing. Everything starts out of nothing, and then there's potential, there's a seed, and out of a seed something can grow. You can see yourself as a little core, like a little plant, a little seed even, right? And you grow over time, but everything has to start from a source, right? So chances are that you already are further away in your journey than the source, right? Because again, not everyone is at the beginning of nothing. You already have some trading experiences, so you're not in nothing anymore. Nothing would be if you've not even heard about trading yet, right? And be like, oh, what is this trading? And then again, it has potential. Is the seed, which again can fulfill you or bring you to a successful life ahead, right? And it's the unmanifested, but what could be, but not is yet, right? And there's now two pathways you can go. You either can go the first pathway into this direction, or the zero pathway into this direction. We will obviously show you why this is zero, for example, right? But you will start with the first pathway is from the source to understanding. And understanding is just the true reason of something, to truly understand what is going on and develop intelligence about something, right? So that's obviously what you should do when you're on a stage of the potential, or the seed, and the nothing, and the unmanifested. You want to get to a level of understanding, right? You want to build and create intelligence And obviously you have to walk this walk in between. So what does it look like? It's the connection between the source and the understanding, right? So to get from nothing, or like the source, to an understanding level, it can overall, again, always is very challenging, right? It's not easy to get from nothing to literally understanding something. Think about a magician who pulls out a rabbit out of his hat, technically out of thin air, right? It is the path of mind over matter. Anyone who puts two people or projects together walks on this path. Logic and leadership rules on this path. Okay, so what does this mean? Technically, in your trading, your first steps of learning a new concept, obviously, right? You will find yourself struggling and isolated from others. Again, only if you close the doors technically and be like, yes, I want to understand this trading. You will find yourself, again, first of all, like with a lot of challenges because, again, everyone walked this path already. So chances are that you are already surpassed that path. But if you think back, every skill, not even trading, but any skill, it's very hard to learn it at the beginning, and you have to overcome a lot of challenges, right? And most of the time, you find yourself isolated from others. So your surroundings, be it your family or your friends, don't really go the path with you. Again, if maybe you talk to your family or your friends about trading and they're like, oh, that's a scam, doesn't work, this and this, negativity. So yeah, you isolate yourself from others and go your own way, right? And until obviously you find a new community, a new circle, a more advanced circle, which helps you much more, right? So the affirmation behind it is you're technically ready to dissolve your blocks. Again, you want to achieve something, you want to understand something, and you want to achieve a greater goal, which is in this path, the understanding of something. And to open all your channels of communication, right? And be ready to receive the message from within and without. Again, from yourself, you're making yourself the decision, yes, I want to learn and understand a specific task or specific skill or like a specific thing in your life, right? And truly understand it and build the intelligence around that. And you are, of course, the creator of your own life, and you definitely can achieve it. Again, and chances are that you already surpassed this step and already achieved a lot of understanding of something. But if you learn something new, for example, the lit methodologies, right? It's a new challenge because it's something new. It's a complete new strategy, complete new guidelines, complete new rules, complete new understanding. It twists your old thought process about the market completely upside down and shows you the real path. But of course, you're in the beginning from nothing to understanding. That's the challenges. The challenges you will face is, for example, trickery, lies, and deception. That means if you want to understand something, again, doesn't matter what skill it is, there's chances that someone lies to you or that you receive false information. Again, think about your old trading journey. You probably learned the trading from whatever, free on YouTube or baby pips or like some crazy ass guy with like a Lamborghini tries to teach you something. But it's not really the way it is. It's not easy. That's the abusing of power of some people, right? And they want to show you, flash you with a lifestyle and blah, blah, but teach you everything. But for example, this, right? They're just abusing their power and you catch yourself trapped in other selfishness, right? And obviously that's not the way to go for, right? You have to walk this path for yourself, right? And be aware of potential other people trying to nonsense. Again, if it's family and say, don't go this path, and they lie to you and say this and this, and oh my God, your uncle, a cat died because it was a trader or something like that. Like whatever, it's nonsense, right? But there will be challenges that want to keep you away from walking this path from nothing to understanding, right? So walking in the shadows is another challenge where again you will feel, oh, you're facing this again for yourself. There's not really someone that takes your hand and walks this path for you. Again, can maybe walk the path with you, but not for you, right? And again, be aware that it can be a little bit dark, but I'm pretty sure if you remember your journey back, you already mastered it pretty good. So you're already in another stage of it. But yeah, that is the pathway from source to truly understand the reason behind something and build the intelligence about a specific task or skill. right? So if you found yourself into this pathway, you're still very early, but at least you're walking the right pathway. A different pathway some people might go, which is not the ideal pathway, but still technically a possibility, is if you try to go from source, like the potential, the seed, and the unmanifested, directly to wisdom. Wisdom and true care, right? True care, we talked about a lot in detail what true care means, that it opens the gates to obviously true knowledge, because you're open to it as something very, very deep, and you're truly putting in the actions and the required tasks to gain what? To gain knowledge or overall wisdom, right? And to go from zero, just from potential or the seed, to knowledge right away and gain wisdom, that obviously is, as you probably can think in your head already, not that easy and not optimal, because again, you're skipping to going to understanding first. You don't understand the topic or the task fully, but you try to gain wisdom right away. That's kind of the shortcut of things, but as we can dig into it, that's why it's zero, the zero pathway. That's technically, again, the source and wisdom. The zero path to get from nothing to wisdom is, first of all, very unlikely that you will do that or try that, and obviously a huge challenge and requires a complete new way of thinking. And it's not the path you should take, but some people literally took this path, but they will find themselves into more challenges and obviously a lot more obstacles in the way. But overall, this would be the pathway of the Joker. Okay, and the Joker, he survives technically his own challenges in life, or off life technically, and his own recklessness by laughing at it all. The number 0, success, the state of mind one should walk this path with no fear, 0 fear. The Joker asserts that there is nothing or 0 out there to worry about. Why worry, right? It is the path of the innovator and the inventor, right? This is the path of the individual who does things in a very unique way. Because think about it. You're trying to go from nothing, from just the potential, to true wisdom and knowledge right away. Okay, so in trading, you'll find yourself feeling very foolish at the beginning because you try something completely new. You're technically learning out of complete try and error. You don't really know really what you're doing because you don't really understand to connect the pieces logically together. You're just trying something. You saw the potential and then you're just trying to get it. You try to understand technically right away. Without understanding, you try to really gain knowledge and wisdom. Obviously, as you probably think, that's very hard. But some people still did it, kind of, okay? Again, there's a lot of people involved in trading that just testing something out, don't really understand the logic behind it, but still making money in the market, right? So they gained wisdom technically without really understanding the overall market. So like, how does it work? Like, what's the logical consequences of X, Y, Z? If a buildup happens, what's the next logical thing? Why does a buildup happen? Who's in control of the market? Like, why does some strategies don't work? And the reason behind everything else? What's the enigma? Like, what's the architect? So how they drive price action? Like, how do they deliver price action? What's the purpose of the banks and institutions? What's the purpose of liquidity? What is liquidity? They don't have an understand of all these things, but still kind of making money in the market. Some of them, again, definitely not the right way to go. But again, some people walk this path, make money in the market without having any understanding of all those things I just said, right? For example, there's a lot of other examples about, like, there's a very good movie actually. I forgot the name right now, but it's a movie about like an ice hockey player who doesn't really have the understanding of the game. He doesn't really know the rules. He doesn't really know too well of how to play the game, but he's a very good street fighter, like a bar fighter, a rebel, crazy ass guy, right? And they just saw him as a potential player in still the major league, right? Just for purpose of fucking other players up, like from other players in the enemy team, obviously in the opposite team. Their best player, he just gets in the game, screws them up, punches them down, kicks their teeth, or at least tries to eliminate the other player in the game, right? Body checks the living hell out of them all the time. Obviously gets penalties, and at some point he gets kicked out of the game. But at least he takes out the best player from the other team, right? And that's his purpose. He still technically is in a path where he's in the major league professional ice hockey player, but he kind of skipped the path of understanding, right? Or the same thing with the trading, right? Again, we talked about that there's traders who lack the understanding, but technically on the stage of knowledge and wisdom, because what they do works for them. They just really don't understand why. Okay, so the affirmation behind that is you have no fear, right? And are open to all possibilities. You just say, fuck it, let's go. Okay. But then against the path of the Joker, right? So embrace all that comes your way, knowing that you are technically safe. That's where you'll be like, what do I have to lose? I just go for it, okay? And technically feel free in the process. Just like the Joker in a card game, you can change into any other card you choose. Or in other words, you can become whatever you desire, all right? But just keep in mind, the Joker can turn into a king, right? But he literally skipped the way of understanding the pathway. He doesn't understand the skills, the tasks, the technically even the purpose and everything that's required to become a king, because he just, boom, there's a go. Now you're a king. Okay, technically, yes, you're a king, but you're lacking a very deep skill set. Okay, so obviously the challenges behind that is the inconsistency, the foolishness, being weird, even very mad and chaotic in the process, right? And overall, it's a very challenging pathway. So if you find yourself into this stage, maybe you have to step away, one thing back, shift one gear backwards and try to really understand something first before you try to become the king and have wisdom over a specific topic without going the right way, understanding it truthfully first and build intelligence first before you gain wisdom. Okay, technically, yes, you can achieve it. You're making your life overall more complicated though. Okay, so keep that in mind if you find yourself into that stage, and obviously you will dig into the next stages. Another pathway you can take is from the source directly into creation. Creation is the stage of imagination, compassion, and action. That's technically if you want to provide service to someone else out of sympathy. Okay, so if you want to help others, if you want to create something, some sort of whatever, like helpful guidelines or tools, or just providing like some sort of service because you want to literally help others. That's what that means. Okay, but from obviously nothing to right into the stage of creation, of course, is not that easy also, and it's the longest path you can take. The second pathway you could choose is from the source to the creation. Okay, so as you can see in the illustration, these pathway, okay, they're easy and quick to do. This one is very challenging. Obviously, that's the way you should go for, right? But then you can choose a very long and exhausting path to go straight into the creation to it. So that means you truly have to be aligned. We talked about being aligned with the reality of life, and obviously with the mind and the heart. So that's where you see the potential of something and your heart just says, okay, I want to truthfully help someone. Okay, because most people struggle to unify their feelings with the logical thoughts. Okay, this path can help you achieve this noble goal. This path is mainly the service for others and ends your selfishness. It is the path of healers, technically way back, obviously, right? They were healers, or technically nurses and givers, also charity workers, something like that. Again, if you think about a charity worker, he doesn't really understand or have wisdom about something too much. He just really wants to truthfully help someone, right? And just create whatever, some sort of charity. Okay. In trading, that can be a little bit challenging, okay? Because if you want to help someone else, again, you at least need some sort of understanding or wisdom in the process, right? So you first find yourself dependent on other sources, because again, you are lacking the understanding of wisdom and technically the understanding of understanding, if that makes sense, right? As you did not gain it yourself yet, right? So that will make you feel deeply in a lack of confidence. Because think about it, if you want to help someone else but don't really understand or have wisdom about these tasks, it's very not comfortable. It's not really a pleasant feeling to be in, right? Because again, you truthfully have the heart and development to be, yes, I want to help my family and my friends, for example, or my trading community. I want to give something back. You're like maybe a very social person, but you don't have the understanding and wisdom to give them proper tips and or give a guidelines. So it will be overall very challenging. Again, some people try to walk this path. That's why we want to just tell you that this path exists, and maybe you find yourself into that. But again, if you find yourself into this pathway, it's possible. It will be very challenging. The challenge is that you can be very moody from time to time, overly emotional, right? Because again, it's not easy. It's not pleasant to try to help someone if you're lacking the understanding and the wisdom. And you will be very dependent on people that have the understanding and have the wisdom, right? And again, that's the stage where you could fall into the trap of addictions and overall have a huge lack of confidence. Okay, so if you find yourself in there, then again, you know how to reverse it, build the understanding first, then try to go to wisdom. Then you can fulfill your life's goals or your noble goal of creating something for others, helping others, and go on the right pathway which you desire. Okay. So overall, the affirmations: you are one with your intuition, right, and psychic powers. You trust your inner voice and follow the path to help others, which leads you to endless possibilities. Again, the helping others and providing service to others will at the end give yourself the endless possibilities. Because again, it always says, help others 1,000 times and you'll get 1,000 times back whatever you wanted in your life. Okay. So helping others and whatever, making someone's life easier is overall a fantastic goal, right? That's technically what we do with Lit anyways, right? But guess what? Walking it without understanding and wisdom first is very, very hard. So to get to a stage of creation is absolutely amazing. But again, if you find yourself going right from nothing to the creation, that's probably not the best way to go for. And if you want to go for it, that's how it will look like, and you will face a lot of challenges in the process. Okay, so maybe rethink it, and maybe you build understanding and wisdom first. The best pathway you could go in this stage is the pathway 3, and that's from the understanding to the wisdom. So first you went from the potential, from the seed to understanding, and now you try to go from understanding to wisdom, and that's obviously the most efficient and most logical path, right? Because guess what? You're connecting the understanding to get to wisdom. Okay, so combining the knowledge and true understanding, that will gain you wisdom. The best way to learn and grow intelligence overall, right? So creative and artistic people travel this pathway. Overall, everyone who's really successful in their life walks this pathway. They first have the potential, then they gain the understanding, the true reasons behind something, the intelligence, and then they try to gain true knowledge and building true care about a specific topic. Okay, in trading, you're using your new gained knowledge about whatever, some new strategy, if it's lit, for example, to gain true understanding and really understand the reasons behind it, right? To gain wisdom and full understanding about the markets. This is your stage when things start to click in your brain and you make true sense out of it, right? Where you say, wow, I can't unsee this shit anymore. We say this quote in lit, which is once you see it, you can't unsee it. That's the moment where you gain true wisdom and true vision about the markets. Okay, you just see things the way they are and truly can connect the dots and be like, wow, if they do this, then I can expect this. This is the cycle variation. Okay, so if the 1 hour does that, that's the next daily cycle variation I expect. Wow, on the M5 I have my lit cycle. That's the perfect confirmation I need in here. That's the mini cycle inside. That's the entry helper. That's the next stage. Boom, boom, boom. Everything starts to connect and making sense to you because you all understand the overall puzzle and you started to piece it together. And now, boom, finally you can see. You were blind, but now you can see the picture, perfect picture. I guess the same thing, right? Of a puzzle. If you unbox it out of the package, it's all just puzzle pieces, right? But you try to understand the puzzle and boom, once you understand it, there's your wisdom. There's you seeing the full picture, and that's where things start to align for yourself in your trading. And I'm pretty sure you're trying to walk this path right now with lit, right? So obviously that's the right path, and it will obviously not be easy though, and you will still face a lot of challenges doing this path. But don't give up. You're on the perfect direction to truly master a skill and get in the direction of life you want to be at. Okay, so the affirmation behind that is you're in the right place, doing the right thing at the right time. So if you find yourself on this path right away, where you're understanding something already, but just connecting the last pieces together to truly understand every thought process behind it and gain wisdom, then you find yourself on the perfect path and just push further. Things will be very, very interesting very soon for you. But as you can see, there's still a lot of other points left to truly gain your life's purpose on your life goal, which is all the way down there. Okay, so now the only question is what pathways after you gained wisdom you will take. Okay, but first the challenges to gain wisdom from understanding is maybe you're feeling too comfortable. Okay, maybe you think like, oh, I understand it already. Oh, I knew this before, and oh, I don't need to know that. I don't need to know this one, and no, I don't believe this because things are different. So you're being too comfortable and too closed-minded to maybe gain the wisdom. Okay, so there's obviously a lot of challenges in being comfortable that you think you already know something, or being comfortable in your overall life where you just say, no, I understand that, whatever, like, okay, I don't really care too much. That's obviously hard. That's why knowledge comes with true care. Because you can understand something perfectly fine, but if you don't care enough to really then put in the actions and gain wisdom, there's nothing you can do with your understanding, right? Then again, truly care, put in the right actions, put in the tasks that are required, right? And then you will gain true wisdom out of your understanding. Out of wisdom, when you gained true wisdom and truly care, putting in the tasks and actions required to get you further in your life and trading, then the next pathway you will find yourself in is from wisdom to creation. And that's the next path you can go, the fourth pathway, connecting the wisdom and creation. That means liberty overall walks this path, releasing those who surround them from bondage and structuring a life that leads to the balance of the heart. Again, that's when you want to just help others, right? Want to create something and truly guide someone else to the right direction as well. And this is technically the path of leaders and reformers, strategists and warriors. A true adventure with full new opportunities. Because guess what? You have wisdom. You understand things truthfully. Okay? you have true care and put in the work and the tasks and actions that are required to achieve something, right? And now you want to create something bigger to even help others in the process as well, be it guidelines, be it rule sets, being just whatever, give them your lessons learned during this pathway just to make their life easier and put them into the right path, right? That's what leaders do, and that's obviously what true warriors do as well, right? So they just don't randomly without vision go into war like, here's my battle axe and I try to smash everyone's face in. No, they obviously know how to fight. They know exactly, okay, if the opposite opponent has like a crazy ass shield and is very slow because his armor is insanely powerful and crazy, or maybe let me dodge his wild swing and then step him from the backside into his like unarmored places, stuff like that. Because you understand and have wisdom overall of how fighting works, trading the same thing. If you have wisdom in your trading and truly know what's going on in the market and really can connect the pieces and actually care about something and do the tasks and actions that are required to make yourself a better trader and obviously yourself a good trader, then it's much easier to create something from someone else to guide them in the right direction. That's what makes a true leader possible. Okay, so in your trading overall, so be careful about it, right? That can be a little bit challenging at the beginning because you will find yourself trading too aggressive because again, you want to impress others, right? So just gain wisdom, but now you want to create something else. Like, oh, let me create a new guideline here, new rule sets, and I want to invent something new, right? To impress even more others and make this magic formula. So you will find yourself into trading too aggressively and take unnecessary losses as you gain a lot of ego, right? And think you know it all because yes, technically you gain wisdom, but do you know it all? Question mark, right? So you will find yourself in some battles which you have to overcome to continue further. So don't try to impress others, right? Don't try to flex the zero drawdown pip entries and stuff like that. Again, it's amazing that you want to impress others and want to help others and be like a leader, but still be careful about not getting too much ego and trading too aggressive just again to flex in the community and be like, look at me, oh my God, how crazy I am, because you will take unnecessary losses in the process. And most difficult stage is that you will not find yourself into the I know it all stage because that's very, very dangerous. If you talked about the learning progress, if you have this you know it all or I know it all stage, that's when you truly start closing your mind about other opportunities and other possibilities. And that's when you stop growing and start stagnating because again, you close your mind to everything else because you think you know it all. That's very, very challenging, okay? So don't try to do that and just walk the path as normal and you can do it, okay? Definitely, because you already gained wisdom. It's not the ideal path you can take, but definitely a good path if you want to help others and want to be a leader. Definitely, just be aware of the challenges we just went over, okay? The affirmations behind it is that you're definitely powerful and you're 100% all conquering, okay? So you can create something very big as well for others as well, okay? So if you want to help others in the community with guidelines, with maybe new rule sets, or overall just share your learning progress, that's amazing, okay? So, and you overall can win all your battles you have and you can overcome all those challenges with over trading, being too aggressive, feeling too comfortable. You definitely can overcome all of this. And you're leading yourself and others to the right place. So if you have the community, obviously, you have your friends in there, right? Or your trading colleagues or trade buddies or whatever want to call them. That's the stage where you would do live trainings with them together, share what you maybe know, what they maybe don't, right? Or help them, give them tips. If someone asks a question, you answer it, right? You're just being very social and use your skill and knowledge and wisdom to help others in the community. That's amazing, right? We have a lot of people doing live trainings, for example, for the community. Again, it's just based to help others and making their life and progress easier. So that's amazing. And if you have this wisdom and want to do stuff like that truthfully in your heart to help others, that's exactly the pathway you could go also. Just be aware of these challenges to not be impressive to others too crazily, because you will find yourself in these unnecessary losses. Play it safe and then have your true goal in mind, which is again creating something helpful for others. If it's live trading, if it's sharing your markups, if it's sharing some rule sets, if you maybe you make a checklist, an additional one, or some sort of step-by-step process and share it with your community, that's amazing, right? Because again, you're helping others inside the community, perfect. And obviously you being a leader of them and show them the right direction and lead them to the right path. From wisdom to vision. Vision means memory, interpretation, and true clarity. That is the pathway number 5, which connects again the wisdom and the vision. It marks the way of the overall spiritual master, you can say, right? So you are able to connect dots much easier as you use memory and interpretation to find the missing pieces that are still required to fulfill the bigger picture. Which, with this mindset, you are heading into the right path of success, because you came from nothing, just the true potential, the seed, right, and the unmanifested, to learning a skill, understanding it, having the true reason of something, and gaining intelligence, which brings you wisdom and true care, which require the right actions, being in balance with your emotions also, right? And then gain vision. That's where you start connecting the dots much, much easier based on interpretation and previous events, which is memory, to gain even more clarity about your skill overall, right? So in trading, of course, you build much greater chart vision. Again, that's why it's also the vision point, by using memory about previous charts events. Again, if you obviously remember 15 different London knockouts, for example, then again, it's easier for you to see a 16th, whatever, London knockout and how it should look like there, right? Using your memory and also interpretation, where you see, okay, that's the market intentions. They try to do this and this and this. I will interpret that this is the next logical thing that should happen based on the knowledge you already gained, for example, right? And that will give you much greater clarity about the overall strategy and the markets in general, because again, using all the things before, the true understanding, the true reasons, intelligence, knowledge, the actions required, the true care, memory, interpretation, and having clear clarity of the markets. Okay, if you find yourself into this stage where you think for yourself, wow, I can interpret things that maybe some other people can't, and I trade much more with clarity, then it's very good. You will see very soon the first great success in your trading. Because again, you're connecting everything there is. It's almost impossible that the big trading success will not come at this stage, because you're doing everything the right way. You follow the perfect pathway. The only thing you have to be aware here, that your trading success will not blend you. Okay, don't get too greedy. There's people that made a lot of money in trading, and at some stage they might lose it because they risk way too much to become greedy. They're holding trades too long. They don't want to get what good results. They want the perfect results and all that shit. Right? So be aware of not getting too greedy and don't get lost in your overall success. But again, if you're in this stage and you're getting all the success, first of all, congratulations. You're kind of already in a very, very good path. Just be aware that you don't get overconfident. Right? Again, we have a lot of people that catching a lot of intraday masteries, then they're feeling too greedy, and then whatever, they're going kind of one step back, right? So they have to regain it then, because again, trading is very emotional. If you're too greedy, if you're too overconfident, that's not good also. That's why you always have to understand, yes, understanding, true reason behind something, intelligence, true wisdom, truly care, and then use your interpretation and clarity and stay like this. Stay consistent and everything is perfectly fine. You will have crazy good trading success. Okay. So overall, the affirmation is that you're your own guide. Okay. At this point, you kind of made it. You don't need someone else to guide you. You can guide yourself, which is very, very good feeling because you're kind of feeling the independent feeling because whatever, maybe you needed the community around. You needed like other people motivate you. Maybe you need the mentors guide you to the way. Maybe you need all the input of some other sources. Now, finally, you can interpret with clarity yourself and you're kind of getting to your own guide, which we obviously want you to be. You want to obviously yourself to be the driving factor in your life and success, right? And that's also the path to financial security. Because if you take your own faith into your own hands and make your own type of understanding, right, with your own personal preferences, that's where the true success starts to align fully for you, okay? So you will receive abundance from the universe that allows you to give and share it with others. That's what you wanted. Obviously, you can support your family, with your friends if you want to do so, and obviously yourself, because you will make good money in the markets already. Again, we talked about the challenges. Don't get lost in too much success, right? Because this stage is also driven by building a big ego, getting too greedy, even materialistic. So you build, oh, let me buy this crazy new car, and all of a sudden you're just changing and blah, blah, blah. You know all that stuff. So be aware of that. Keep consistent. Keep your overall person in mind, who you are, why you're doing it, and don't get lost in the money, power, or whatever comes with the success you will gain during this stage. Another pathway you can go is from understanding, when you went from the source to understanding, but not to wisdom. So you don't gain wisdom, you just understand something, and then you want to go straight to the creation part. Okay, so that is the sixth path, which again connects the understanding and the creation. So anyone who travels this road must understand, or must use his understanding and logic and the power of reasoning, again the true reasons, in the service of creation with love, beauty, and spirituality. Followers of this road must resist the belief that rationality explains everything. Remember that. You will be the messenger and not the message. Again, the creation path is where you just want to give back, like help others, guide them the way, right? And you can use now your understanding. We talked about the longest path from the source to right into creation, where you will be dependent from others because you don't understand anything technically and don't gain wisdom. The understanding to creation path makes it a lot easier because at least you understand things logically and have true reasons behind something. You gain intelligence. You just don't have the true wisdom and the true care about it. You just, again, now you understand something. Now you want to help others, kind of, right? So in trading, you will find yourself lost in thinking maybe too logical because, again, you don't gain this wisdom which connects all the pieces so far logically, right? So you still having this only the true reason. So you're thinking way too rule-based. Like, oh no, this has to be exactly like that. And it cannot be a little bit different because the rule set says exactly like that, right? So that's not good also. If you're not a machine, obviously, so is not the market. The market obviously is not very logical in that sense all the time. Logical based on all the reasons and concepts and whatever liquidity basis, but not logical in terms of everything has to be exactly like this all the time. But if you think that, you will have a problem, right? And you will feel trapped in your own head because you think like, oh my God, I have this rule that this trend line should have the third touch, and then I should make 2 million euros. Because, yeah, technically you have the true reason of a trend line, technically, third touch should whatever make you money. But again, the reality is much different, and that technically what you would gain out of the wisdom part, right? That you be like, oh, I understand what a trend line does, but the wisdom is I maybe should not use a trend line because it's just built for liquidity and giving people the reason to put all that money into the market. And I maybe should look for the real reasons behind the market, right? That's obviously what the wisdom gives you, but not the understanding, because you understand what a trend line is perfectly enough. But if you trade it, you're trading too logical and you will probably get screwed over, right? So if you find yourself into that, then again, you're probably walking from the understanding to the creation part, right? Where you want to give people whatever something back, but you're not really ready yet. And by giving people something back is that you try to make money for yourself or like the people you really love and want to give back, right? But you're not ready yet. That's where it's very hard in this stage, right? So, and you will tend to overcomplicate some stuff as well, because again, you don't really have this wisdom. So you trade to too logical, and now you don't really have the wisdom part. You try to make it too overcomplicated, like making 5 trend lines and like connecting a trend line with Fibonacci. Because again, technically you know what a Fibonacci is, you know what a trend line is, but you don't have the wisdom that both technically are just made up concepts to again give people reasons. You kind of skipped this step of true wisdom, right? So because again, you force it, like you try to force the success, the creation, by obviously having the lack of wisdom. Again, that's why you have to force things. That's why you make it too logical, overcomplicate things, right? So be careful also of like quote unquote outsiders trying to take advantage over you and your naivety and stealing your knowledge, right? That's why again, you gained knowledge, you try to help others, you try to make money, whatever, and then some other people taking advantage over you. Again, that's not good also. So where they just be like, oh, why? Wait, oh, you know this and this, let me know, whatever. They try to whatever, like little, how you call these things in English? These blood-sucking creatures, right? So be aware of that in that stage if you want to go from understanding to creation to help others and give back kind of thing, right? Because you're technically not ready. It could work, don't get me wrong again, but it will be just very hard for you. And if you still want to go it, then at least now you know the challenges what come with that stage of from going to understanding to creation right away. Again, remember, the creation is like technically the imagination, the compassion, the overall the actions technically that make you money kind of thing, and whatever you want to make other people money, you want to give people you love money, something like that, right? You want to support your family. From understanding to creation is possible, very challenging though. So overall, again, what you try to do, the affirmation behind it, and what you, if you really want to go to it, the affirmations behind that is that you're attracting the right relationship that you are attracting the right relationships into your life, and you surround yourself with the people that truly understand and love you. Okay, you are creating a deeper inner circle around you with the right people. That's what obviously makes it way easier for you to get to this creation stage, right? Because again, you only having that normal understanding, the reasons behind it, you just skip the vision and the wisdom part, right? So you kind of need people around you which maybe have the wisdom, maybe have the vision to support you, truly understand you, and kind of love you, to walk the path with you, to get you from the understanding path right into creation. It will be very hard for yourself, okay? So the challenge again, because you will thinking too logical, being trapped kind of in your own head, right? And getting lied and stolen from others, right? Because again, you kind of try to build a circle with other people that walk this walk with you, but maybe they take advantage over you. Okay, so be careful if you find yourself into that stage. It's again not the ideal stage. If you really want it, now you have the challenges to do so. But again, you should probably thinking of going from the understanding part to the wisdom part instead. And then if you really wanted, you can go the creation part, or even better, you go from wisdom to vision. And then obviously it's still a possibility, okay, to go to creation then. So now you know what this pathway is all about. If you want to go this from right into creation, and maybe you find yourself into exactly this pathway, then you know exactly what to do. Another pathway you can take is the seventh pathway. That is from understanding to intuition. Okay, the intuition is overall the judgment of something, the willpower, and the consistency. Okay, so if you try to go from understanding to judgment, willpower, and consistency, that obviously brings a lot of challenges with it also. First of all, it's the seventh pathway, the connection between the understanding and intuition. A road related to family, home, security, and hospitality. For most of us, family stands as our central connection to love. This is your point of life where you should consider involving your family more into your plans and create a home within. Like what you do, it's probably okay to involve like the people you love. You're a very social person, okay? It's completely fine. So in trading, that means you're getting overexcited though, right? So be very careful because again, think about it. You're going from the source to understanding, but from understanding to right, bring your family into it. Again, bringing your family into it is completely fine. It's actually very good if you want to do that. But be aware that you just gained the second stage, which is understanding, but you completely skipped the wisdom, the vision, right? So you just understand something and try to rush it into your family maybe too fast. But if you find yourself doing that, trying to rush into and tell all your friends about it and tell your sister and say like, oh, you will whatever make this money, this family so much money and this, right? It's probably not good also because first maybe you should walk the walk and don't rush it and try to involve everyone already into your plans, right? Because you're getting overexcited about your new understanding and you tell all your friends and run to them and say, oh my God, I will be a millionaire by next week because I found this trading and I understand the trend line, right? That's not what I do. That's not how it works. You need to gain wisdom. But again, a lot of people try to do that and they go this pathway, right? So be careful of going or doing this or like involving your family and friends too early. There's a big danger into that, right? And if you find yourself maybe considering that or doing that, maybe again, consider a different pathway because you skipped a lot of other steps which would make your life a lot easier and make this path and success or whatever this goal of yours to connect your family right into it, because again, intuition comes with a lot of other stuff of judgment, willpower, and overall consistency. But if you try to achieve that stage from understanding right to willpower interpretation, and from willpower, judgment, and consistency, you want to achieve that right away. That's probably when, again, you try to involve your family and your friends too early, and that stops you from doing it. So be careful of going this step too early in your overall journey. Overall, though, you're loved by your family. They obviously support you. They want to support you. And you technically also forgive others that maybe harmed you at some point or wronged you. And you ask even for forgiveness about someone else, right? And obviously get back in their life. So that could be friends, family, and obviously the people you love overall, right? It's a very social path if you try to go from understanding right to intuition, right? And again, we talked about all these challenges in between. So maybe it's too early. You maybe should wait a little bit, and it's this so-called the chosen people syndrome, where like they just think like immediately, oh my God, I found this new opportunity. I need to involve everyone and tell everyone about it because it's so amazing, right? That's, again, a lot of people do it. It's maybe not the best path. And again, you're probably better off from going from the understanding you just gained to really get the wisdom, the true knowledge, right? The true care. And then maybe again from wisdom, as you can see, there's not really a connection right away to intuition, right? So first you have to go to vision and then to intuition. That's probably much, much better for you, for the people around you, because you don't tell them too early about it. You truly know then what you're talking about. You really gain the vision and the knowledge. And then obviously you can gain also the intuition part of it. Okay. So maybe you reconsider it if you find yourself into, again, this pathway of you try to rush in and like tell all the others about this crazy opportunity. Maybe it's a little bit too early. So go the other ways, which are maybe better for you and the people around you. The perfect path is from vision to intuition. Okay, so the intuition, that is the overall judgment about something, the willpower, the straight laser focus willpower, and the consistency overall. Okay, that's the perfect path you can go, because again, you come from vision. Lovely. So out of vision, you had to go from wisdom. So you gained true wisdom. You entered the true vision part where you're using your memory, your interpretation, and your clarity about something to then go to achieve the intuition part, which is the judgment, the willpower, and the overall consistency. Okay, so to connect the vision and to intuition, that's technically strength, power. You gain authority, right? And great willpower guide this connection, right? So it is the path that requires generosity and loyalty. It also brings a strong partner with it. Okay, so that means, again, the intuition path was, again, you've tried to connect also people you really love and really want to support you into the whole thing. But now it makes a lot of sense, right? Because again, you have all the things you required to do so. You gain the wisdom, you have the vision, right? You have the interpretation about the bigger picture, you have the clarity, right? You have the true knowledge and you truly care about something, right? And now it makes sense to truly start connecting with others and walk the path with them. In trading, for example, to go from vision to intuition, that means you're on the perfect path to success and you're trading bears true fruits as your trading is getting much more fluid and you think less, quote unquote, right? And your trading is getting much more subconscious, right? We talked about a subconscious skill. We're just doing things actually effortless and everything just starts to make sense and requires much less effort. In terms of markups, that means your charts look much clearer. There's not like overcrowded, crazy lines and boxes all over the place. No, they look very clean. It doesn't take you too long to mark up charts. It's very clean and simple, but still gives you the perfect understanding what you need. And obviously the knowledge, the vision, everything is already there, right? And overall, that's exactly what you want from your trading. You don't want it to be hard and overcomplicated. You want it effortless and clean, and you know exactly what you look for. That's exactly the way you should go. And even better, not only that is coming out of the intuition, like the intuition also means, again, you want to maybe connect with someone or whatever, if it's family, friends, or even like your life partner, where you gain or combine forces, right? If you're gaining a strong trading buddy, for example, or if you really want to involve your family into your business or whatever, like show your brother of how to learn trading or something like that, that's obviously a very good point about this intuition part as well, right? Because again, the affirmation is you are full of strength and also happiness, and you can create your own destiny and manifest all your wishes. You're ready to share your joy and love with the ones you are close to. Again, that can be your family, can be your friends, can be your loved one or a significant other, right? Again, that's like a very, very amazing pathway because things are just bearing fruits. Your training looks amazing, you trade effortless, and now you're also ready to maybe include someone else into your journey, be it family, again, friends or whatever loved ones, right? Perfectly fine. The only challenges you have in here is arrogance, right? That you come across like too arrogant, maybe your ego is way too high, and maybe people even see you like as a little bit like off the ground, like a little bit too much, because again, you already have good success. You already know what you're doing. You really going the pathway perfectly. So that can be the only challenge you may be facing. So maybe, again, if everything works perfectly fine for you already, but people maybe see you as a little bit too arrogant, and feeling whatever, you have the own feeling for yourself that you're very superior and your ego is growing out of the house, then obviously it's the chances are very high that you're going the right pathway. You just have to calm down, okay? Put your ego to the side, be happy about your process, be happy about your success, and truly try to start to walk even or share the path with your loved ones. Let them into your life, right? And show them, hey, that's this and this what I'm doing. And obviously they will understand you because they're there for you as well. And that's where your intuition starts to really bear fruits as well. When you find yourself going from vision to creation, you will experience something like this, because the connection between the vision and creation demands a lot of dedication and cleansing. Okay, so if you find yourself on this pathway, you will have to find your inner wealth and also share it with others. So you have to pay attention to a lot of small details and the order of things and tasks you do. In trading, how you can identify that you're on this pathway when your training looks like this. So you came a good way, but for some reason, you can't get the breakthrough as you want it to be, right? So you try to get every single trade right, like no losses. Oh, you have to get every trade right. Like there's no losses. I don't lose. Like I focus only on winning. And if you get a loss, then it's throwing you out of the direction completely because you focus too much on those losses. You can't really accept them. It demotivates you. Like it kind of is. It feels horrible if you're getting a loss, because yeah, you can't really deal with it, and as you're focusing too much on them, and don't really see the overall journey anymore, right? So you find yourself trapped in so-called perfectionism, right? As you want to impress others as well. So that's when you're on a community, or like maybe you're having on social media, like be it Instagram or something like that, where you want to really try to impress others and you want to be right every single time. And obviously, if you get an L, that's not good, right? Because it throws you completely backwards. So if you find yourself having this kind of problem, then use the community you are trying to impress to actually grow and learn with them together. Again, it's together. You're not here to impress anyone. And if you're like trying to impress someone, don't try that, but try to go the way with them together and learn with them together. Connect yourself with them, like, and kind of exchanging information and going the pathway together, instead of focusing on yourself too much and focusing only on being right all the time, and do not try to impress anyone, okay? So overall, the affirmation for this pathway is that you enjoy, that you kind of know that you always have people surrounding you and you can invite them for whatever reason that might be, right? So you have a lot of people around you, which are you having a little circle around you, which is amazing. So you kind of love this experience, okay? So, and you're also ready to help others
and others also will help you. You just have to find the way to let it happen that they also help you. Again, it's not your task to impress anyone, it's your task to grow together. Okay, so fall a little bit back if you find yourself on this pathway of these characteristics of the pathway, and use your community to grow together instead of impressing them. Okay, because the challenges overall is that you don't see the forest of all the trees anymore, right? So you lost kind of the bigger picture, because like you're just focusing too much on the small things that doesn't really make the bigger impact. Paying attention to small details is very important, but not so you lose the bigger picture. Okay, still have the bigger picture in mind, but pay attention to the small details as you already do, but always keep the bigger goal in mind. And that's growing together and not impress others. Okay. Also, don't try to be perfect. No one will ever be perfect. If you try to be perfect, remember the example of the experiment with the monkeys and the students, like where they try to press the buttons, the red and blue button. It's not about being perfect and guess it right all the time. Right? You will be wrong, kind of accept it. Nobody's ever perfect. Again, this will never gonna happen. So accept being wrong sometimes as well. Also, you can be a little bit unemotional. Unemotional means not in terms of like you're not unemotional in the markets, because that's kind of the way you have to do it anyways. It's kind of unemotional about the process. But you feel like not connected anymore. You're not feeling happy. It just feels like you have to do it. It's like not a nice journey anymore. And if you find yourself having these emotions, then it's probably because you try to go from your vision to creation as you try to impress others, and you're kind of losing your purpose behind everything a little bit. Okay, so don't count the flowers, instead smell it. Okay, so enjoy the pathway, enjoy the process again, connect truthfully with others, go with them together, and find your true way to the whole journey again, which is happiness and enjoying the process and grow with others together. Now we can also unlock something new, which is the internal now. The internal now is the initiative, the persistence, and the determination. Okay, overall, that means the destiny, the purpose, how much stamina you bring on the table, and how endurance or how endurable you are. Okay, so how much endurance you have overall. So that's a very significant point in your overall journey, because you never should ever lose your purpose, and always bring a lot of stamina in the overall pathways. Okay, because without stamina you will have a big problem overall. Okay, because you will give up too soon, obviously. So the 10th pathway is the connection between the vision and the internal now. So that you will find yourself in this pathway. It's a very interesting one also if you try to go this shortcut from the vision to internal now, because you will find yourself on overall, it's a journey for those who rely on luck and miracles. And usually they actually find it. That's the funny thing about it. Again, if you have to think about, okay, that's the people that kind of seem to be lucky, being on the right time in the right position in life. Okay, so that can be if you bought BTC, for example, like whatever, cryptos like a few years ago to the right time, it just helped them, right? If you bought Dogecoin, that's like has nothing to do with skill set or something like that. Yes, guess what? You had to get wisdom before, you had to get also the vision before, but then guess what? Dogecoin didn't really have any logical background or foundation of why it became a crazy rising crypto, right? It was a fun coin. It literally was created to mock other cryptocurrencies, but guess what? It just grew like insanely. It had nothing to do with skill set or logical consequences why it grew, but still a lot of people made a lot of money with Dogecoin, for example. But again, it's kind of based on luck, and if you want to say so, like miracles. Oh my God, Elon Musk made a post
about Dogecoin. That's why whatever, it grew like hundreds of percentages, right? But guess what? By examining the cycle of life and the cycle of the markets, you kind of can predict these things and foresee an event in the future. Again, if you kind of understood the pathway of crypto and how it went, or like technically where it had it back in the time, you could have saw or could have seen this potential outcome, and that's maybe when you invested. Again, it still had to do with luck, but it's not completely you're just buying a lottery ticket, for example, right? It's more like, okay, you put something work and you have kind of basic understanding about something, but you're predicting something what could happen, but then it happens kind of based on a miracle or luck. For example, if you whatever remember the Big Short movie, you probably watched that one, like one of the best movies also for about finances, and like the bubble bursted for the real estate, right? Again, what happened? They also predicted that the bubble gonna burst, but it's all was based on logical like consequences, but they could not know when exactly the potential like turning point will be, right? And kind of was then boom, it was just out of nothing. It was a big, like not out of nothing, but the point was kind of like, okay, it's kept trending up for like the next even the months before they even predicted it, even that all the logical consequences said that bubble has to burst. Kind of similar the way we are right now in the markets, where you kind of see already, okay, there has to be a recession. What they're doing can not be possible over in the long run, right? There has to be a recession, and a big one very, very soon. If you look at China, for example, look at the economy, what's going on right now, right? Completely collapsing. The housing market down there, absolutely madness. I think the economy is down like 80% right now. Again, people just don't talk about it. They kind of quiet it down. So if it's in China right now, again, it's whatever, 6 banks already collapsing, like went bankrupt and stuff like that. It's not too far away that kind of will happen in the US and then Europe as well, right? So keep that things in mind. And again, if you can see the future a little bit, again, people will call you like kind of lucky because something significant will happen. And those who can walk or like see these things, again, it also can get back to the ancient proverb, like history like kind of repeats itself. We had situations like that before with the housing market crashing and stuff like that. But guess what? Those kind of see that will have or can have a crazy breakthrough moment in their life. Again, it comes with a lot of like financial outcomes if you kind of give the chance a chance and kind of investing in those things or whatever, trading against it, like shorting some specific things, right? And a good future kind of can await you as you're taking these opportunities very serious and obviously take advantage over them. Okay, so look, what are the potential crazy economical outcomes that potentially could come, and you can definitely take advantage of it. Overall, again, that's nothing you should like completely go for. Like, it's not the perfect pathway, but still a lot of people go this pathway. Again, aka with cryptos, for example, or even NFTs was kind of the same thing, right? So when you're in the right time with NFTs, you made a lot of money. If you went too late into the thing, you lost a lot of money. Same thing as always, right? But if you can see it before it even happens, it's obviously very good. But if you're too late, very bad, right? So in trading, that obviously means you are like quote unquote predicting a significant event and you will benefit from it big time. This can be, for example, again, we talked about it multiple times with crypto, maybe even stocks, real estate, or overall in Forex. When Forex, for example, so overall, this is not a path you should aim for, right? But a lot of people experience this path in a good way, actually. Again, same thing when it happened, whatever the COVID situation happened like a few years ago, right? You could have kind of see it in the markets also. Like there had to be a big drop. And the people, again, I was trading big time with a little group back then also, and we also benefited from that as well. Again, but people say like, oh, it's like lucky coincidence, whatever, that could happen when the markets also scream. No, there has to be like a big pullback soon, right? So again, it's just a lucky thing sometimes, but again, it's okay to sometimes be in a situation like that, right? But overall, you should not aim to go this pathway. But if it happens and if the opportunities align, why not take advantage of them? Okay. So again, not a pathway you should aim for, but if that's it, perfect, because you will experience it in a positive and a good way. The most important thing, if you find yourself in a situation like that, maybe you're one of those people who made a lot of money with NFT or crypto. Okay. So the most important thing here is to sustain a skill, because that is the essential thing that keeps your success alive. Because if you just base your life on a random, quote unquote, a random success story, that will come back and bite your ass big time. Okay, you have to sustain your skill set and find these new opportunities, or like use the money you made to invest it somewhere which makes you sustainable income, because if you cannot sleep on that, right? So you made good money, you made a significant event that made you a very good situation in life. Now you have to obviously maintain and sustain it. Okay, very, very important. The overall information behind that you feel the synchronities and opportunities, you see there's something coming, and you feel very lucky as you see all the possible chances open before you. So if you see a big chance, give chance a chance and just grab it. Maybe that's your time where you have to just reach out. Even, again, the challenges, someone maybe called you crazy, or like you're having crazy behavior, right? Or being too over optimistic. Maybe that's the right time now to actually grab an opportunity that's right in front of you. Maybe you can forecast what's about to happen and take huge advantage over that. Okay. The only other challenge is blindly faithing in or having faith into something and being too lazy because you think, oh no, this will gonna happen, so I don't need to do anything. No. Still sustain the skill set. And if it comes, perfect, be prepared if it comes. It's always better to prepare for something that's might gonna come than not be prepared for something, and then something comes and then you just getting completely caught off guard, and then you look like a little reindeer in the forest and when it's crazy lightning strikes. Okay, so be aware of what to come, and maybe that's your chance of getting a significant market event for your benefit and making a significant money amount out of that. The pathway 11 is the best pathway in terms of overall chronological order you could take, and that's from intuition to getting into creation. Okay, so you're combining your judgment, your overall willpower, and your consistency with imagination, compassion, and action. How it will look like and how you can identify that you are on this pathway. Again, pathway 11, the connection between the intuition and the creation. You will find yourself being a lot in balance, justice, and also having good relationships overall. Okay, it is driven by actually contracts, compromises, and also negotiations. It requires a lot of true diplomacy from you, right? But definitely that will be required, and you will also be able to identify actually who's your enemies, and you will definitely be able to prepare for them. So if you are right now in your journey having a lot of negotiation with someone, having maybe making contracts with someone, building something, maybe building a business about your trading as well, maybe you have business partners that you're trying to involve into your trading, that's really good. That's a really good pathway you can do. Just be open that you have to be true diplomatic about it, right? And there will be also enemies, and you will definitely able to identify who those people are. Okay, so don't get tricked, right? when you're trading overall, that could be that, first of all, you're trading, like, first of all, this path is the perfect path where you can go, right? So if you gained from source to understanding to wisdom, right, then to vision, then to intuition, and then for the creation one, right? That's the perfect path where you can go, right? Because you're trading already bears fruit and you share your experience with others. That's why a lot of opportunities open to you, right? So maybe you're making contracts with someone, maybe you have negotiation with a business partner, something like that, to get it truly more stepping up a level for your trading, and obviously the opportunities that come with trading, right? So this can, for example, be getting a higher role in the community right now. Maybe you're getting from a student perspective into an educator role, okay? Or maybe you're going the path of making true corporations, right? With other business partners. Maybe you're taking trading to a whole new level right now, and maybe going the fund, like the hedge fund manager role, or like getting funded from obviously prop firms or something like that, or whatever, you're getting private investors or other business partners. So that's where the pathway of a lot of opportunities open to you, and you just have to take them. It's again negotiations, contracts, and a lot of compromises also, right? So again, not everything is like perfect, but you will definitely have a lot of great opportunities, and you kind of have to take advantage of them. So the affirmation behind it is that you are in harmony with life and balanced overall in your equilibrium, okay? Justice will prevail and you will be rewarded for all your efforts, okay? You will be part of something greater, which is just you trading alone in your apartment and whatever, making profits. No, you're actually building something greater out of the whole experience that involves other people as well, maybe even a community, maybe you do it inside the community, and that's where the true fun begins, because you're not only on yourself, you're building a team, or you're having a team around you, and you're building something greater that overweights yourself, okay? The challenges behind that is, though, that maybe you're being blind to potential problems and difficulties. Maybe you're feeling too safe about something. So maybe think, okay, what's maybe the ups and downs? I have to think also about it, and don't confuse your outer and inner creation. Again, what's your inner goals? What's your outer creation? What is like your own purpose and what you want to create for other people as well? Okay, so don't get confused about those, combine them. And if you have a beautiful community you're in best case, it's a lit community, obviously, then obviously maybe that's already your pathway where you truly start to connecting. Maybe you're getting into the educator route, maybe you're giving something back to the community, maybe you create some other like guidelines to share with them and stuff like that. It's a truly amazing path. And also, again, it can be the hedge fund route, it can be the overall investor route, also can be simple stuff like prop firm funding, or overall other business partners with it be in your community. So that's a beautiful pathway. Take advantage of it. Don't sleep on it. There's great potential coming. And if you find yourself in this situation right now, then take it. Take the opportunities, make these connections, and create something greater than just you trading on your own. Could also go a different way though, and that's not from intuition to the creation, which would be the ideal path. You can kind of go from intuition to observation. Okay, so unlocking a new pathway here, and that's observation, and that's overall the patience, eye for details, and also bigger pictures. Okay, so what does that mean, and how can you identify finding yourself on this pathway? So the 12th pathway is the connection between the intuition and observation. So if you find yourself on this pathway, it's very interesting. You have to learn to surrender to a higher force and trust your own psychic intuition. Okay, you have to let go of something that might hold you back right now in your life. So if something holds you back and you know it, that's probably a pathway you're on. You're on to the intuition, to going to observation. Okay. And it's quite before the overall explosion. Okay. So most of the times it also can be simple things like your ego that is just holding you back. Sometimes, of course, it can be other people that hold you back, or other situations or circumstances that hold you back. But most of the times, again, trading is a lot of based on yourself. Maybe your own ego is holding you back. Okay. So this is the pathway in which you have to learn how to deal with also suffering, because again, something is holding you back, something is putting the brakes onto you, and you kind of have to let go. You ever heard about the saying, the more you hold on to something, the more tighter and the more it will hurt you? So maybe you have to let go of something. Okay, if it's your ego, it's your ego. If it's some other person or some other circumstances, you kind of have to let go of something. So stay alerted and act on all information and instincts, and you will discover all sorts of new ideas and perspectives. Again, it's a lot of have to do with something you have to let go to create something new. Okay, so learn to surrender about something it might be. Okay, so what could it be in your trading? Maybe you find yourself in this situation. So maybe you have to learn some simple thing that not trading the news. Maybe you just want to trade NFP or some whatever, like news events all the time, and that screws you over. Or maybe you're focusing too much on fundamentals. Like maybe that's the higher forces that you cannot control and you have no, just a minimal effect on those. Maybe you just have to say, okay, I'm done with that. I will not look at news again, or like try to go on fundamentals, because that will not affect your trading. But other, if you're like a crazy investor, maybe if you're a day trader, an intraday trader, fundamentals and news will not make any difference to you. Zero. Again, no one of us does fundamentals, and we're like intraday masteries, right? So you don't need the fundamentals to get crazy success in your trading, right? You don't need that. Or maybe it could be some other wrong behavior of you that you have to let go. Maybe it is the picking all these crazy random reversal trades all the time, right? So maybe you're tending into picking or trying to pick the peak all the time. But then, oh, reversal here, reversal here. Maybe you have to change your behavior and let go of old behavior systems or old habits, right? Sometimes it also can feel you feeling stuck and you dream about a perfect trading day all the time. The good thing is you're technically on a very, very good way already, right? And remember your game plan and stay consistent overall, and you can make the breakthrough. You just have to let go and surrender of something, and then obviously that opens new pathways, and you will gain much more clarity. Okay, so if you find yourself again, some higher forces or other circumstances hold you back, trust your intuition, let go of something, surrender to something if needed, like higher forces you can't really affect, and you will see the breakthrough. The affirmation behind that is that you have to accept all your challenges knowing that they are your greatest teacher. Okay, so if you fail, you don't fail, you just learn. If you truly understand that, perfect. Okay, because you grow by letting go and to render to higher power, which you have no control over, but you try for whatever reason to try to fight it, right? So you probably know what that is for you. Stop fighting it. Maybe just let it go. Again, Elon Musk made a very good quote, which I really like, is if you can't beat it, connect with it. Not trying to fight against something, but rather trying to connect to it, right? And maybe make something out of it. Okay. The challenges, again, we talked about it, you can feel stuck a little bit as you don't maybe know what you're fighting. Okay, that's also potential. Then you just have to find out what you're always doing wrong, the same thing, or what you're holding on to, which you should just let go.
or you're just daydreaming overall. You imagine the perfect trading lifestyle and all this stuff. Again, it's not about daydreaming. It's literally about achieving it with actions. Okay, so don't fall into the trap of not knowing the fantasy and reality anymore. Right? Know exactly your tasks to do because you know what these tasks are. Let go of something that holds you back. Surrender to something you can't control. Just let it be, and obviously stick to your game plan, and you can make the breakthrough. The next pathway you can go is pathway 13, and that goes from creation to the eternal now. That's where fun really starts to kick in because you're on the perfect pathway. Okay, so the 13th pathway is the connection between creation and eternal now, because you find yourself in a very interesting situation, because this pathway is designed to enhance transformation. Any kind of transformation involves a bit of death and destruction as we clear out the old and plant the new. Again, doesn't mean death in terms of people dying, it means death of an old behavior, of an old business partner, of an old trading style, whatever it might be, the death of something, so you can reburn and create rebirth, or give rebirth to something greater and rebuild it from scratch even better. Okay, there will be change that is forced by external circumstances. Maybe you just not even know what's going to change, but there will be change because you're on the perfect pathway, and the perfect pathway literally requires significant change at some point. You can't prevent it because, again, if you're already living the perfect life, then you would not walking this pathway in the first place, and there's no need to be changed. But chances are very, very high that you're not living the perfect life. That means there will be change needed. Okay, and it will come. You're already walking the perfect pathway. You went from the source to understanding to wisdom to vision to intuition to creation, and now the perfect pathway continues from the eternal now. Again, stamina, endurance will be tested, and there will be significant change. This road or this pathway teaches you that nothing will last forever, not even some creation. It teaches the importance of working with and combining other people's talents and money to a further higher goal. Okay, it is the need for transformation and change. You have to accept change, whatever that might be for your specific situation. But you also will find yourself in a very nice, again, it can be a little bit unpleasant feeling at the beginning, because transformation, again, means letting go or letting something else die to grow something new out of it. You maybe remember an example of like the bushfires in like the crazy forests and stuff like that. People be like, oh my god, it's so bad if like an old forest burns down. But guess what? For nature, it's actually better because it just burns off the old, like weak trees, so it can create a whole new out of the soul, out of the ashes of the old trees. It's like now a healthy, sort of brand new, way more healthy plants and trees, and it's very good for nature, right? The same thing for your life. Maybe you have to let go of something old to build something way more better out of it. Okay, in trading, again, you will find, maybe you are right now in the stage that you will realize that your old trading behaviors, not even strategy, again, you should already surpass your old strategy. You have already found like a way better approach to look at charts and approaching the markets in a way more advanced form. Best case, it is always the liquidity concepts, right? And you have to let go of maybe some old behaviors, because letting go of an old strategy is easy, but letting go of old behaviors and habits, that's very hard. Or maybe it even goes further, and maybe that's your old circle of friends, or maybe your old community or something like that. maybe that's not good for you. Maybe that's the time where you have to make a true transformation to create someone new out of yourself, okay? So you have to let go of these old habits and remove old weight that holds you back from meeting your true potential, right? And maybe you know what holds you back. Maybe you know exactly what's the things that are not good for you, and maybe you have to let these things just go, right? But this might involve that you are still surrounded again with people that hold you back. It can also be, right, on maybe an old community, maybe an old partner, maybe an old friend, maybe an old mentor. I don't know. It could be whatever. But you probably know what holds you back, and you might just have to let it go. You will also realize the value of trading other people's money and teamwork overall. Again, leveraging prop firms, for example, is a really, really amazing pathway you have to go at some point, right? And also teamwork, having the right community, right? That's essential. Cut off the old community, whatever the wrong community, the toxic one, and you transfer that you're right now in a very amazing and healthy community where teamwork is number one aspect, and you can trade with them together, obviously. And that's where power comes from, okay? In this stage of your journey, some sort of change has to happen, okay? And it will happen if you want it or not, right? It will happen. If you don't want it to let it happen, but you walk this pathway of creation to eternal now, which is the perfect pathway, then external circumstances will happen, that something old will die to give rebirth of something brand new, which is better and obviously has way more potential to it. So let it happen, okay? You're on the right path. So don't be afraid of that. It's completely natural, it's completely normal. It has to happen at some point. The affirmation behind it is you have to accept, like, quote unquote, the death of something old, right? Knowing it will lead to birth of something better, okay? The only challenge is that you kind of having fear of change, or like fear of losing something old, right? Again, it's good to have something old in your life, but maybe you know, okay, that's good, but maybe I need something better. But you only can get to something better if you let the old one go. Again, just give you an example, nothing related to trading, but also can be your partner in life. Maybe you know, okay, my partner in life is amazing, but maybe it's not the right person that will guide you to the overall success in life you want to. But it's very hard to obviously, like end this relationship with someone to seek something better, something you know, which can open way better pathways for you, because again, fear of change and the habit of just holding on to things is very dangerous, right? So maybe you find yourself on this pathway, and maybe that is the moment where you just have to let go to give rebirth of something much greater. Another pathway you can go is from creation. You don't walk the perfect pathway to the eternal now, kind of refusing some sort of change, right? But because you go right into the manifestation, okay? What is the manifestation? Manifestation is overall the foundation, the overall knowing, and the self-belief, okay? The pathway 14 is the connection between the creation and the manifestation. If you find yourself on this pathway, you will see some specific characteristics, and that is that this pathway will require a deep optimistic outlook on your life overall, as well as confidence that you can overcome some sort of obstacle in a magical way, okay? That maybe looks impossible now, but you have to overcome it. Because again, why is it impossible? Because you don't go the perfect pathway. You don't accept kind of like change something. So you have to overcome this obstacle in a kind of magical way or form. Okay, it's also possible if you don't want change, perfectly fine. Then it's more hard for you to overcome though, but you still can get to this next stage. Okay, this pathway overall is the new beginning.
and new opportunities. Again, you're just so pausing that you let some significant change happen and you find ways around it to still go into manifestation route. Okay. In trading, that can be that you just find a lot of other possibilities and entries in the markets. Okay. So that can be overall business success as well. So in trading though, if you, for example, you find another strategy, you don't want to change your old strategy for whatever reason though, but you still find a lot of much better possibilities and better entries in combination of that. So you don't eliminate the old one completely, just combining it. Okay. It's not the ideal pathway, but again, it also can lead you to success. You just make your life a little bit more complicated because again, you try to hold on to something old to still make it work. Okay, it's fine. Again, you can take an old, whatever, a 5 Golf series, like Volkswagen Golf series, and build a V8 engine into it. It will still be a fast car because you just, whatever. Okay, I don't want to get a new car. I just want my old car because I like my old car, but I just want to tune it, modify it, so it has a V8 engine with whatever 550 horsepower as well. Perfectly fine. Okay, but what's technically the better solution? And again, maybe you're the person that disagrees with that, but I'm just telling the overall better solution is just, okay, sell your old, whatever, 5 Golf Volkswagen thing and get an R8 with an V8, for example, or V10, whatever it is, right? So perfectly fine with that pathway, right? But again, some other people may be like, no, I like my old car, I just want to modify it, so it's just better. That's also possible, but not ideal. Okay, so this can be something feel a little bit overwhelming, as again, a Golf 5 series is not meant to have a V8 in it, but you can still make it fit. Okay, it's a little bit overwhelming to get it in the first place, but it's technically still a moment where you will redefine yourself and adapt what you learned so far. Okay, if you want to stick to your old things, perfectly fine. You can make it happen. It's just a little bit harder, but the good thing is you will prove a lot of people wrong, right? Again, if you want to stick to your old systems or something like that, you still want to make it work, awesome. Not the ideal path, but you will prove a lot of people wrong to tell you otherwise. Perfect. Okay. So the affirmation behind that is that you're open to learning and understanding the truth about yourself, okay, and life in general. Again, maybe you like the old systems you do. You just want to modify them and tune them and overall make them better, okay? And you also will give and receive, okay? Perfectly fine. The only challenge is that you kind of can be confused as the result of too many options. Again, if you have your old system, you try to modify it, there's a lot of options of connections you can try because you try to connecting something that is not really supposed to be, and that can lead to a little bit of confusion. So if you find yourself in this pathway, just be aware that it is possible. You can make it through. It's just a little bit more challenging. Then let something old go and build something brand new out of it, which might be better because you're trying to make something old work even better, or like not even better, but like just better. And it's also possible. Just be aware of that, and you will be also heading in the right direction overall. You could also go from creation to observation, okay? So having the creation mind overall, right? So the imagination, the compassion, the actions required, to now having an eye for details and the bigger picture, okay? So that's the pathway 15 you could also find yourself on. And that's the pathway between the creation and observation. So if you find yourself on this pathway, that's overall a pathway that offers great success. The price, though, is a lot of patience, persistence, faith, and discipline. Observation provides you with the information you need overall to get to greater success. Use your talents in service of others. Very interesting, right? So that can also be, for example, in trading, if you open prop firms accounts, right? Because again, it's technically other service for others, trading other people's money, but it's overall getting your success greater, right? So reach outward. It will be a journey of discipline, success, humor, and also status quo. You will be forced to dig deeper though, as again, it's not the ideal pathway you can go, but it's a pathway that actually can be funny. You will have a lot of fun in this process, right? And also connecting with others in the process. But you will be forced to dig deeper, right? Because again, you're not letting go of something old, right? So you have to just dig deeper to find ways around it. In trading also, overall, you will find yourself trading with a lot of fear though, panic, and sometimes doubt. Again, why is that? Because you're not letting go of something you know you maybe have to, just want to make it still work. You want to have this eye for details and the bigger picture, but with something maybe that's holding you a little bit back still. Okay, because you did not choose the ideal path, so you have to overcome it with discipline and patience. Okay, so a good tip in this situation is that you have to zoom out to see the bigger picture more often. Okay, so maybe you're getting lost into too much detail, right? Maybe you're trading the M1s too much, maybe even M5. Maybe you just need to sometimes zoom out, use the higher time frames, look at the bigger picture, and not get lost into maybe even the seconds time frame, right? There's a lot of crazy people that do that, that trade the seconds too many times or too much overall. Not a good idea. Okay, we don't even do that. Okay, so maybe even the M1, maybe just go a step back, M5, M15, and overall 1 hour picture could be the key to success to you right there. Again, because again, maybe you have a little fear and panic and doubt if you find yourself into the stage, right? If you're trading like that, obviously, then chances are that you're going from creation to observation. It's a good fix though, right? You can fix it. Time to reflect upon yourself and get yourself back to success by having fun in the process. Fear, panic, and doubt, you already know where it comes from, right? Fear, obviously, if you go the negative loop of life, fear creates obviously ignorance, then you obviously gain confusion in all these stages, right? So you know what to do. You know to go a step back, have fun in the process, be open-minded to all the things that are in life and trading, and get your fun back, and the fear will disappear slowly but surely as well. Again, but if you try too hard, and again, panic and doubt will definitely going to get produced, right? So again, try to fall back, zoom out, shift a gear backwards, see the bigger picture instead of getting lost in the smaller time frames, and everything is good. Okay, so you can achieve your ambitions. Success is already in the palm of your hands, right? You technically can make that work pretty well. And you are the proof of discipline and endurance can manifest dreams, okay? Because again, the only thing you have to do is not getting lost into too much emotions, right? And zooming out a little bit to not get lost in the lower time frames too much, okay? It can feel like a step back though, but it sometimes is required here, right? Even if it just feels like a step back, it's technically a step forward, because again, you just have to dig deeper to find your right pathway again, because technically you walked a very good pathway so far. There's just a little thing that gives you the panic and fear and doubt you're not used to, right? So just go see where you went wrong. Maybe again, most chances are very high that you're just digging into lower time frames too many times, right? And forgot the bigger picture. Once you found that again, you're on a good pathway overall. To come back on the perfect pathway, that would be from the internal now to observation. So the perfect pathway goes from source to understanding to true wisdom to the overall vision to intuition from intuition to creation, from creation to the internal now, and now finally on pathway 16, from the internal now to observation. So the 16th pathway, to remove my drawings here, is the connection between the internal now and the observation. You will find yourself technically on the perfect pathway, but interesting now. This path brings the destruction and false attitudes and behavior patterns. It comes with liberty and war, battles and new beginnings, a journey that cleanses fire, the most powerful form of purification we know. It is not easy to set fire to something you know you need. It is even harder to serve yourself from others, especially if you love them or care about them. It might require the elimination of someone or something that we hold on to tightly and what blocks you from your true identity. Okay, so we talked about earlier that you have to let go of something or bring death to something overall to give rebirth of something better. Now it's the time that this significant event will 100% happen, right? If you wanted to or no. So this is the time where something significant will happen to you, okay? It will feel like an overall loss crazily. Again, it can be a significant event. Maybe it is, it's definitely not even maybe, it will be something that you will not be happy about when it happens. It will take some time to realize, oh, what happened is actually good for you, okay? So that's the saying, like, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger, technically, and you know that the most difficult challenges are for the best. You know that being strengthened by life to become stronger and stronger as an individual overall. It happened to it the same thing, right? We had like business cooperation partners that we had to cut out because they just caused more harm to our overall brand than they did good. And the moment they were gone, they kind of tried to destroy everything that comes with it, right? So they obviously didn't accept that they had to go, right? And that's why they tried to destroy the whole thing which we built, or technically myself built over the last years, because they didn't want me to have my own thing. They want to be part of it, but they didn't really want to provide anything in the whole process into it, right? So they tried to destroy it instead of being part of it. And the moment then they got eliminated, that was like, at first, everything was like gone. We had to rebuild the whole thing, right? But after that, you kind of realize like what a relief it is, because you can rebuild the whole thing just better, with way more beauty, with way more efficiency, because something insane which holds you back and actually is like like a hidden, like you can see like a hidden handbrake on your car, and the moment that's just gone, right, it just feels so relieving. And that's the moment which will happen to you as well, whatever that might be for you, right? And trading overall, that can be, for example, you can find yourself with a big loss that will overall turn out as a huge win, right? So you don't, at the beginning, you will not realize what that might be. But if you find yourself right now with a crazy setback, it maybe it's not a setback. Maybe it's again exactly the rebuilding process you need to build something much better out of it and win in the long term, okay? You will realize what held you back and how to unfold your true potential. This can be focusing on the wrong things too many times, and maybe you got blind to the things that work and bring you further overall. You have been blind, but now you can see. So if this setback in your life just happens right now, that's when you know, okay, you're literally on the perfect pathway. Maybe even it doesn't look like this in this specific moment in your life. You'll be like, how can this
possibly even be good. Just give it a little bit of time, patience, stick to your game plan, and you will see like how good the situation will be for you in the future. And you will look back to this moment of time, you'll be like, wow, that actually was a crazy beneficial moment for me, even if you thought it was like a crazy setback at the time. It will be overall something absolute positive for you in the long run. So let it happen, whatever it might be. Don't give up at this stage of your life. It's literally the best thing that can happen to you because it gives you much more freedom and opportunities, and you can rebuild exactly with a much greater foundation than you used to. Because think about it. You went from source to understanding, to wisdom, to vision, to intuition, to creation, to the internal now, and now only you're getting this quote unquote setback, but you can use everything you built before and gained before to now recreate and give the whole recreation. Again, first you had to even transform yourself, and now you can finally even recreate the whole thing and build it out of much more efficiency and beauty than it would be possible with something that keeps you away from it, and it has to go. Okay, it has to go, it will go, it will feel like a setback, but it's necessary and will be beautiful in the long run. Okay, so keep that in mind. If you find yourself in this pathway, just be very happy actually, because it will be for the much greater benefit overall in your life. Okay, but if it comes, let it happen, and you will be able to regrow something much great out of that. That is also why it's the observation, like you gain observation, is because again you use your patience and your eye for details and the bigger picture to make the best out of that situation that happened to you, to regain everything just much better, as you have the patience, as you have the overall bigger picture perspective, you have the vision, you have the intuition, you have the wisdom, you have the understanding, and you have the overall potential. So that's where something great will happen out of the situation. You also could go from the internal now straight into manifestation though. Okay, so that's the pathway 17, which is the connection between the internal now and the manifestation. So if you find yourself on this pathway, overall, you find yourself with a lot of hope, good future, you already have freedom, you're using technology and information and your friends, or you cycle around yourself and already made good new corporations, and it's a true journey for a true inventor and geniuses who strive for a new way. Okay, so if you find yourself with all these characteristics already, that's very good, because you will find yourself with true strengths in there. And this stage can feel a little bit strange though, as you are on a very unique mission. Again, it's not the ideal path you can go. It's more like of a unique mission of those of inventors, innovators and geniuses, right? So not everyone will be an innovator or a genius, but if you find yourself with all these characteristics we will dig into, its chances are that you are in this pathway right now. In trading, that could be maybe that you are right now feeling fully aware and conscious about your trading, and you follow your guidelines, checklists, and use proper risk management always. You will develop new approaches that fit you even better. Okay, this can be strange at the beginning because you will experiment and like try to innovate a lot of new things, but guess what? They will bring you the massive
success. Because again, trading is very different from person to person, and you go the way of the true innovator and the true genius. Again, you try new things, you try to make new approaches, what works best for you, what maybe doesn't, and you find your own kind of perfect way to massive success. So if you find yourself doing these things, like using everything you gained before, right? Like the understanding, the wisdom, the vision, the intuition, like the creation, the internal now, and now you're experimenting more. You're trying to become a true innovator, even putting something new. Maybe even, again, technology, maybe putting in a lot of programming stuff into it, like, or even more information, or you use your old or new gained corporations to even gain something more out of it. That's where you also can see massive, massive success. So hold on tight, because you're in for a wild ride to success. Okay. So the affirmation behind that is you are an antenna of awareness, or for awareness and consciousness. Your goals are in reachable distance. So if you find yourself in exactly this pathway, it will be very, very fun very, very soon. Okay. The only thing is that it maybe can feel a little bit weird in this stage, as you're trying so much new stuff and experimenting a lot. Okay, maybe you're investing also a lot of new technologies on other corporations. Okay, and maybe you have feelings like too scientific about it, right? It's completely fine though, as you're going the way of an innovator and a true genius. Okay, so that's also a good pathway that can lead to success. It will be, of course, a very unique mission and pathway you go, but overall it's a perfect pathway. So if you find yourself on that pathway, keep pushing. Success is literally in reachable distance. Of course, you don't need to go the path of the like sacrificing kind of pathway where something significant and negative in the first situation will happen to you, right? But turns out to be something beautiful from the internal now, or the pathway of the creator and the innovator to be a unique mission. You also go from the internal now straight into kingdom. The kingdom is the manifested creation of the materialistic world. The 18th pathway you can find yourself onto is the connection between the internal now and the so-called kingdom. If you find yourself on this pathway, you are entering the material world from all the things you built in before. Okay, so this mystical path can be overall be difficult, of course, but those who dare are often able to open new worlds for themselves and also others. You will overcome fears, some sort of drugs addictions, right? Also, you will remove dependency, very important. And addictions, like can be whatever drugs, you covered it before, and create a life full of greatness. It's a true new beginning. In trading, if you find yourself on this pathway, you will notice that you reached a milestone you have dreamed a lot about before, right? Because you eliminated bad habits and developed a true skill set and deep market understanding, true market understanding. You trade without fear and broke loose from dependency. That means, again, you don't need some crazy signal service, or even like at this point, even no more mentor, because you already on your own pathway. So if again, you with lit, I did my task. Okay. So you broke loose from being whatever dependent on something. You literally figured it out yourself. Like with the right guidance, you had very good mentors, but now you kind of are independent. Okay. And it's always is the goal. You should be independent anyways. And that's where you whatever ship ship me like a crazy new Rolex or something like that, because you made it. You made it, okay? You finally there. You actually broke loose from everything else, right? And even the things that might hold you back before, right? You make money in the market. Even making money becomes effortless if you have a true skill set. You have everything you need to become successful in trading. You had gained the right understanding, wisdom. You have the right vision. You gained a lot of good intuition, right? You created something bigger than yourself, right? And you're living in the moment and realize what's going on and trade in the present with the guidelines, all the checklists, with the trading plan you made for yourself, and all the guidance you gained before, right? So it will feel like true freedom and overall happiness. So congratulations. If you find yourself in this pathway, you're actually on the way to absolutely make it in life. So congratulations, you're in a true stage of happiness and freedom. And you can be very proud, because that's a moment of where you have to just reflect on yourself, like fall back on how far you've come, what amazing journey and adventure you went through, all the obstacles, all the setbacks, everything you gained, the whole journey overall. Like what an experience it was, like all the stories you can tell, but there you made it. Like congratulations, that's a beautiful, beautiful moment in your life, which you will always remember from now until eternity. Okay, so you will experience that in the darkest moment, also again, for all the experience, there will be light and it will shine through you. And now you finally received a great success and support from life overall and the ones you love also. That can be community, your friends, your family, your partner, like whoever it is for you, but you will finally find the success overall. The only challenge in here is that you don't lose yourself as you're getting the success. Again, that's some people again having a lot of success and then they fall into addictions or like into the materialistic world too much and they lose the overall purpose of life. So don't fall into that. But again, you're in a very amazing situation right now where you're already making the dream you already had before, and you're finally in the situation where everything starts to just shine and you truly feel happy and gained the overall freedom and independency which everyone wants, right? So if you're there, congratulations, you made it. The longer but also perfect pathway you can go is from observation to manifestation. So you went all the road, all the pathways from source to understanding, to wisdom, to true vision, to intuition, to create something bigger, the internal now, then the observation, and then finally the 19th pathway, which is the connection between the observation and manifestation. This is the path of fulfillment, success, and also spirituality. You make others happy with your own happiness because you went through all the shit already. You accepted the changes, you accepted the transformation. You make something much greater out of it than you would ever be able to do before, right? And you created your own perfect scenario in life, right? You're truly happy and you're truly seen as success. And always remember the journey you went through. What happened, like the setbacks that seemed to be setbacks, you now realize they actually were good for your overall progress, and it was necessary that these things happened to your life. And even better than that, you will receive fame, glory, overall entertainment in life, and you will feel truly connected to your body and soul, heart, and happiness. You will literally be aligned with yourself as you overcome all the obstacles, all the setbacks, and now life just seems to be so much better. In trading, if you find yourself on this pathway,
you will heading towards the ideal path of true fulfillment overall. That means you're trading best juicy fruits in terms of obviously a lot of like capital you trade, like big capital you will trade, and also the profits you make are much greater than you ever expected them to be, right? And you share the success also with your loved ones. Again, you can provide your family, your friends, and your loved ones the life they always wanted with your success in trading. You're also a well-known trader, right? And you're fully aligned with yourself overall. Like that's where you're in harmony of yourself. You feel truly happy of what you achieved, what you went through. You know what you went through, and obviously you accepted all the transformations that were necessary to get you to this situation you are right now, this beautiful situation you're in right now, right? So your true self-belief, consistency, and following overall your rule set and training plan brings you closer than ever to achieving your dreams than you had ever the chance before. Okay, so you walked the perfect pathway, even if it was a hard one. It overall is the path of full fulfillment. Okay, so you're ready to receive fame and also glory, and you will feel true happiness. Okay, you will have childlike energy towards life in general. Again, you will just be happy. That's all what it is about, like being happy and having high energy, high frequency, and being aligned with yourself, right? The only challenges you have to overcome is that people demanding too much from you and you demanding too much from other people, okay? Or trying to control everything and having an unhealthy like need for recognizing fame, okay? So again, because you went through so much shit before, now you kind of like feel the urgency that people have to give you fame and recognition and all that stuff, right? Again, don't pressure it. It will come natural, okay? So if you've walked a very crazy path, don't force it. Let the path fulfill itself, okay? You're in the perfect pathway, it will come. You will gain a lot of glory and fame for this pathway, okay? And if it doesn't come right away, don't force it. It will come. Focus on your trading, on your true juicy fruits you gained out of it, and also shared with others. It's definitely a moment of celebration, and you truly feel happy overall. You can make a little shortcut though if you don't go from observation into the manifestation path, right? You can make the shortcut from observation right into the kingdom, okay? So that means the 20th path, which is from, or the connection between the observation and the kingdom, and you will find yourself in this pathway. It's also called the Judgment Day, okay? So what that is, or what does mean, is that this is the time to reflect upon your past behavior, okay? That brings that ideas and feelings back to life. This is the path of self-analysis to correct all your wounds and also flaws. We need the past to help us avoid repetition of our mistakes. Okay, so if you remember to go these pathways in here, that there was some sort of sacrifice needed on some sort of transformation, okay? So now you're going from this pathway right into kingdom. You might want to manifestate, like get the manifestation in the materialistic world. You can do that, but it is the Judgment Day. But you have to just reflect upon yourself, what you did wrong in the past, and look what happened in the past to prevent that it ever happens again to you. Learn from mistakes. Again, you did that. And again, you fixing your wounds. And again, it will also help you to avoid mistakes in the future. In trading, for you, that could mean you will find yourself learning from all the losses you did in the past and all the mistakes you made before. Again, how can you achieve that? If you always stick to journaling your trades,
writing down your mistakes. Otherwise, it will be very hard for you to identify these losses and mistakes to learn from them overall. You will also realize of what you did wrong in the past. Maybe it was over leveraging. Maybe it was wrong or not even using risk management. Or maybe it was over trading or making shit up, like taking wrong trades and not sticking to your trading plan. All these little things you will kind of realize truthfully and reflect upon yourself, like a kind of judgment day, right? You'd be like, oh shit, I did this and this and this and this wrong. I should never do this and this and this again. Okay, so that's where you're truly opening your eyes and be like, wow, okay, cut off the past and focus on your present. Stick back to your game plan and do the things that you did, like never do the things you did wrong in the past, and do the things that are right this time. You have everything you need to become successful with your trading, right? Remember, you cannot go this pathway out of thin air. You had to go from source to understanding to wisdom to vision, right? To intuition, right? Best case then to creation, then best case to eternal now, and then to the observation. So you have a lot of experience. You've walked a perfect path so far. Now you're just making the shortcut, not to manifestation, but right into the kingdom. You want these physical results right away. Yes, it's possible. You have everything you need to go this pathway. It's not the ideal, right? But you've definitely learned out of all the wrong mistakes you did in the past. And then you finally can stick truthfully to your trading plan, your overall goals in life, and you can make it through. Okay, so the affirmation behind that is you're open to wisdom and understanding, and you're willing and ready to confront your darkest fears so you can transform them to your source of light. Completely cut off with the past. Always remember so you don't do the same mistakes again. Use all the knowledge you gained before, and now use the new re-beginning to truly manifestate into the real materialistic world the things you always wanted. And you can definitely make it at this stage because you have everything you need, all the knowledge, all the rule sets, all the guidelines, and the willpower and consistency to get the things you always wanted in life. Okay, so keep pushing. Don't get lost in the past. Don't let the past affect you anymore. Cut it off, accept it, and learn out of it. Okay, and now it's the moment for you to truly shine, and you will make it in life and trading. The last and final and also best path you can go is from manifestation to kingdom. So you walk the perfect path, you walked from source to understanding, to wisdom, to vision, to intuition, to creation, to the eternal now, to the observation, to manifestation, to finally walk the perfect and final pathway, which is the 21st pathway, which is the connection between the manifestation and the kingdom. This is the final path which brings everything from above into the material world and in physical existence. It is the path of completion, but still requires patience and persistence. Get ready to manifest all your wishes into reality. How will it look like? In trading, you will find yourself that you literally went the perfect path overall. It will feel very, very good overall because you're doing everything perfectly fine, okay? You utilize the right knowledge and gained true wisdom, had the clear vision of what it could become, and used your intuition to interpret the true possible outcome and create something that is much bigger than yourself. You analyzed yourself also learned from losses and cut off weight, got rid of bad habits and behaviors to truly unfold your potential to bring your wishes into reality. You trade without fear, following your training plan, checklists, guidelines, rules, use all the tools and templates you have, and you're multiple times funded, maybe even have investors like private investors, maybe you even created your own hedge fund and learned on a daily basis, even to this point. Being patient and seeing the bigger picture and all the details that led into it. So congratulations, you in this stage on the way to become a true intraday trading legend. Black belt status, right? And truthfully, like a true wizard of the markets. Trading seems overall very effortless and money is never ever an issue again. You made it. Congratulations. Okay. So the affirmation behind it is you are one with the universe. You will find your inner peace, true happiness, and great success. The only challenges here are that this could take a little bit longer than you expect it to be, and you fall into frustration because it doesn't appear right away. Because you have everything it needs. You know you have everything it needs. But maybe you just have to be a little bit more patient and don't get frustrated on the process, okay? So, and don't step over bodies. Again, do not like get success to step over other people's misery, for example, right? And to achieve the goal, to force to get into this stage. Again, everything will come perfectly natural. You do everything and you did everything and experience the perfect pathway in life and trading. You had your ups and downs, and now finally it is the time where everything will manifestate the way it should be to your life and trading. Okay, stick to your training plan as you should, right? Follow all your guidelines always, and the true success you always wanted will manifestate into the material world right in front of your eyes. So congratulations, you made the perfect pathway and you will live a life full of fulfillment, happiness, greatness, fame, glory, and overall being just full of energy, positivity, and your life is truly in harmony and you live the perfect life you always wanted. Congratulations. There we go, with a trading plan checklist, and we have a triple threat match in here with the Queen Sukba and the Wizard Cam. So we will guide you over this beautiful trading plan checklist of what you should do and what you should have done already before you starting obviously your whole trading journey. It's a little check mark for you or checklist for you, so you can literally check every box off to see if you're on the right track or not. So Cam, what do we have in this beautiful trading plan checklist right here?
So we have four separate checklists that you want to make your way through. Obviously starting in the top left and then going to the top right, bottom left, bottom right. And so obviously we're going to start off with actually making the trading plan. Some of you are going to not be able to trade all sessions, so you need to pick your session and timing that you want to trade, and then combine that also with the cup trade or preferred setup that you'd like to trade. Obviously, in the previous weeks, we've gone a lot through the entry approaches, and I think by now a lot of you should be sort of have a feel for maybe a specific entry approach or approaches that you want to focus on. Maybe you want to focus on entry approach 2 or entry approach 2 and 3. Obviously that is quite important that you learn to master a single one before you, or maybe, one or two before you move on. And then obviously the risk management tool, you need to get comfortable with that. You need to pick one. There's no point if you're using both the execution helper and the trade assistant. You need to only be using one and getting comfortable with just that one. So Reem, do you want to go over?
Yeah, no, exactly as you said. Like, for example, just to give you the example, okay, you know for fact you only can trade New York, then again, you should pick your New York time windows and obviously your preferred cup trades for that specific reason, right? And then you just check these boxes literally, and if you haven't, for whatever reason, picked your preferred session to trade, then that's the last point you should do it, right? You already should have done that quite a while ago, but then just check it. So this is done, and then stick to your preferred session, right? Same for the cup trade, and as Cam said, also for the entry approach. You have to make sure that you picked your preferred entry approach and then stick to it and also practice it. Same with the risk management tool, as Cam said. You can't choose them both. You have to choose one. And if you haven't chosen one or whatever overall, then do it. But like, why you don't choose one? Like, you have to use one risk management tool, or maybe you use a completely external third one. That's also fine, but then at least pick a risk management tool you use, and then check off all these 4 boxes. And only if you checked off all these 4 boxes and did you pick on the left top corner, then you go to the top right corner and say, what do we have there? What do they have to check in this columns
We
there?
have the solidification aspect. So this will be, did you practice? Now it's really, really important at this stage. You've got all the information and knowledge in lit, and now you have to apply it to everything. So that would require 50 full markups.
At least.
At
Right?
least.
At least 50.
Of
Then
your
you check
preferred
this
setup.
box when you have 50. Then you, okay, I have make my 50. But that's not like you have to make 50 and then stop it. No, that's the minimum thing you should do. And then you check it. 50 is not that much anyways.
Yeah, it's not
You
a
can
lot,
literally do
actually.
50 in a day. If you like literally go over one day over 5 currency pairs, that's already like 5 full days. And we're talking about markups now of the setup, right? So if you only trade the cup trade setup, okay, if you have 5 currency pairs a day and you're only focusing on the London Cup trade, okay, that you technically already should have 5, and then you can do whatever 10 other days easily like that. Okay, that's, you can literally do all these mockups in one day if you really wanted to. If you go on trading with replay mode or something like that, that's an easy task. But at least do 50 of your preferred setup you chose earlier, right?
Lovely. So we have then your next task. That will be 2 weeks of replay mode. So that will be in back testing. Now this is key because it will help you understand then the live market or on edge training. And that will be 2 weeks worth. Choose your pairs, whatever it be. And then we have
okay,
2
and
weeks.
maybe to interrupt Sakpa here, the 2 weeks, that means also not like 2 weeks, like in terms of 5 training days and another 5 training days, like technically
Weekends.
10 training days in replay mode. It means 2 weeks overall practicing, right? You practicing Monday, Tuesday, like the whole week through for 2 weeks, actually every day for 2 weeks in a row, right? That's what it means. Not like 10 trading days in replay mode, but 2 weeks in terms of literally time. You should spend 2 weeks just back testing and replay mode, getting used to, again, your session, your cup trades, your entry approaches, and technically maybe you can even whatever play around in MetaTrader with your trading execution helper, or like with that trade assistant. You can do that also, right? And also do the markups on top of it, obviously, anyways. So you're kind of hitting 2 birds with 1 stone anyways.
Okay, so then we have the same applies for this next one, which is the 2 weeks of live on edge practice. And that will be in the live market, as you can see the word live. So that will require, of course, practicing. Don't use real money, just trade demo or paper trading, whatever it be. But it's important to gauge yourself towards the understanding of how the live market works with the lit trading. And what's key for that is psychology and patience. And I think that's probably the biggest factor here, why you want to do live practice before you actually delve into the real market and real money, should I say. And then on top of that, your last part of your practice in this case would be 15 trades of your chosen entry approach. Now, if you remember, your entry approaches were between 1 to 4. Now, again, choose if you have 1, or if you like maybe 2, then choose between 2, but at least choose 15 trades taken of your chosen entry approach, like such. So if Reem wants to continue with did you create?
Yeah, just for the 15 trades taken, you chose an entry approach. Again, that's easily doable. Even if you stick to cup trades only, then at least practice the entry approaches. Again, if you chose limit orders, the first one, that would be a little bit harder. But if you chose, for example, lets, there's like, if you just look at mini cycles and then wait for the let after mini cycle, for example, there's like a lot of them on a daily basis, a lot of them. Same thing for EDMs, you just have to wait for a completed cycle before. But if you strictly stick to cup trades, then there's only one for every session, right? There's one let for the London Cup trade, and there's one let for the New York Cup trade, not more, right? So just be aware of those. So there's 15, depending on how you want to use them. If you stick them to cup trades, or if you stick them of overall approach, because again, you can trade multiple mini cycles a day if you really wanted to do so. Then you also can practice your lets and EDMs. But if you want to specific cup trades, then technically maximum, if you can trade London and New York, you will get 2 lets and 2 EDMs, one for London, one for New York Chap technically, and the same thing for the EDMs, right? So technically overall 4 picture perfect let or EDM entries for 1 pair. If you stick to the cup trades, that's it, right? So that takes you a little bit longer. Maybe you cannot do it in 2 weeks of live trading, but again, sometimes you will also miss opportunities, but that's also part of the learning experience of how to see and get used to the live markets overall. Is that correct, Cam?
Yeah, absolutely spot on. But I just wanted to add one more thing. With the entry approaches, that's per entry approach. So if you pick 2, then you're going to have to end up doing
Correct.
30. It's not so this is why if you're only going to pick 1, you'll have to end up doing like less overall. But if you pick 2, you are going to have to do 15 of each, because we don't want you like skipping, like cutting corners or anything like that. We want, building a proper solid foundation, not building a shaky foundation.
And it's for your own confidence, obviously, as well. So you have to learn and really get confident and getting used to taking these entry approaches, like with the snip of a finger, before you obviously risk real money into it. That's common sense, right? So you have to practice it a lot before, and then once you took, like again, we can promise you, if you took 15 of those entry approaches every single time with exactly the step-by-step guidelines and checklists, you will take the 16th trade with real money just like nothing, because you're so used to it. And that should take you, again, 2 or more weeks of live practice. And that nothing will gonna stop you after you did those practices. It will be hard if you don't do that and then be like, oh, let me open like a new prop firm account and try it right away, because you're not used to it yet. Like, what do you expect? Okay, so put in the work first. Practice, practice, practice. Again, we have the saying, we said a lot of times, practice more in training, bleed less in a fight. That's exactly what it is for. So 15 is the minimum we should do live. Again, get used to it in the live market conditions. Again, it's a very big difference of replay mode on hindsight to live. And even not a difficult situation if you're actually putting your hard-earned money or like prop firm accounts onto it, okay? So what do you have today create though, Cam?
Obviously, you want to create your trading plan with the options above. So that's going to be your session and timing you want to trade, your cup trade or your preferred setup, and your entry approach or approaches, and then obviously your risk management tool. Then your preferred checklist to follow, which will be going into like I think we'll have the final checklist in week 7, is it?
Yes. So we will add obviously another checklist approach. The funny thing is we'll only give you like trading view. You call it, can call it templates if you want to say so. So we can see the checklists even literally right in your charts and just even check them there. So there's no more excuses, right? Yeah. So that's what makes it very easy for you to. We don't give it to you right now for obvious reasons, because we want to completely spoon-fed everyone. And you should actually create your own checklist and your own personal preferred things, right? But if you don't want to do it for whatever reason, you will get everything like preset from us. But that's not the point. The point is that you understand what you're doing and you putting in a little bit of work yourself at some point also, right? But if you haven't done that yet, do it. And if still not, then you will get it from us in week 7. Okay, so that's technically a pretty good gesture from ourselves as well.
Yeah. And then obviously a daily routine plan. Now it's important that you know each day, what are you going to do? When are you going to do it? I'm going to trade here to here. I'm going to trade obviously my session, but outside of that, when am I going to be back testing? When am I going to be maybe doing hindsight markups? When am I going to be looking over the trades that I've taken? And that obviously comes into your trade journaling. Now this is very, very important. Each trade that you take, you should journal. Maybe it's journaling your emotions. How was I feeling at this point? Maybe it's, was this a trade that I should actually have taken? Because you can take a loss and that be a good trade. You know, everything was there. You can take a win and it can be a lucky win. And you don't want to be taking lucky wins. Winning in and of itself is not necessarily a positive. You know, we spoke about this quite a lot. The false positive aspect. You don't want to be buying off equal lows, and then because it worked this one time, you're suddenly like, oh yeah, of course, I'll always do that. So you need to be able to catch these things, and maybe also how you're feeling emotionally. You know, are you feeling a little bit anxious when you're going into the trades? The reason for that could be you haven't practiced it enough. You don't feel confident enough because you haven't seen it enough. So then you can go, okay, you know, I'm maybe not so confident with, I'm not as confident as I thought I was with my preferred setup. So I'm going to go and do another X amount of markup so that I can see it again and again and again. Or maybe I need to, maybe you've jumped into live too quickly and, you know, you're using your real money, and maybe you should hop back and be like, okay, I'm feeling the effect. I don't want to lose my money. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take away that. I'm going to go back to demo until I really am confident in these setups. And then I won't feel as bad or as anxious when I'm trading them live. And
Yeah,
then
so
of course,
essential actually. It's way more important than you maybe at this point think it is, because even again, as Cam said, it can be emotional based. It can be maybe you even spot like a common mistake you always did overall, which you maybe didn't realize when you wouldn't write down the journals, right? Or overall trades. Again, for us all of in here, right? We have like thousands of trades literally completely screenshotted from start to begin. Yeah, if you look back, whatever years ago, I literally printed out my charts, my markups, everything. I had like thousands, and I had folders, fat ass folders of physical printed out charts. Okay, so now ask yourself, okay, how many physical folders do you have of chart markups? Probably not that much. How many literally markups did you just screenshot alone? Maybe you screenshot a few. Maybe you have 15 markups overall you made, like fully detailed markups because you had to do them for the tasks. But guess what? You don't do them for the tasks to surpass the other weeks. You should do them for your own benefit. So you can learn and actually practice your own markups, and then also on the edge markups, as Cam said, and then journal and write down your thought process in that moment. Okay, I had this and this and this reasons. I had this and this and this emotional state. There's a very good also app about that, Cam. That's the Trading Vault, right?
Yeah, Trading Vault.
So you can check that out. That's just Trading Vault. Just Google it. It's a very nice tool. We're not related to them, even if we have a vault as well. It's kind of a coincidence that they call Trading Vault as well. But yeah, they're really cool. If you can check that out, just Google Trading Vault, and it's like a really nice trade journaling software for your benefits you can use for sure. And we highly recommend that also, especially if in the beginning stages and in the learning stage, because you want to learn exactly, okay, what's your common mistakes, what's your strengths, what's your weaknesses, where you messing up, okay, what maybe works better for you, what doesn't work better for you. And yeah, just learn out of the trades you took. What else do we have, Sakura?
For the next one, we have the entry and exit rules. Now, this is important to understand that you have a system in place of when you enter the market. So that will be based, for example, on timings. And then the exits will be based on your TPs. So your take profits, whether that's a liquidity target or targeting a new low. Again, use multiple timeframes to help you identify when you hold your trade to, say, the next liquidity target. And such. So then we have the last one of the did you create, and this is the risk management parameters. So again, this relates back to the risk management tool aspect. So whether you use the execution helper or the trade assistant. Understand how it fully works and how you can use it to your advantage. Make sure you have a set parameter, so whatever your percentage risk is, or how you manage your risk based on certain trades using the checklist, for example. If you have certain amounts marked on the checklist, say your checklist you've marked up less, maybe it's not a so confirmed trade, so maybe you have a much less risk on that, as to say if you have a fully marked checklist, then you will risk an average risk that you should do. But it's important you have your set risk parameters in this case for overall trading, I would say.
Yeah. So an entry and exit rules also very important. Again, the normal rules that you already have for like where you should target, but you have to get familiar with what you're trading and what you want to hold it again. So maybe you want to become a swing trader. Perfect. But as you probably noticed already, none of us is really focusing on swing trading too much because we trading for quite a while. And overall, the experience of swing trading is not too good for us because again, it's not worth for us holding a trade for like 3 days, which technically would have become a 1 to 25, for example, but then you're just holding it to get the break even instead. Yes, you have the chance of getting and catching like higher risk reward trades, but is it worth getting a break even in that intraday perspective too many times if you just completely 100% can close it out at 1 to 15, for example, and find another 1 to 10? Is that maybe better than literally holding and risking a break even to aim for 1 to 25 or something like that? In our opinion, it's not, but Cam can give his opinion about that as well. But yeah, we passed a lot of that, so we stick to intraday trading. What about you, Cam?
Definitely not. Definitely not.
Yeah.
Much prefer intraday trading.
And
Swing
especially
trading.
if you go, let's say you found like a mini cycle, okay? A mini cycle inside of a cup trade London. Where should you aim for? You should not aim for a 1 hour high, for example, because you entered based on a mini cycle. So aim for the next mini cycle liquidity target. Same thing if you take a London Cup trade. If it's a normal London Cup trade to the downside or whatever, you have every combination. Okay, then the best target should still be Asia high, right? Not like whatever, like a 4 hour. So you can do that at one point if you combine all the higher time frames in once, right? Then it could make sense. But overall, you're taking still intraday setup, and you should pick a realistic target. Very, very important. Okay, so pick your setup you want to take, and then see what's the most logical target, and don't aim for the fences. Okay, that's the biggest mistake you can do. Should never ever get a break even after you're like a 1 to 10 in profit, and then you're not even making partials or something like that, and into getting a break even after, yeah, literally up 1 to 10. That's crazy. Okay, so you need to learn that also to not become greedy, but also to stick to your target. It's a kind of contradicting topic, but you have to just stick to your target. Okay, if you have your target of the next liquidity zone, okay, then stick to it. Don't chicken out too early also, but you only will chicken out too early if your target is unrealistic, a little bit too much. Oh, it has to take it out. But again, guess what? If your target is Asia high, and Asia high creates a double top, and then comes back and stops your break even, okay, that's some break even you can accept, because that should not happen. We had like a crazy example, like what was it, like last week or something, when EU created this quadruple bottom.
Yeah.
Right, and almost everyone got a break even on that. But that was a perfect break even. Everyone has to be fine with it, because the logical target is it should smoke that equal lows, which was at this point even a triple bottom, and then it create a quadruple bottom and then stop there on out a break even. Okay, but surprise, surprise, next day it smoked that quadruple bottom and obviously reversed after that. So make a rule about access and then stick to it, but don't make it too crazy and then risk a break even on that. Okay, risk management is the same thing. Our recommended risk per trade is, surprise, surprise, 0.25%, right? That's it, 0.25%. Okay, that's what you should risk on a big whatever account, big account. Everything 6 figures is, yeah, you should not go over that. If it's a really good checklist trade, you can risk 0.5%, but not a percent. That's a little bit too crazy. Cam Sarper, what's your input about that?
Yeah,
I agree with that. based on the checklist, of course.
You know,
Exactly.
maybe if you've got like a smaller account that you're trying to flip, you can get like a little bit crazier. But again,
But
at this point,
yeah, go ahead.
would not recommend that you guys are trying to flip accounts at this
Exactly.
point.
That's what I want to say anyway. So it's better to maybe get into a prop firm if you don't have crazy amounts of capital than to try to flip your whatever 1 or 2K account. Guess what? Just get a prop firm account. You will make definitely more out of it than you will ever can do out of a 1K account. Okay.
Yeah.
So again, you should get used to proper risk management because your goal should be to trade big capital and not like flipping whatever 1K accounts. That's not the point of trading, is it? So you want to use professional money and obviously trade professional. So that's how you have to get to use to proper risk management. And obviously, even if you start small with it, at least you know exactly the process of using the execution helper or like the trade assistant, how to do these things. And maybe even you start getting into the copying to other accounts over as well. That's what we all do. We have like one account we trade off, and then we have multiple other accounts we copy our trades in, because again, you cannot manage like whatever 5 to 10 accounts simultaneously if you don't copy them over. So you can get used to that slowly but surely as well. But of course, before you do that, first you have to be consistent with one account and obviously get your profits regularly, and then you can think about that. So for the last row in here of the trading plan, what do we have? Who wants to cover it?
Yeah, I can. So for every trade, now this is every trade that you take, do you honestly, and you have to be honest with yourself, do you always follow your guidelines and checklists? Do you always stick to your risk parameters? Or is it a case of, you maybe lose a trade, you get a bit emotional, oh yeah, sure, I'll increase it, why not? That's not what we want to be doing. We want to be consistent. Even if you're on demo, the things that you are practicing on demo are the habits that you're going to take up when you are on live. So you still have to take them very seriously. Are you sticking to your trading plan? Or, like Reem said, are you maybe swinging for the fences with your TPs? Or are you getting scared and taking your TPs off too soon? Before you take a trade, are you properly marking it up so that you understand what you see? You're not just coming to the charts, oh yeah, inducement low, so now I'm going to buy, right? You're not doing that. You're making sure that you have the proper markup, because maybe when you look to the left, you're like, oh, actually, there's equal lows here and we're reacting off liquidity. This is not a buy that I should take. So are you putting yourself in a proper position to take the trade?
Yeah, even going further than that as well, right? Not only like, oh, inducement low, I will gonna buy, as Cam said. No, like go the step further. What cycle variation could it be? Overall daily cycle variation. Can we expect a London knockout? Can we expect a retail heaven? Right? Because that's two very big differences. If you like getting into an inducement low trade, but aiming for a London knockout, but in reality it turns out to be a retail heaven. You should know these things before, and that's like beforehand the day even starts. We showed you in the how to pick the cycle variations before they even happen master guide video a lot of times, right? You should have a good understanding of what to expect for the day. And that would also help you picking the right target for it, right? So make sure you do all these things before you get to the charts and you have a proper markup before you even consider taking a trade. Because again, the last thing you want to know or want to see is that, oh, okay, inducement low, okay, take an entry. Where's the other 15 points you should have checked on your trading plan? If you're just trading an inducement and waiting for a let, guess what? You will not gonna get too crazy results out of that. Because there's like 500 other things we do on top of that. Okay, so if you're being lazy and don't want to put in all the work, then you're kind of predicting your own future there already. Okay, so but if you do everything proper and follow all the steps and your markup look pretty good and you know exactly what to expect, and then you can react to it with your checklist, with your risk management, and always stick to the same rules, that's where I think it's gonna be very exciting. Okay. So then last point, maybe Sakba?
Yes, so that will be make sure you set the target realistically. Now this again relates to the aspect of your exit rules. for example, let's just say London close, and you've entered a trade on London close, and then you have a target, right? Now you have to be even more realistic with London close, because at this point the volatility will become much less, and then you likely will be in a range, then leading into Asia range, and then you basically are becoming the liquidity. And at this point, if you were holding it, which isn't smart at all, and you shouldn't be doing that, then you likely will be taken out maybe the next day with an inducement in the opposite direction of your trade. So again, it's really important to be realistic, whether it's the lows or the liquidity, see what price is gearing towards in that sense. So you mark up your build-ups and you mark up the smart money traps, for example. So maybe you have to close at these so-called POIs, as price may range around these areas or react from it. So yeah, with that being said, we also have the final point here, and that would be make screenshots and put them in your journal. And this is really important for the longevity of your journey, and that will be having the overall journey, well, journal, should I say, where you have the whole backlog of all the trades you've taken. And this is key as you progress over the months and then the years, of how you can look back on your trades and then see if you're making improvements or what have you changed. And you always have a guide to look back on. And that's really, really important in my opinion.
Really?
Yeah, so overall, we have the trading plan checklist. That's the things you should check anyways, regardless of what you do. That's all the points. Everything, every box in here should have a check in there, other than for every trade you do. Like for every trade you do, that's ongoing. And obviously, every trade you take, you see, do I follow my guidelines and checklists right now? Or do I just saw someone taking a sell trade and I'd be like, oh yeah, this went low, this went high, I take the sell as well. Is that what you're doing? Or are you literally checking off all your boxes? Okay, I had my build up, I had my inducement, I had this and this, 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 and now I'm waiting for this and this, and I'm getting this and this. Perfect, then I take it. See the difference of that? It's like very significant difference. Then stick to your risk parameters. Okay, now do I literally just open like 10 lots randomly, or do I literally let the execution helper calculate my perfect 0.25% risk, or I'm risking completely something different for every trade because it looked bad or something like that? No, stick consistent to your risk management. If it's a perfect cup trade, go for 0.5%. If you're trading something in the middle, go for 0.25. Okay, and then stick to your trading plan. Okay, do I'm trading Asia now? Because I randomly woke up because I had dreams about like success, and then I'll randomly wake up like, oh, I open the charts and I'm right in Asia range. Oh my god, build up inducement, I have to take it. Is that your trading plan you made for yourself? Or you're just randomly making shit up now? Again, is it not an EDM trade, but you only want to trade EDM trades? Or is it exactly the trade on your trading plan you're taking? Yes, I check it then. Okay, perfect. Then make a full markup before it. Where's your markup? Do you see a markup on your chart? Is it there? Oh, okay. Is it detailed also? Yes, it is. Do you understand or expect a specific cycle variation in terms of daily cycle? Yes. Okay, then check. Make a full markup before taking it. Perfect. Right? And then where's your target? You should know that before. Did you set a realistic target also? A realistic target. Not like where you want market to go, where you think it will go. No, what's a realistic target that might gonna be hit? Did you set it? Okay, then check it. And then you make a screenshot of your overall thought process on the edge before you took it. Boom. And then you can execute the trade and obviously whatever. Also, even execute the trade or have a limit on anyways, right? That's again, depending on your entry and exit rules. Technically only entry rules if you want to market execute with the execution helper or the trade assistant, or if you want to run limits. Right, that's obviously the different scenario you can do, but you have to know that stuff before, and obviously then check everything for every single trade over and over again. Yes, it is a little bit a lot of things to do, but it's necessary things. And at some point, these things will get so fluent that you will not need them anyways. But for the beginning, to get used to it, just check these boxes, and that already higher your success rate a lot. Okay, so that's the trading plan checklist. Make sure every box is checked every time. Have fun using it, and we will catch up very soon.